will be a Starfreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Today we won't do any coding. Today we'll have introductory lesson to let you understand what this training course is about and what we'll learn. Here's our agenda for today. So first of all, I want to be completely honest and transparent with you. Nobody would hire you just because you know Java history. But still, I think this is part of your general education as a software engineer and will be interesting for you to know. Java was started as a project called OOC by James Gosling in June 1991. Gosling's goal was to implement a virtual machine and a language that had a familiar C-like notation but with greater uniformity and simplicity than C or C++. The first public implementation was Java version 1 in 1995. OOC was renamed as Java because it was already a trademark by OOC Technologies. Java made the promise of write once, run anywhere, with free runtimes on all popular platforms. Major web browsers soon incorporated it into their standard configuration in secure applet configuration. Java considered to be one of the most popular programming languages nowadays. A lot of people who are choosing which programming language to learn first opt for Java. Platform independence, multi-threading, security, easiness to learn, some of the reasons of this. Back that time, Sun Microsystems supported Java development. But Sun Microsystems was acquired by Oracle in January 2010. From that time, Oracle supports and develops Java as a platform. You will notice that official Java documentation is located on Oracle resources. So if you just start to learn programming, you might be wondering why you should start learning Java. What advantages does it have over other programming languages? Here are a few reasons. Probably the first reason is Java is easy to learn. Java doesn't require you to know anything about memory management to get started. You don't need to worry how to allocate memory for data, how to release memory afterwards. JVM and garbage collector are in charge of all memory management instead of you. Java is simpler. The syntax is much more readable than C, C++ or any other language. Java is strongly typed language, which catches many newbie mistakes. Java source code should be compiled to the bytecode. Java compiler won't let you to compile code which will contain broken syntax or wouldn't be executed on JVM. Also, Java compiler will point out where exactly you have mistakes. That helps a lot to junior developers. Java can do everything. By saying this, I mean with Java you'll have a tool which will allow you to create applications of any level of complexity. You will be able to implement mobile applications, desktop applications, and complex enterprise solutions. Huge community. And how this can help you? Let me explain. Java has strong community support. No matter what kind of questions, doubt, or issue you have, Google can find answers for you. If not Google, then Stack Overflow, Java forums, and a lot of other communities are there to help you out. This is really the single biggest reason I suggest beginners learn to code using Java, because when you are starting to learn to program, you'll face with many different kinds of issues to understand for both programming fundamentals and Java. Because there are millions of Java developers around and big community is there to support, most likely you'll find answers quickly without getting frustrated and disappointed. Another reason to learn Java is Android. I won't lie to you because I don't know the exact numbers, but I think you would agree with me that Android is most popular operating system for mobile devices in the world. If I am not mistaken, around 70% of mobile devices are powered by Android. I rented a car recently during the business trip, and it was Android Auto inside it. I went to the electronics store and there is a fridge with computer built in, and it was also powered by Android. What does it mean for you? That means knowing Java you have a lot of job opportunities. JVM. A lot of modern languages realize that it is a good idea to use Java Virtual Machine to execute own programs. Because it's reliable, because it works fast, etc. That's why such languages as Scala, Kotlin, Groovy also use Java Virtual Machine to execute programs. For you it means that knowing how JVM works, it would be easier to get up to speed with other languages. One of the biggest Java advantages is platform independence. Companies don't want to invest money to create programs for Mac operating system only, and after that spend more money to create applications for Windows-based systems. That's why a lot of companies opt for Java for own projects. We partially touched this topic quickly during the previous slide, but answering your question, what you will be able to implement with Java, the answer is with Java you will be able to implement mobile, desktop, and web applications. And no matter what you would read in the internet, trust me, even today companies still create desktop applications for different purposes, and Java is also one of the best options for such purposes. So today you heard a lot about JVM. Let's take a closer look what JVM, GRE, and JDK are. JVM stands for Java Virtual Machine. This is a program written in C++ which is responsible for converting bytecode to machine-specific code. JVM is the reason why Java as language considered to be platform independent. You will compile your source code to Java bytecode. After that, you execute your bytecode on JVM. And there are a lot of implementations of JVM for different operating systems. So to execute Java code on MacBook, you just need JVM for Mac operating system installed there. To run bytecode on Windows, you just need JVM for Windows operating system installed there. The JVM is used for both translate the bytecode into the machine language for a particular computer and actually execute the corresponding machine language instructions as well. Without the JVM, you can't run a Java application. GRE stands for Java Runtime Environment. GRE includes JVM in itself, plus Java binaries and classes which are needed to execute program. Back in past I developed desktop application which I used to sell in the internet. To make this application run on the computers of my clients, I added GRE to my installation file. That's what I needed to do to not force my clients to install Java by themselves. JDK stands for Java Development Kit. JDK contains JVM and GRE plus all tools which are necessary for development of Java programs. For example, you need to have compiler to compile your Java source code to bytecode. Compiler goes with JDK, but not included in GRE. Now let's pretend you need to debug your application line by line. You have debugger in JDK, because it is not needed in GRE. Or you want to create documentation out from your source code. In JDK you have Java.doc program which will generate documentation from your source code. So if you are a developer, you need JDK. We'll download and install JDK in the next lesson. That is all what I got for you for today. Let's take a look at your homework. Your first homework wouldn't be very complicated. Here's a list of recommended literature and books to read during the training course. You can find them in the Google and download either PDF version or to buy hard copy. Here is also a chapter to read by the next lesson. During the video lessons, definitely I will cover core concepts, best practices, but still I would optionally recommend you to read books to have different point of view on the same topics. Today we have very important topic. Without this knowledge, you won't be able to proceed with this training course. Because to be able to program on Java, you need to have JDK installed on your computer. Agree? We will learn which JDK version to choose and how to make sure that Java is properly installed on your computer. The latest Java version based on today is Java version 13. Oracle has 6 months release cadence, so from now on, new version of Java will be released each 6 months. Does it mean for you that you need to learn Java each 6 months? Not necessarily. As a developer, this can be quite overwhelming. How many applications do you have to go back and to update now? Or how many servers in your data center constantly needed to be updated to the newest Java release? There are 2 things developers hate. One of them is unnecessary change. It is even crazy to think about keeping several applications or several number of servers up to date with the newest Java release. That is why the concept of an LTS was established. A Java LTS, which stands for Long-Term Support Release, is a version of Java that will remain the industry standard for several years. To give you an example of this, Java 8 was released in 2014, and its extended support will end by December 2030. Probably Java 8 is the most popular nowadays. A lot of companies still rely on it and there is no urgent need to upgrade to the newest Java version. Java 11 is the latest long-term support version based on today. For the educational purposes, I would recommend you to use the latest version of OpenJDK, which will allow you to use the most recent and up-to-date version. And to be completely honest, between version 8 and version 13, there is no dramatic difference which will be noticed by junior developers. There are some of them and we will learn them during the training course. You will also notice that you have Oracle JDK and OpenJDK available for you for download. Probably main difference for you right now is that OpenJDK is completely free, including commercial use. Oracle JDK is not free for commercial use. There are also some other differences. For example, when it comes to performance, Oracle's is much better regarding responsiveness and JVM performance. Oracle JDK is fully developed by Oracle Corporation, whereas the OpenJDK is developed by Oracle and the Java community together. So I recommend you to use OpenJDK. This will allow you to learn Java platform and to implement powerful applications. Now let me show you how to install JDK on the computer from scratch. Go to Google and search for JDK Java Net. Let's open this link. Select 13. Download these archives for Windows or Mac respectively. I'm downloading this one. Now extract archive. Let's have a look what is in here. So here we have bin folder. You can find in it all tools and programs which we need to create our Java applications. For example, here you can see Javac. This is Java compiler, which compile our source code, our files written with letters, to bytecode. Here is JavaDoc, application to generate documentation from our source code. In the next lessons I will show you how it works. Here is Java application to run Java virtual machine. Our next steps: please open command line in this directory. To do this, type cmd right here and press enter. So here is our command line. Type java -version and press enter. Now you will see that you have OpenJDK version 13 here. And this is completely fine, but try to navigate one level up in your file system tree. The cd command, also known as change directory. It is a command line shell command used to change the current working directory in the various operating systems. The first single dot or period means this directory. The double dot or periods means the parent directory. The next one up the tree. Let's type cd .. and press enter. Go ahead and type the same Java version command here. Java is not recognized as an internal or external command. Why do we see this? Because from this level we can't get access to Java program which is located in bin folder. As a software engineer, I want to be able to call Java and Java compiler on my machine from any place in my file system. To do this, I need to configure environment variables. Now I will show you how to configure environment variables on Windows machine. If you have Mac, please take a look to resources attached to this lesson. I have special written guide for you. Do mouse right click on my computer, open Properties, go to Advanced System Settings, Environment Variables. And here we are. Now, even despite this is not necessary, the rule of thumb is to create Java home variable first. This variable will refer to the JDK home folder. You can have multiple Java home variables to be able easily change Java home version on your machine, like I have here for Java of versions 8, 11 and 13. Let's create this variable. Press New button here, Java_home, and let's copy this path and paste it as a variable value. Press OK button. Now we have Java home here. Next thing to know is that Windows has path variable. Let's find it. Here it is. Path is an environment variable specifying a set of directories where executable programs are located. In general, each executing process or user session has its own path setting. Without path variable, we would need to run programs using absolute path. The path variable prevents us from having to write the entire path to a program. Let's adjust value here. Click New, type %, Java Home, %, file path separator, in Windows it is \, and bin. That's it. In case you have previous Windows version, most likely you see something like this. Make sure that line ends with semicolon and write the same. So you can choose one option or another, it's up to you. And now attention! If you had your terminal opened, close it and open again to apply all changes. Let's again open terminal here. Let's go one level up. Now let's type the same Java version command. Here we are. Now we can run Java program from any directory. Let's also check version of compiler. Call javac version. Here it is. If you see version number, then everything is okay and we are good to proceed with the next lesson. Let's summarize what we have learned on this lesson. We learned how to choose JDK version, what is the difference between Oracle JDK and OpenJDK, how to install JDK on your computer, and how to configure environment variables. Let's now review your homework for the next lesson. So for the next lesson, you just need to repeat everything what we have discussed during this lesson and make sure you have JDK installed. Today we will create our first application in Java language. Be prepared to have fun. Also in this lesson you will learn what are console applications, how to compile Java code to get bytecode, and how to execute your first program from console. Let's start. So what are console applications? Console application is an application that takes input and displays output at command line console with access to three basic data streams: standard input, standard output, and standard error. These applications don't have any graphical user interface. They are primarily used nowadays in learning purposes. So console application is a lightweight application which might be easily run in console. During this course we'll learn tools which we have in JDK to create powerful applications. But the same as learning other human languages, the first thing you learn is alphabet. After that, knowing letters, you can create words. From words you can create sentences. From sentences you can build a story. The same is here. We'll start from console applications to learn alphabet and words. Here is what we are going to do today. As a software engineers, we'll create with you files with Java extension. We'll call these files source code. This is exactly files where programming code written in Java will be stored. After that, we'll ask Java compiler to compile source code to bytecode. Javac program will do this task. Javac will produce files with class extension, and Java will execute our program. What you need to understand and remember that JVM doesn't execute Java files. JVM executes class files. Probably this will help you in the future when you will troubleshoot issues in your real-life project. So now let's take a look how to create your first program, how to compile it and run. Team, please don't be afraid. You won't use command line to write your programs on regular basis. In the next lessons we'll learn special desktop applications designed to create programs. But now I'd like to ask you again to open command line wherever you want on your computer. For example, for this lesson I created folder where I will create program together with you. Let's type cmd here to open command line. Probably you think right now, Andrei, you must be kidding me. Why do we do this? Why don't we just start work with applications which help us to create programs? The answer is, there are a few points to consider. The first one, you need to learn how to work with console, at least some basics. Because sometimes, not always, but sometimes, depending on which build tool you will use, probably you would need to work with console. And sometimes, as software engineers, you would need to write scripts which will call command line commands. Real life example. You would like to compile all Java files in your project in one archive, which will be deployed to the web server afterwards. Right after compiling, you would like to run specific files, test classes, to be sure that tests are not failing. In case tests are succeed, you finish your build process. In case there are failures in the test, you don't proceed with your build. That is one of the examples when knowledge of command line commands might come in handy. The second point to consider. Guys, you are just started learning Java. You need to understand what compilation process is, what is compilation error, and how it is different from runtime exception. That's why I ask all my students to create program in Notepad and to run it in console at least once in their lives. In some companies on the first level of interview process of junior software engineers, where you have quizzes and tests, sometimes there are also questions related to command line. We opened command line to create file with Java extension. Why we cannot just do mouse right click and create file? Because you need to enable showing of file extension first. In different Windows version it is done in slightly different way. And from default options you can create file with txt extension, which doesn't work for us. So let's create file from console because it is easier and it's the same way to create file from the terminal on different Windows versions. Actually I know at least few ways how to create file from command prompt, but let me show one to you. Type the following: notepad hello world.java. When dialog is popped up, click yes. Now we see file with Java extension created here. In case you have Mac, just type like this: touch hello world.java. The file will be created. Let's write our first program. We'll cover right now basic syntax. So each Java file can have only one public class or interface. We'll cover more modifiers during OOP topic. But for now, just try to understand that in case class is public, client can access it from anywhere, including our JVM, which needs to access this class. The name of public class should be the same as the name of a Java file. This is the rule. In other case, you would have compilation error. Java is case sensitive, so hello world written with capital H at the beginning is completely different from hello world with H lowercase. Java is a case sensitive because it uses a C-style syntax. Case sensitivity is useful because it lets you infer what a name means based on its case. For example, the Java standard for class names is uppercasing the first letter of each word. For example, like integer, string, etc. The standard for variable and method names is lowercase the first letter of the first word and uppercasing all other first letters. Number, println, check error, etc. And the standard for constants is all uppercase with underscores. Some constant, like this. So after hello world, let's put curly braces here. In Java, curly braces define scope. Here is the scope of the class. In a few seconds you will see scope of the method. Each outer scope includes inner scope. Thus, variable declared in the class scope is visible in the method scope, but variables declared in the method scope not visible in class scope. Now we need to create entry point for our program. By convention, this method is publicly accessible. So let's type here public. It is static. We'll cover more what static is during OOP topic. It does return nothing. That's why return type is void, and it has name main by convention. This method takes as a parameter array of strings. In the next lessons we'll cover in details what arrays are. As of now, consider array of strings as a sequence of strings. A parameter is a variable in the method definition. When a method is called, the arguments are the data you pass into the method's parameters. Hope this doesn't bring even more confusion. I just want you also to learn the right wording to make your colleagues understand you. Public static void main method, which takes array of strings, is our entry point to each Java program. JVM knows that it should call exactly this method and begin program execution from this point. Let's define scope of this method here. In this method, we'll write code which will print hello world text to console output. We'll write system.out. Out represents output stream. Output stream has such behavior as printing to console. Println method prints to console and terminates the line. Each statement in Java ends with semicolon. Println can take strings as arguments. Let's pass string hello world into it. In Java, string literals are written inside double quotes. And one more new word, literal. Literal is a notation for representing a fixed value in source code. Here we have string literal. Now let's save this file. Let's go back to the console. And now let's compile our program. Javac hello world.java. If you don't see any messages, that means compilation was successful. And you can notice that new file is appeared in our folder. This file has the same name as our Java file, but has different extension. This file contains bytecode for our Java virtual machine. Now let's execute bytecode on our JVM. Let's type Java hello world and press enter. In this case, you don't need specify extension for the file, since Java expects only class files. And you see output here, hello world. Congratulations, you have just written your first console application. What are common mistakes? You can see compilation error after calling javac. And you can see runtime errors. Let me reproduce it with you. Let's pretend you name your public class incorrectly. Not the same as Java file name. Let's put capital D at the end. And also, let's pretend you did a typo in main method name. Let's save the file. Let's call javac now. We see compilation error. So code is not compiled to bytecode. Always read these error messages. They can help you to fix issues. For example, like here. Public class hello world should be declared in the file with the same name. We'll just rename our public class. Let's compile it one more time, but not forget to save the file before compilation process. So now everything is okay, and we don't see any compilation errors. And by the way, to call commands which I just used, I use up arrow. Let's run it again. And here we have runtime exception. What does it mean? Code is compiled, but error happened during the program execution. JVM tried to find main method, but couldn't. Hope this information will help you to troubleshoot issues in case you will have ones. Let's recap one more time what we have learned today. Now you know what console applications are. You understand basic Java syntax, you learned how to create hello world application in Java. Also you saw what compilation errors and runtimes errors are. You can compile and execute your programs from the console. And here's your homework. Try to repeat everything what we did during the lesson by yourself. Also, I'd like you to write bat or shell file which will compile your source code and will start your Java application. Try to do it by yourself with help of the internet if needed. And we'll check your homework in the next lesson together. And read Java code convention from the link here. Pay extra attention to naming convention. Java naming convention is a rule to follow as you decide what to name your identifiers such as class, package, variable, constant, method, etc. But it's not forced to follow. So it's known as convention, not rule. These conventions are suggested by several Java communities such as Sun Microsystems and Netscape. All the classes, interfaces, packages, methods, and fields of Java programming language are given according to the Java naming conventions. If you fail to follow these conventions, it may generate confusion. In the lesson, we'll review solution of your homework. You had tasked to create bat or sh file to compile your Hello World application and run it. Let's review the solution for this homework. Here we have Hello World application from previous lesson. Here is my bat file. Let me show you how it works. Let me open command line here and run it. Here it is. You see that source code has been compiled and executed in command line. And you also noticed that after execution, class file has been removed. Let's write this script together from scratch. Type this: notepad homework.bat. Our first command would be echo off. Add echo off. Echo is a command to display message in standard output. To prevent echoing a particular command in a batch file, we have to write an @ sign in front of the command. We want to prevent echoing of all commands in our file to see only Java application output. That's why I wrote @echo off at the beginning of the file. Next command will be familiar to you. It's javac **java. Asterisk here is meta symbol to describe all possible files that have Java extension. Next command: Java hello world. And at the end, let's delete class file to keep our work directory clean. del **class. Asterisk here is meta symbol to describe all possible files that have class extension. That's it. Let's save it. I press Ctrl+S to save the file, and let's run it from here. It works as expected. Today we'll learn a tool which will help us create our amazing applications. I'm talking about integrated development environment. Besides that, according to our agenda for today, we'll learn what are most popular IDE for development of Java-based applications. We'll download Eclipse and we'll learn how to configure it. So what is integrated development environment? IDE is a software application that provides comprehensive facilities to computer programmers for software development. An IDE normally consists of at least a source code editor, build automation tools, and a debugger. Some IDEs, such as NetBeans and Eclipse, contain the necessary compiler. Integrated development environments are designed to maximize programmer productivity. Reducing setup time can increase developer productivity, especially in cases where learning to use the IDE is faster than manually integrating and learning all of the individual tools. The most popular IDEs for Java development are Eclipse, IntelliJ IDEA, NetBeans, and Android Studio for Android projects. I've worked a lot with each of these. To be honest, I can conclude that they are similar. The only difference is the way how to configure your project. The same buttons located in different places. That would be my short answer. But still, my preferable option would be Eclipse for Java Enterprise Edition developers. Why? There are a few reasons. Some of them. It is completely free of charge. The same as NetBeans. You can find that IDEA community version is also free of charge. But later during the course you will notice that in Community Edition there is a lack of support of Java Enterprise Edition. And you would need either to buy licensed version of IDEA, so-called Ultimate Edition, or looking for some workarounds. If you're a student, you can get Ultimate Edition license free of charge, but again, it's free only for educational purposes but not for commercial use. In many companies, Eclipse is a standard software package for Java software engineers, because it's powerful for creation of any kind of applications and it's free. Huge community. In the internet you will find a lot of support how to deal with different configuration issues in case you will have them in your project while working with Eclipse. You can easily extend your IDE with extensions and plugins. For example, you can add plugin which will check your code style, you can add plugin to test your test code coverage, you can add plugin which will allow you to style icons, background and fonts in the Eclipse and much more. Eclipse has tools to work with Java for Enterprise. This will come in handy later in this training program. Now let's together download and install Eclipse on your computer. We will configure your workspace and will create Hello World Java project in Eclipse. And you will see how IDE makes our life easier. Let's make a Google search like this: Eclipse for Java EE developers download. Click on the first link. Here is a warning message which tells us that this is not the latest package. Let's take a look at the newest version. And here it is. Download archive for Windows, Linux or Mac. Press download button. When we have downloaded Eclipse, extract all files wherever you want on your computer. Now start Eclipse. When you start Eclipse, you are asked to indicate a workspace directory. The workspace is a directory on the disk where the Eclipse platform and all the installed plugins store preferences, configurations, and temporary information. Subsequent Eclipse invocations will use the storage to restore the previous state. Each time you start Eclipse, you can create a new workspace directory or indicate an existing one. You can create many workspaces, each one dedicated to some activity. For example, I want to create a workspace dedicated to this training course here. Let me call it Learn IT Fundamentals. Let's press Launch button now. Let's make it full screen. Here is welcome page. Let's navigate directly to the workbench. Just press here. And here's your workspace. It comprises different widgets and views. You can configure your workspace as you wish. You can move all these widgets anywhere. Let's leave it here. Here you can choose your perspective. An Eclipse perspective is the name given to an initial collection and arrangements of views and an editor area. For example, take a look how current perspective is look like. Let's also press File, New. Can you see this list? It contains Maven project, Dynamic Web project, EGB project, etc. Now let's open another perspective. Let's open not Java Enterprise Edition, but Java Perspective. Here it is. Open. You see that the set of widgets is different now. Let's open again File, New, and here we see different list with Java project on top of it. In Eclipse you have multiple perspectives and you can switch between them easily here. You have separate perspective for debugging, for database development, etc. Here's your Project Explorer view. Here you will find hierarchical representation of your projects and source code. In case you lost some view or would like to open a new one, just press Window, Show View, Other. Here you can find all available views which you can add to your workspace. Now let's create our Hello World Java project. You can click either here or go to File, New, Java project. Let's go over project configurations here. Type any project name you would like. I will type Learn IT Fundamentals. Which Java runtime environment you would like to use. You can select one of the predefined options in Eclipse. I would select the one GRE which already installed on my computer. We can click Finish, but for the sake of the interest, let's click Next to learn what other configurations available for us. Here you can see many other configurations. For example, SRC would be considered as your source folder. A source folder is a path which is marked by Eclipse as containing Java sources which are needed to be compiled. You can also see that you can configure default output folder where all files with class extension will be stored. In the Libraries tab, you can add additional external libraries, but we don't need them now. We will cover this part of configuration deeper later in this course. Let's just click Finish now. Eclipse will ask us how we want to name our module. Java Modules is a new feature which we presented first time in Java 9 via the Java Platform Module system. A Java module is a mechanism to package up your Java application and Java packages into Java modules. A Java module can specify which of Java packages it contains that should be visible to other Java modules using this module. But with respect to our agenda for today, I suggest to come back to modules a bit later. Just click Don't Create. Your project is created now. And you remember that you need to create a class. So let's create it now. Let's expand your project. Do mouse right click on the src source folder. New class. Name of the class, Hello World. It has public modifier. Object is always superclass of each type in Java. We'll discuss this on OOP topic. We can also create a stub of the main method. Just check this checkbox. And the last but not the least configuration, package name. Package in Java is a mechanism to encapsulate a group of classes, subpackages and interfaces. Packages are used for preventing naming conflicts. Potentially your application might have user class, and the library which you are using in your application might also contain user class. How we can say that your user and user from external library are different classes, and we need to use user from external library. The full name of the class consists of package name plus class name. For example, com.berg hello world will be one class. com.google hello world will be completely different class. That's why for the package names, reversed order of domain name is used. Why domain name? Because it's unique. Also, packages are used for making searching, locating and usage of classes, interfaces, enumerations and annotations easier. Later we'll learn that we can restrict access from different packages to the classes inside other packages. Let's create package following with this pattern. com, itbulls, and your last name, and press Finish button. You see package declaration goes on top of the file here. During the course we'll learn with you hotkeys. For example, Ctrl+D will delete the line. Let's press Ctrl+D to remove this single line to do comment. Eclipse has autosuggestion support. What is autosuggestion? Let's start typing here system. C. Press Ctrl+space. Now you see this drop-down list. Eclipse is trying to guess what you would like to type here. Select type which you need from the list. Press enter. Type dot. And again, autosuggestion. I will go with out here. Press enter. Dot. Start typing print. And here is our method. Let's write string literal here, hello world. Asterisk near the file name means the file is not saved. Press Ctrl+S to save the file. You can run your program in different ways. First option for you is mouse right click, run as, Java application. The second option is to find this icon here and again, run as, Java application. And the third option is hotkey, Ctrl+F11. Let's run our program now. And here we have output. Hello world. Congratulations. One more trick. For system out you can use something like this. Just type sysout and press Ctrl+space. You'll get system out println. And now let's recap what we have learned today. After this lesson we know what is integrated development environment, what are most popular IDEs for Java development, how to configure Eclipse on your computer. You learned the concept of packages and created your first project in Eclipse. And now your homework. Download IDE. You can choose whatever IDE you wish, install it on your computer, and create Hello World project in your IDE. In this lecture we'll learn with you what comments are and what type of comments are available in Java source code. And apart from that we'll talk together regarding tips and best practices while using comments. First of all, let's come up with comments definition here. The Java comments are statements that are not executed by JVM. The comments can be used to provide information or explanation about the variable, method, class, or any statement. It can also be used to hide program code temporarily. Comments often used to leave so-called to-do comments, mentions to not forget to restructure code or to add something in the future. There are 3 types of comments in Java: single line, multi-line, and Java doc. Let's take a closer look on how comments look like in our Eclipse workspace. Here's our Hello World application, which we all know. Let's add single line comment right after console output. / to do, add more code here in the future. By the way, in Eclipse, if you want to find all to-do comments in your code, just go to Window, Show View, Tasks. Here it is. Just don't forget to save your file before that. Eclipse parses all to-do comments and lists it here. I used this tool many times. There is a hotkey for single line comment. For example, you can comment this code line by pressing Ctrl+/, and uncomment in the same way. You can select few lines, for example the whole method, and comment it the same way with hotkeys, and uncomment it if you wish with the hotkeys. Now let's create multi-line comment. Type / and enter. You see how Eclipse helps us to write multi-line comment. You can type something like this: please do not remove this code. And now let me show you Java doc. The first thing you should know about Java doc is that this type of comments can be converted to nice looking HTML pages. In JDK we have Java doc program which generates these HTML pages out of our source code. Let me show you example. Here is official Java doc of string class. You can see class description, constructor, fields, methods. All of them are clickable. For example, let me click here. You can generate the same documentation. Let's learn how to do this. Let's create Java documentation for our main method. / enter. And here your comment goes. The entry point to the program. You can see this tag param. It is used to add parameter to parameters section in Java doc. I will share with you more tags to learn in the homework section. Meanwhile, let's add clarification here. Input, arguments. Let's also add Java doc to our class. You can see author tag here. I will leave the next comment here. Hello world, application. Now we can save the file. We are good to generate Java doc. To generate Java doc from Eclipse, press Project, Generate Java doc. Here you see configurations. You can configure output folder for your documentation. I will leave default settings here and will press Finish. Now you can see that doc directory appeared in our project. Let's expand it. Find index.html file and open it. You can open it in any browser or you can just use built-in Eclipse browser. Right-click, Open with Web Browser. And here we have our documentation. Congratulations! This is your first documentation to your first program. You see our class here. Here is our class description, author, constructors, methods. Here is our main method description, and here's our arguments description. Let me share with you tips and best practices of using comments in Java. The first thing you need to remember, in case you want to comment chunk of code to hide this code, just remove it. If you don't need this code, that means you don't need this code. I've faced with this so many times when developers comment their or others' code and leave it just in case. Be smart. You will learn how to use version control systems, and believe me, there is no such cases when you need to leave code just in case, especially when you have version control system. Because this will end up having a lot of commented code which nobody knows what is it for, and you won't be able to support it. My next advice: always remember that comments require maintenance. You need to keep them up to date and relevant. Don't forget about this. I'm trying to be a good tutor and I'm saying that writing Java doc is great, but also I have to prepare you for real life. In real life, you would notice that not all developers write comments. Why? Because sometimes they are not needed. Because you have live documentation. Your unit tests. Unit tests are updated as you change your code. We'll discuss in later lessons TDD approach and goals of unit testing. But for now, just remember, in case you have solid unit test code coverage and you follow Java naming conventions and choose meaningful names for variables and methods, sometimes JavaDoc in this case is redundant. Today we learned what comments are. Now we also know what types of comments we have in Java. You saw how to generate JavaDocs from the source code, and also I shared with you tips and best practices of comments usage in real life. And your homework. Create a JavaDoc for your Hello World application and generate documentation from your source code. Also, during the lesson you saw only few JavaDoc tags. There are no need to go over each of them because most of them self-describing. You know already how to use them. Just take a look through this table to know what other tags you can use. Today we have a very important topic. We'll learn how data is stored in Java programs. We'll talk with you in details about primitive types. Also we'll discuss what variables are. After this lesson you will have all necessary knowledge regarding primitive types to proceed with your Java education. We'll start this lesson from theory, and after that we'll play with primitive types and variables in Eclipse. It will be very important to understand how you can convert primitive types between each other. First of all, let's try to understand what data types are available for us in Java, how we can store information in our programs to be able to work with it in the future. There are two major groups of data types in Java. They are primitive types, reference types. Reference types consist of classes, annotations, interfaces, enumerations, arrays. We will not discuss reference types today in the lesson, but we will talk about them later in the course. Today we will talk about primitive types. They are integers, floating point numbers, booleans, characters. Probably you're already interested. What is the difference between primitive and reference types? There are many differences between them, and we'll learn all of them as we keep learning Java. But the main difference is that primitive variables store the actual values, whereas reference variables store the addresses of the objects they refer to. The primitive types in Java are analogs to the simple types found in most non-object-oriented languages. If Java object-oriented language, why then we still need to use primitives sometimes over objects and reference types? There is only one reason for this. It's efficiency. Making the primitive types into objects would have degraded performance too much. As you become more mature programmer, you will find how to use properly primitive types and reference types. But right now, let's review each primitive type in detail. Here is the table which will help you to learn and understand all primitive types. You can find next columns here. Type name, size, minimum value, maximum value, and wrapper type. Primitive wrapper class is wrapper that encapsulates or wraps primitive data types so that these can be used to create objects. Why do we need this? Objects might have their own behavior and methods. We will use objects in Java collections, for example. The simplest example is that primitive type int just storing value in the variable. Integer not only storing value, but has its own behavior. For example, integer object can compare itself with other integers, which provides necessary application programming interface to create self-sorting collections. This is just one example. From this table you can see that main difference between simple integers is the amount of memory allocated for the variables. This also impacts value range of each primitive type. Taking into account that data in computers stored in binary format, the amount of bits allocated to the variable tells us what range of data we can store in it. We'll learn number systems in the next lessons and you will understand why in 1 byte, which is equal to 8 bits, we can store values from -128 to 127. You can see that 2 bytes allocated for short, 4 bytes allocated for int, 8 bytes allocated for long. If we are talking about floating point numbers, then we need to know that for each float variable 4 bytes are allocated, and for double 8 bytes are allocated. The interesting thing how much memory we need to allocate for boolean value. The right answer would be here that size of the boolean is platform dependent. Why? Because to store true or false, which in binary format 1 or 0, it's enough even 1 bit. The problem is that not always you can reserve exactly 1 bit for the variable. Most likely this will be 1 byte. Characters. We need characters to be able to describe all symbols of Unicode, Cyrillic, special characters, etc. We have 2 bytes for char primitive type. This gives us the range from 0 to 65,535. Each value will represent the sequence number of character according to Unicode table. You might be wondering why short type also have 2 bytes allocated but have different range of values. In Java you can't declare signed or unsigned variables. This is managed on JVM level. So char has the same amount of bytes allocated, but just because it's unsigned, it has different range. Probably you already heard that Java is strongly typed language. Part of Java's safety and robustness comes from this fact. What does it mean? It means that every variable has a type, every expression has a type, and each type is strictly defined. Also, all assignments, including parameter passing to the method call, are checked for the type compatibility. The Java compiler checks all expressions and parameters to ensure that the types are compatible. In case of any type mismatch, program simply won't be compiled. We will also learn in this lesson how type conversion works in Java. So what is variable? Variable is a piece of memory that can contain a data value. You can see that each variable has data type. Even when you create variable with var keyword, compiler identifies type of this variable. For the variable name usually used nouns started from the small letter. You can't use keywords for the variable names. What are keywords? For example, int, byte, short, class, public, package. These are all keywords. Keyword is a word with a predefined meaning in Java programming language syntax. I will share with you a link to all keywords after this lesson so you could learn them. There is no need to go over each of those right now. Now let's practice. We'll take a look how to declare variables of specific types in Java. For this lesson I created a new class with name primitive types in the package primitives. Let's declare a variable of specific type. Byte b equals 1. So here is variable declaration. Short s. And here is variable initialization. S equals 2. You can declare and initialize variable in one line. Int I equals 3. Long L equals 4. Let's proceed. Here is a char variable. Char C equals A. You can notice that characters literals annotated with single quotes. Boolean literals only true and false. Boolean bool equals true. And now let's create float variable. Float f equals 1.2. Compilation error. What's wrong? If you would hover over value, you will see the reason. The issue is type mismatch. Can't convert from double to float. You should know that floating point number literals by default has type double. And you can't convert from double to float because double requires more memory allocated than float. Does it make sense now? To tell compiler that this is float, we are using F letter. You can use capital F letter if you wish, that would mean the same. Talking about types of literals, it is worth to mention that all integer literals has int type by default. Let's have a look at this example. Long L2 equals 2 billion. By the way, you can see that you can separate digits with underscore to increase readability. You can see that there is no error right now, because int literal is still within int range. But let me add few more zeros here. And you see compilation error. Why? because literal of type int is out of range. What to do in this case? Just tell compiler that this literal has type long. How? Just put L letter at the end like this. Let's also create double variable. Double D equals 1.3. As you can see, there is no errors here. Previously we discussed that you can declare an initialize variable with var keyword like this. Var v equals 1. In this case, compiler will help us to identify type of this variable. So after first initialization, you can assign only integers to this variable. You can't assign boolean or floating point numbers because this variable has int type right now. And now we'll learn primitive types conversion. When we are talking about primitive types conversion, just keep in mind boxes. You always can put smaller box into bigger one. That means you can always put value of 2 bytes into 4 bytes. Int i3 equals s. S is short here. You can put the value of 1 byte into 4 bytes variable. You can also convert int to char. Char c2 equals 100. In this case, char variable will be initialized with character which has sequence number 100 in Unicode table. Let's check what this character is. System out println c2. This would be D character. The same conversion rules are also applied if you have double variable with 8 bytes allocated and you want to assign to it int which is 4 bytes. Double d2 equals i3. You can assign 8 bytes long to 8 bytes double. d2 equals L. All conversions examples which we just saw are examples of widening conversion. In most cases, widening conversion happens without losing data, with some exceptions. A widening conversion of an int or a long value to float or of a long value to double may result in loss of precision. That is, the result may lose some of the least significant bits of the value. In this case, the resulting floating point value will be a correctly rounded version of the integer value, using IEEE754 round to nearest mode. If we would talk about narrowing conversion, it can't be done automatically. For example, if I would try to assign int variable to byte variable like this, b equals i3. We see here a compilation error because compiler can't convert int to byte. What we can do as programmers, only in case when we need this, we can tell compiler that we know what we do, and tell compiler to calm down and we are sure that this is byte. Just type in parentheses byte. You can do the same way with all other narrowing conversion. You might be wondered, if all integer literals have int type by default, why we don't have compilation error when we assign int literal to byte like this, byte b2 equals 10. We don't have compilation error because compiler can read literal's value during the compilation process and identify that this value is within the byte range. But if we would add additional zeros here, we would see compilation error. Now I can put byte here, but what would happen if I would try to print byte to console? Your best guess? sysout b true. This situation called overflow. When an integer overflows, it rolls over to the minimum value and begins counting up from there. You know that max positive byte value is 127. Let's put 128 here and see what it would print to us. Minus 128. Be careful with conversion from double to long. Even despite 8 bytes allocated for double the same as for long, the integers and floating point numbers stored in different way in memory. Conversion from type double to type long requires a non-trivial translation from 64-bit floating point value to the 64-bit integer representation. Depending on the actual runtime value, information may be lost. That's because floating point numbers and integers stored in different way in Java memory. Let's consider this example. We have this long number. Let's convert this value to double and then back to long. Do you see the difference between long and double converted back to long? Just take this into account when converting long to double and vice versa. And probably the last thing which I would like to cover with you for today is autoboxing and unboxing. At the beginning of this lesson you saw that each primitive type has its wrapper type. Autoboxing is automatic conversion that the Java compiler makes between the primitive types and their corresponding object wrapper classes. For example, integer i4 equals 1. So here you can see that int was autoboxed to integer. If the conversion goes the other way, this is called unboxing. Int i5 equals i4. Here you can see that integer was unboxed to int. And now let's recap what we have learned today. After this lesson you know what primitive types are, what variables are, you know rules for conversion between primitive types, and you saw what autoboxing and unboxing is. And now your homework. Read books, read chapters about primitives, learn Java keywords, and take a look at Oracle documentation regarding primitives conversion.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lesson we will learn with you number systems. We'll discuss today why we need to understand different number systems. We'll learn what binary, octal and hexadecimal number systems are. And we will learn how we can use binary, octal and hexadecimal literals in Java source code. Let's start. Before we jump to binary number system discussion, let's try to understand why do we need to know number systems. The human language consists of words and characters. This type of data is not suitable for computers. When we enter data, the data is converted into electronic pulse. Each pulse is identified as code and the code is converted into numeric format. It gives each number, character and symbol a numeric value, number, that a computer understands. One of the skills which is useful to programmers is understanding of relationship between number bases. You won't use binary, octal or hexadecimal format on daily basis, but this is an important part of your general education as software engineer. Because sometimes in JDK in source code you will find hexadecimal literals, and you need to be prepared to understand the source code. I will try to explain to you different number systems with examples as easy as possible. Hope examples will help you to understand the topic. Let's start from binary number system. Binary number system radix is 2. Binary digits can only be 0 or 1. Let's take a look at this binary number. I also identified that this number has base 2. As an exercise, let's convert this binary number into decimal format, which we are all used to. To convert to decimal format, let's split these digits like this. We have ranks now, which are started from 0 and from the right to left. In each rank you have to do following calculations. Multiply the number in each rank by base of number system in the power of rank. For example, let's start from left to right. 1 is the number here. Let's multiply 1 by base of the number system, which is 2 as we discussed, in the power of the rank, which is 3 in this case. So it will be 1 multiplied by 8. After we are done with similar calculations for each rank, let's add these numbers together. Here we have 8 plus 0 plus 2 plus 1. So this number in binary format equals to 11 in decimal format. Does it make sense now? Octal number system. Octal number system radix is 8. Notice how, in each of these number systems, the number of digits contained within the system is name of the system. Base 2 has 2 digits, base 8 has 8 digits, and so on. Just remember that each system starts counting with 0. So let's convert now this number with base 8 to decimal format. The same algorithm. Let's draw lines to see ranks. Starting from left, we have 7 multiplied by base of number system, which is 8, in the power of rank. And so on. Let's add these numbers together. Here it is. We converted octal number to decimal. You can use online converters to verify. Hexadecimal number system has radix 16. And 16 numbers from 0 to 9, and after that we are using letters A, B, C, D, E, F, which are according to decimal number systems equals to 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, respectively. Let's convert this hexadecimal number to decimal. We have base 16, and calculations are pretty straightforward for you. Now let's have a look how we can write binary, octal and hexadecimal literals in Java. So everything is easy here. Binary, octal and hexadecimal integer literals have different prefixes. Let's write here integer in decimal format. Int dec equals 152. This is a decimal format. If you want to write integer in binary format, just use special prefix. Int bin equals 0, b, 100, 11, 3 zeros. Octal number started with 0 prefix like this. Int oct equals 0 to 130. And hexadecimal number started with 0x prefix. Int hex equals 0x98. You can use letters here if you want to express another value. Let's print all these numbers to console in decimal format. These variables represent the same number in decimal format. Let's recap what we have learned today. In this lesson we have learned what number systems are, we know how to convert from binary, octal and hexadecimal systems to decimal, we know how to use binary, octal and hexadecimal literals in Java. And now your homework. Hope it will be easy and fun for you. Just try to find out what decimal number is encoded in hexadecimal name of rock band AC/DC. In this lesson we'll learn more about arrays in Java. Here's our agenda for today. We'll discuss everything about arrays today, including what runtime errors might happen during interaction with them. Also we'll talk about multi-dimensional arrays. And I will show you how you can use arrays class to perform standard manipulations with arrays. Before we give definition to arrays, let's try to understand what do we need arrays for. Pretend you're implementing software for a travel agency, and you want to allow administrator to see list of people who bought trip to Spain for specific date. You need to get this information from database and group all users in one place in your program to show them to your administrator. For such purposes, you can group all users in an array. So what is array? Array is an object which contains elements of similar data types and support access to them by index. Accessing each of the element in the array by its index for the constant amount of time, that's what we love arrays for. Just remember that indices in array start from 0. That means if array size is 9, the last index in this array is 8. If you want to compare arrays in Java and in other languages, be aware that there are some differences. For example, the important one is that in Java, array size is fixed. Once array is created, you can't change size of an array. Now let's take a look how to work with arrays in Java source code. I prepared for this lesson before video recording, so we don't spend time during the lesson on typing code. I created this class beforehand and you can focus directly on the examples. You can declare array variable like this. Type of elements in your array, square brackets, and variable name. There is also another way to declare array variable. Type of elements in your array, variable name, and square brackets. You can use the one you would like the most, but I would recommend you to use the first declaration. In my humble opinion, it is more readable, because you instantly see that this variable is array of ints, but not like you are noticing that this variable is int, and after that you realized that this is array of ints. Now let's initialize this variable. This variable equals new, type of the elements in array, square brackets, and 10 inside the square brackets. New keyword tells JVM to allocate memory for the new object and return reference to this object. And in square brackets I indicate size of my array. This array has size 10. You can check array size with length property of the array, like this. And let's run this program. The length property of the array will tell us the size of the specific array. To get access to the element in the array, you can use its index. Let's print to console the first element of this array. Let me comment this line first, and uncomment this line. You know this command, and here we are retrieving the first element of the array by its index. You remember that index of first element in array is 0. Let's run our program. You see that the first element is 0. Why it is 0 if I didn't put 0 in this array? That is because each data type in Java has its own default value. For integers, it's 0. Let's take a look at default double value. I created array of doubles here. Let me uncomment this line and run the program. For double, default value is 0.0. What about booleans? Here is similar example with booleans. And run the program. For booleans the default value is false. Since primitives are not actually objects on their face in Java, then they must be initialized by default, because semantically they can never be empty. Primitive variables are not the references to objects. Each primitive variable stores a value in itself. Now let's take a look what will happen if I would use index which doesn't exist in array. You saw that this array has size 10. Then the last index in this array is 9. I will try to print to console element with index 10 in this array. What will happen? Runtime exception called array index out of bounds exception. I tried to get element from array with non-existing index. Always remember that the last index of the array is array size subtract 1, because indices are started from 0. Now I want to show you array literals. If you already know size of an array and variables, you can use array literals like this. Declare array variable first, and then use braces to list all elements of an array. Now let's talk about multidimensional arrays. Essentially, there is no such construction as multidimensional array. Technically, it's properly to say that you can create array of arrays, thus implement matrix in your program. For example, let's create array which will contain int arrays. You declare a variable first, this is int array type, and this is array. So you have array of int arrays. Here we have variable name, and this is array literal. So you use braces to declare your array, and inside this array you use array literals to instantiate other arrays. In multidimensional arrays you can get access to specific element by index of the array, that will be index of the row, and index of the element in that array, that will be column index. Just like this. Here is variable of our multidimensional array. This 0 refers to index of the array. This is our first array. And this number refers to the element in this array. So basically the first number indicates row and the second number indicates column. Let's run this program. Here it is. You can instantiate multi-dimensional array specifying just its size, without array literals. In this case I specify just array size. Let me print to console the first element of this array. It is null. Why? Because arrays are reference types and not primitives. If you have array of arrays, the default value of each array variable will be null. Because all arrays are not instantiated yet, and there is no array object in memory for the reference. I can specify size of each inner array like this. Now all inner arrays will be instantiated. And when I will print array object to console, I will see something like this. What is this, and why do we see this? We'll discuss during the learning of the OOP topic, when we will take a look at object class and default implementation of toString method for all objects. In JDK we have special methods to perform basic operations with arrays. Let me show you how you can easily print arrays to console. Just type systemout.println, next, type arrays, like this, and call toString method. Pass reference to the array object as argument to this method. Let's run this program. Here you can see values from this array. Here are they. And now, for example, I want to sort values in the array. Let's type like this. Arrays sort, and pass the reference to array. And now let's print the same array to console one more time. You see? Magic happened. So what does this arrays mean? Arrays is the class in JDK which contains various methods for manipulating arrays, such as sorting and searching, for example. This class is located in Java util package. Also, I want to draw attention to one thing, that after we wrote arrays here, Eclipse automatically added import statement on the top of our Java file. What is import statement in Java? Import statement is a convenience to the programmer and is not technically needed for the programs. With import statement, you bring into visibility certain classes or entire packages. As soon as you imported class in your Java file, you can refer to the class directly by using only class name. Here you can see that Eclipse helped me to import Java util arrays class. What if I wouldn't have this import statement? Let me just delete it. I saved the file, and you see compilation error here. Compiler can't understand to which arrays class am I referring to here, but I can tell compiler that full class name Java util arrays, and error is gone. Compiler understood that I'm referring to class from JDK here. If we are going to refer to dozen classes in our application, the import statement will save a lot of time and typing also. And also one more tip for the future. In case you see some errors in your source code, just hover mouse over error or set cursor in the place of error and press Ctrl+1 and see what Eclipse will suggest you to fix the error. In this case, Eclipse suggested me to add import statement. Just select what you need and press enter. Do you see this? Import statement for arrays type appeared again on the top of our file. I save file to remove compilation error. All basic classes such as wrappers of primitive types are included in package Java lang. Import statement for Java lang package is implicitly added by compiler to all Java files. So this declaration is redundant. You saw only two methods from arrays so far. Now I will teach you what all developers should know. You have to know how to learn and investigate source code. Just hold Ctrl button, hover over class name, and do mouse left click. If you are doing this first time in the Eclipse, most likely you will see something like this. This means you don't have source code attached. Let's attach source code together. Press Attach Source button, External Location, external file, and now please go to your JDK folder and find lib folder in it. You see I am in my JDK folder and in lib folder which is inside JDK. We are looking for src zip file. And this is what we are looking for. Just select it and press open. OK? And here is your source code of arrays class. In JDK, in all classes you can find detailed Java documentation about each class, field and method. That is the way how you can investigate what some specific methods do. Investigating of the source code in JDK is part of your self-education. You can find list of all fields, methods, nested and inner classes here in outline view. Also you can press Ctrl+O to see the list here in code editor. You can start typing method name and select it to navigate faster there. For example, sort of int array. And press enter. And here's Java documentation for this method. Feel free to learn documentation for other methods in the class. Let's recap together what you have learned today. We learned what arrays are and how to work with arrays. We learned default values for primitive types. In this lesson you saw how to instantiate multi-dimensional array. Now you know what import statement is used for and how to investigate source code of JDK. Also you know what Java util arrays class is and how you can use it to apply basic manipulations with arrays. And now let's review your homework. You can read about arrays in books to review the same topic from different point of view. I also recommend to take your time to investigate source code of arrays class. Hello guys, let me share with you one more configuration in Eclipse. Probably you noticed that each lesson I create new file and put it in a separate package. But for me the default view of package presentation in Eclipse not easily readable. Personally I would prefer hierarchical package representation, to see where is parent package and what are nested packages. To change package presentation, just click on this arrow here, select package presentation and select hierarchical. Now it's changed here. Now let's create a new package inside this one. Mouse right click here, new, package. The common mistake here that sometimes my students erase existing package name and type completely new package name. Let's try to do this way. And press finish. Do you see on which level package is created? So if you want to have new package on this level, just write full package name. Let's try one more time. Nested package. And press finish. Here is our new package now. And don't forget that you can also create new package during new class creation. For example, mouse right click, new, class, and here is package field. You can use it to input new package name. New package. Test. And here you created new class in new package. Hope this information will help you in configuring Eclipse. Have a great day and see you in the next lesson. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can install Eclipse plugins and extensions. And this very cool feature, and that's one of the reasons why people love Eclipse. In Eclipse Marketplace you can find thousands of free plugins which will help you to extend default behavior of Eclipse. For example, you can easily install plugin for Spring Framework support, or you can install plugin to measure test code coverage. And even more, I also code in PHP sometimes. I installed plugin which added support of PHP, and now I have everything what I need in single workspace. But today we are going to install plugin which will allow us to change style of our workspace. Let's press Help, Eclipse Marketplace, and here's the place where you can find all available plugins. You can use this search to find some specific plugin. Let's search for Dev Style plugin and press Enter. Here it is. I have it installed already, but you can proceed with the installation flow. Let me show you on this example. You need to press install. You will be offered to select what exactly you want to install. Press confirm. Also, you need to accept license agreement. And after pressing finish, plugin will be installed. Usually Eclipse asks for a start. After Eclipse is restarted, please navigate to Window, Preferences. Find Dev Style here. Here it is. Workbench theme dark gray. Icons color. Let's choose this one. Editor theme. Eclipse standard. Let's apply our changes. Let's restart it. And here's our new theme applied. Now you know how to install plugins and how to change style of your workspace. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys, let's continue these lessons about tips and tricks while working with Eclipse. I want to share with you useful tricks that I use on daily basis. Today I will show you how you can refactor your code. We'll learn tools for refactoring that exist in Eclipse. We'll discuss today how you can rename multiple items at once, how you can format your source code, configure formatting rules, extract variable from expression, extract method from different statements, and optimize imports. But first of all, what is refactoring? Refactoring is a process of restructuring existing computer code without changing its external behavior. When you need it. Even now, being junior developer, sometimes you need to do refactoring. Let me start demo with examples related to renaming of items in your source code. The first example. You created class. You wrote some code, and after that you realized that you want to change class name. Instead of changing class name in 3 places, plus changing file name, just select class name you want to change and press Alt plus Shift plus R. And come up with new name for your class. After that, press Enter. And you can see now how a class name is changed everywhere, including the file name. The second example. You created variable, and you already used this variable in different places, and now you want to give meaningful name to this variable. The same way, press Alt plus Shift plus R simultaneously to refactor variable name. And you can see that variable name is changed everywhere. In case you forgot hotkey, press mouse right-click, refactor, rename. The third example. You can refactor method names in the same way. Let me rename this method to do something. You see that method name is changed in all occurrences. That's it. Now you know how you can do renaming operations in your source code. Now let's take a look how you can format your code. For example, you are not bothering about padding, spaces, new lines in your source code. But at the end of the day you realized that this is not clean code and it will be hard to read for Java developers in the rest of the world. What should you do to fix it? Just press Ctrl plus Shift plus F simultaneously to format your code like this. If you don't want to format all your code, you can select lines you want to format and after that press Ctrl plus Shift plus F. But let's format all file. You can configure rules for such formatting. Just go to Window, Preferences, and find Formatter on Java code style level here. You can't edit the default profile, but you can create new profile based on this one. Click New, select the base profile, and come up with profile name. Press Enter. And here you can configure all possible rules for formatting. For example, you want to configure maximum line width. Let it be not 120 characters, but 80. OK. And now you can activate this profile. On different projects which I worked on, there are specific requirements to code formatting. In the case when special configuration is provided, you can import them here by pressing Import button. Let me activate the default profile. Now you know how to configure formatting rules. Now let me show you the next example. Imagine you're writing code and you realized that it would be nice to have separate variable with the result of this statement. because it's duplicated. Instead of fixing all occurrences manually, you can just select expression and press Alt plus Shift plus L. You need to come up with variable name. Let it be sum. You can also select the checkbox to substitute all occurrences of the selected expression with references to the local variable. Now you can press Enter. And here it is. You can see that we extracted the variable out of expression and all occurrences are substituted with this variable. Right now we are writing code in the main method. But what if you understood that it is a lot of code already in main method and you want to split code into different methods to make it more readable? In this case you can select lines of code which you want to extract into separate method and press Alt plus Shift plus M. Here you can configure modifiers, method name. Let's name this method print to console and press Enter. Now you can see that you extracted the method. We'll have separate lesson dedicated to methods where I will cover in details what actually method is, what is method signature, what is method return type and lots more. But taking into account this lesson is about refactoring, I wanted to show you how you can extract method when needed. In case you forgot hotkeys, just select the expression or lines, press mouse right click, navigate to refactor, and here you can select either extract method or extract local variable based on what you selected. And last but not the least example for today, cleaning imports. You can see on top here that you can do import of all types from Java util package into this Java file. But right now we are using only arrays class so far from Java util package in this file. It's a rule of thumb to keep your import section clean to make your code readable. Organizing of imports has nothing with your code performance, but it is good practice. To organize your imports, just press simultaneously Ctrl plus Shift plus O. You can see now that our import statement has been changed to reflect only types which are used in this Java file. And now let's pretend we don't need arrays class anymore in this Java file. Let's remove this line. To remove line in Eclipse, press Ctrl plus D. And now we can organize imports one more time to remove unused imports. I'm pressing Ctrl plus Shift plus O one more time again. And now you see that import statement is also removed since I'm not referring to arrays class anymore in this Java file. Now let's recap what we have learned today. Now you know how to rename multiple items at once, how to format your code, how to configure custom formatting rules, how to extract variable from expression, how to extract method, and how to organize imports. That's all what I have for you for today. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Today we will talk with you about operators in Java. What are operators? An operator is a symbol that performs a specific kind of operation on 1, 2, or 3 operands and produce a result. Operators in Java can be categorized based on two criteria. The first criteria, number of operands. There are 3 types of operators based on number of operands. An operator is called a unary, binary, or ternary operator based on number of operands. If an operator takes 1 operand, it's called a unary operator. If it takes 2 operands, it's called a binary operator. If it takes 3 operands, it's called a ternary operator. And the second criteria, type of operation they perform. An operator is called an arithmetic operator, a relational operator, a logical operator, or a bitwise operator, depending on the kind of operation it performs on its operands. Today we will talk about all operators which we have in Java. Let's start. I'd like to begin with unary arithmetic operators. They are: unary plus operator indicates positive value. By the way, numbers are positive by default. Unary minus operator negates an expression value. Increment operator increments a value by 1. Decrement operator decrements a value by 1. And here examples of these operators. We talked that numbers are positive by default, so in this case plus sign is redundant. But still, this is unary operator. Here is a minus sign. I believe this is clear, and it doesn't require us to dive into the details here. And here you can see increment and decrement operators. Each has 2 forms, prefix and postfix. What is the difference? Let's take a closer look at this example. With prefix form, the value of operand is incremented and only after that, value of the operand is used for the operations. In this example, for assignment operation. In this case, I variable will be incremented and after that assigned to I3 variable. In the next example, value of operand will be obtained first for use in operation. In this case, I4 variable will be initialized with 11 value, since we incremented I here, and only after that I variable will be incremented from 11 to 12. And here you can see similar example with decrement. In this line, value of the I variable is already 12, because of increment in previous line. Prefix form of decrement decrements value of the operand first, and only after that the value is assigned to I5 variable. That's why I5 variable not 12 but again 11. In this line, 11 is assigned to I6, and only after that decrement operation is performed. That's why value of the I variable will be 10 here. I will share a link with you to this example, and you can run the program to find the console output with all the examples. You can play on your local environment with prefix and postfix form of increment and decrement to understand it better. Now let's discuss arithmetic binary operators. They are addition, adds values on either side of the operator, subtraction, subtracts right-hand operand from left-hand operand, division, divides left-hand operand by right-hand operand, modulus, divides left-hand operand by right-hand operand and returns remainder, and multiplication, multiplies values on either side of the operator. You can find examples of basic arithmetic operations right here, and console output of the results. Talking about modulus, let's consider the next example. If I9 variable is 5, then remainder of the division by 2 would be 1. Hope it's obvious that in case left-hand operand is less than right-hand operand, the result is always a value of the left-hand operand, like in this example. I believe these operators looks familiar to you from the times when you were in school. And again, here you can find all the examples. All operators mentioned above works with all primitive numeric types. What else you need to know about addition operator? That it is overloaded. Overloaded means that this operator is used to perform more than one function. This operator also concatenates strings. You can't subtract strings, but you can concatenate them like this. In the next lesson about expression type, I will share with you how concatenation of integer and string happened. Let's review assignment operators now. Everything is easy here. Right-hand operand is assigned to the left-hand operand. You can also see here different variations of assignment operators. They all behave similarly, so let's review one example here, assignment with addition. This operator adds right-hand operand to the left-hand operand and assigns the result to the left-hand operand. The same with other assignments operators. Relational operators. These operators compare values on either side of them and decide the relation among them. The result produced by a relational operator is always a Boolean value, true or false. In Java we have the following relational operators. Equals to checks if the values of two operands are equal or not. If yes, then condition becomes true. Not equals to check if the values of two operands are equal or not. If values are not equal, then condition becomes true. Greater than checks if the value of left operand is greater than the value of right operand. If yes, then condition becomes true. Less than check if the value of left operand is less than the value of right operand. If yes, then condition becomes true. Greater than or equals to checks if the value of left-hand operand is greater than or equal to the value of right operand. If yes, then condition becomes true. And less than or equals to checks if the value of left operand is less than or equal to the value of right operand. If yes, then condition becomes true. And here you can find examples with two integers, which are 10 and 20. No surprises here, everything is pretty straightforward. Logical operators. These operators work only with Boolean operands. Usually both operands are a result of some calculations. In real life, you can check the next scenario, for example. If variable of type user is not null and user ID is not empty, then perform some actions. We have such logical operators: logical AND, short circuit AND, logical OR, short circuit OR, logical unary NOT, logical XOR, or exclusive OR. Let's start with logical AND. Logical AND returns true only when both operands are true. We have this example. Let me uncomment this line. Let's pretend here will be some condition which returns false. And here will be next calculations. I will divide 5 by 0 and will use relational operator to check whether result of this expression is equal to 0. What would I have during this program execution? We will see runtime exception. To be specific, arithmetic exception, because I can't divide by 0. But I want you to focus on the next thing. If the first operand is false, we already know that result of this whole expression will be false, because as we discussed, AND operator returns true only if two operands are true. Why then Java needs to evaluate result of the second expression if result is clear from the first operand? I'm running the program. Here we have arithmetic exception. That's why it is good practice to use short circuit AND. In case outcome of the expression may be determined only by the first operand, like in this example, when no matter what the second operand is, short circuit AND returns result of the expression and JVM will not even bother to evaluate the right-hand operand. And here are the proofs. Let me comment this line. The similar example but with short circuit AND will not throw the exception. This proves that JVM doesn't evaluate result of the right-hand operand and relies only on the left-hand operand to return the result. Let me run this program again, and you see we don't have any kind of exceptions. The similar situation with OR and short circuit OR operators. OR returns true in case at least one of the operands is true. In case we can get the result of the expression only knowing the first operand, the short circuit OR ignores the right-hand operand. And these examples will prove this statement. In the first one, we'll have arithmetic exception. Even despite the left-hand operand is true, the right-hand expression is also evaluated and arithmetic exception is thrown. In the second example, we will receive true because the first operand is true and right-hand expression is not evaluated. Logical OR operator returns true if at least one operand is true. That's why JVM doesn't care about right-hand operand if the first one is true. You can see how logical unary NOT works in this example. It just turns true to false and false to true. When to use this? The easiest example. String objects have method isEmpty, which return true if strings are empty. But in your program you want to perform some actions with the string only if string is not empty. Taking into account these API limitations, you use logical unary NOT to implement your logic. It will sound like this. In case this string is not empty, then do the following. That's where you need unary NOT operator. Exclusive OR behaves like logical OR with one exception. It returns false if both operands are true. Now let's take a look at bitwise operators. Hope you watched previous lesson about number systems, because to understand how bitwise operators work, you need to have clear understanding of how integers are represented in binary format. In Java we have the following binary operators. Binary AND operator copies a bit to the result if it exists in both operands. Binary OR operator copies a bit if it exists in either operand. Binary XOR operator copies the bit if it's set in one operand but not both. Binary ones complement operator is unary and has the effect of flipping bits. Binary right shift operator, the left operand's value is moved right by the number of bits specified by the right operand. Shift right zero fill operator. the left operand's value is moved right by the number of bits specified by the right operand, and shifted values are filled up with zeros. I will show you an example why these two considered to be different. Binary left shift operator. The left operand's value is moved left by the number of bits specified by the right operand. Let's take a look at examples here. To visualize how binary AND operator works, I put in comments here binary representation of 4 and 5. This is 4 in binary format and this is 5. AND is applied to each pair of bits in the number. Let's treat to 1 as true and to 0 as false. True and true will be true. False and false will be false. False and true is false. And this number in decimal format is 4. That's why 4 and 5 equals to 4. Does it make sense now? The similar example with binary OR operator. True or true will be true. False or false will be false. False or true will be true. This number in decimal format will be equal to 5. Feel free to investigate this XOR example by yourself. Bitwise complement operator just flips the bits. What was 1 becomes 0 and vice versa. Let's flip the bits in this number. Bitwise operators work with 32 bits integers, but for the sake of example I put in comments here only last 8 bits. Here is last 8 bits of 1. And after we flipped bits we have -2. Why? Because in Java integers are signed, and the first bit of the integer, the sign bit, determines whether the number is positive or negative. If the first bit is 0, then the number is positive. If the first bit is 1, then the number is negative. Here is the binary representation of -2. To make you understand better how negative integers are stored in Java, please consider this example. Here is binary representation of -128. Why? Because 1 multiplied by 2 in the power of 7, because rank of this bit is 7, that will be 128. Taking into account that the first bit is signed bit, this is -128. And here is binary representation of -64. Why? Because -128 plus 1 multiplied by 2 in power of 6 will be -64. You remember how we did calculations in our number systems lesson? We add values of the next bits to each other. Hope this makes more sense now. Let's take a look how bitwise right shift works. And again, to understand how right shift works, let's convert this decimal number to its binary format. 5 in binary format looks like this. And now let's shift all bits to the right. What we will get? We will get 2. Because 2 in binary format looks like this. But what is the difference between right shift and unsigned right shift? If we take a look at the same example, we won't see difference. The 5 becomes 2 after shifting by 1 bit to the right. But if we take a look at example with negative number, we will see how right shift and unsigned right shift operators are different. We have -128 here. Unsigned right shift for 1 bit gives us this number. And just right shift gives us this number. When we use right shift operator, it keeps signed bit intact. If original number is negative, then it will remain negative, even after right shift, because first or most significant bit never lost. Doesn't matter how many times you shift. On the other hand, unsigned right shift operator doesn't preserve sign of original number and fills the new place with 0. That's why it's known as unsigned right shift operator or simply right shift with 0 fill. Can you see this in binary format? In the first example, we filled new place with 0. In the second example, we leave the first bit unchanged and made shift here. Left shift, the similar example. Bits are moved to the left, and new positions are filled with zeros. 5 in binary format and 10 in binary format looks like this. So after the left shift by 1 bit, we are getting this number, where you will use bit shifts. Operation with bits considered to be faster than regular arithmetic operations. In GDK, sometimes in the source code, you will find that bit shifts are used. Probably you won't use bit shifts in day-to-day activities, but definitely you will see those in the source code. And now you understand how these operators work. It is very convenient to use shift operators for division and multiplication by 2. Shifting bits to the left by 1 bit is equivalent to multiplication by 2. Shifting bits to the right by 1 bit is equivalent to division by 2. You can also use these formulas for faster calculations of bit shifts. In some x number, shifting bits to the left by y bits will be equal to x multiplied by 2 in power of y. The similar example. In some x number, shifting bits to the right by y bits will be equal to x divided by 2 in power of y. I believe right now you know about bit shifts even more than some senior developers. And last but not the least operator for today is ternary operator. This operator works with 3 operands. This is conditional operator which can help us to write if then else statements. Let's have a closer look to how it works. The first expression, usually called condition, and should return true or false. In case condition is true, then true expression is evaluated. In case condition is false, then false expression is evaluated. In this example, in case 2 is more than 1, and result of this expression is true, then first expression is evaluated, and this string is returned. In case we have expression where 2 is less than 1, and result of this expression is false, then the second expression is evaluated, and this string is returned. Is it clear? And now let's discuss operator precedence from highest to lowest. I know that some companies also have test questions to test precedence of operators. That's why I encourage you to learn these operators. But in real life, nobody would write the code with multiple arithmetic operators, bitwise operators, along with ternary operators in one line. Usually you would use parentheses to make it clear in which sequence operators should work. So I would leave the learning of operator precedence up to you, because in my opinion it doesn't require to go over each of these right now in video lesson. You just need to learn the table which I will share with you in the homework. And now let's review your homework. Remember that optionally I always recommend you to read books, the same things what we discussed just from different point of view, chapters about operators, and also learn operator precedence described in this table. Dear students, in this lesson I'd like to draw attention to some operations with integers and floating point numbers. Let's start review this example. Imagine you want to divide two integers. Let's imagine you are implementing Uber application and you want to split ride charge between you and your friends. If ride charge was $20 and there were 3 of you, each of you should pay for $6, according to the results of our program. Probably each of you will be happy because you all together saved $2. But Uber driver will hate your app. You need to remember that when you are dividing integers, you receive integer. And there is no rounding. Fractional part of the result is just not taken into account. What you can do about it now? Just change type of the operand to double to get floating point number as a result. You see, I am casting integer to double here and running the program. We'll learn with you more about expression type in the separate lesson. Now you see double result, but still, this is something what end user wouldn't expect and can't pay exactly this amount of money. So what to do in this case? The rule of thumb here is to use big decimal object. In previous lessons we learned how to attach source code to Eclipse and how to investigate the source code. So feel free to open Java doc for big decimal type to learn more. The big decimal class provides operations for arithmetic, scale manipulation, rounding. Also this class gives its user complete control over rounding behavior. if no rounding mode is specified and the exact result cannot be represented, an exception is thrown. Let's declare a variable of big decimal type here. To create object of big decimal, use special method value of like this. I am calling value of method here of big decimal type. This method represents creational architecture pattern which is called factory method. We'll discuss patterns in the separate lesson. For now, just remember how to create object of big decimal type. You can also set scale for this number. We are having deal with money here, so let me set scale of 2. This is our write fee. Let's create a new variable which will contain amount of people we have. 3 people. And now let's divide write fee by amount of people. Without rounding mode specified, we'll have arithmetic exception like this. Our program wants to tell us that we can't show the exact calculation result. Let's set up rounding mode. Put comma here, rounding mode, dot. You can choose out of different rounding modes here, but let's select the one we learned at school. And now let's print result to console and run the program. And now we see the result which we were expected to see. Let's also review operations with double. Imagine you have some double number 3.1 and you need to subtract from it 1.21. When you subtract double value from double value, you will see result like this. The funny story is that I ordered pizza online recently and applied my bonuses. As a result, I got number like this. I asked them how they would like me to pay this amount of money. We laughed a bit, but still, as a programmer, you need to know what to do in such cases. There are infinite number of real numbers in any range, but only finite number of bits to represent them. For this reason, rounding errors is expected for doubles and floats. The number you get is the closest number possible that can be represented by double in floating point representation. Here is where big decimal with rounding mode will help us. Let's create 2 objects of big decimal here. Do not forget to set the scale for them. And let's subtract this number from this one. I am running the program, and here is the result. Today you learned how to control precision in arithmetic operations and how to set up rounding rules. Today we'll review special class which will help us to perform mathematical operations. The Java lang math contains a set of basic math operations, such as obtaining the absolute value, highest and lowest of 2 values, rounding of values, random values, etc. In this lesson we will not review each specific method in details, because of 2 reasons. The first reason is that in real life you won't use them all. For example, you will not use calculation of tangent on daily basis while creating web applications. I hope so. And a lot of others trigonometric functions. And the second reason, most of the methods are self-describing and it's clear what they perform from their names. Instead, I would suggest us to focus on how to call these methods and what are the most common methods which we'll use from the math class. Let's open math type source code. In Eclipse you can easily open any type by using the following hotkeys. Hold Ctrl plus Shift plus T. We already have math class here because I searched for it recently, but just remember that you can type name of any class here and find it in the list below. Let's press Ctrl and O to have overview of what we have in this class. First of all, we have 2 constants here. E, the double value which is closer than any other to the base of natural logarithms. Pi, the pi number, the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. Here are trigonometric methods. Here is the method for getting square root of a number. Here is the method to raise the number to the power of another argument. Here is the method to round number. Here is the method to generate random number from 0 to 1. Here are overloaded methods to get an absolute number of a value. And here methods to find maximum and minimum value out of 2 arguments. And now let's take a look how you can use these methods. To call specific methods in the class maths, or to refer to the constant in the class, use dot. Like this you can refer to the pi constant. And here is how you can call any specific method and see the result in console output. You can also assign the value which is returned from a method to the variable if you wish. By the way, you can extract variable very easy like this. Select the expression, press Alt plus Shift plus L simultaneously, type the variable name, and press Enter. And you can see how we substituted the expression here with variable. You also need to know that some operations with floating point numbers can produce not a number result. Getting square root from negative number will return not a number result. This value usually indicates the result of invalid operations. For example, getting square root from a negative number or dividing 0 by another 0 of double type. All operations with not a number will produce not a number result. By the way, you're already aware that division by 0 throws arithmetic exception. But in case we divide any number by floating point 0, we will get infinity. We can get positive and negative infinity like showed in these examples. And here's how you can round numbers. To take control over the scale of the result, feel free to multiply the first operand, round value, and after that divide the result on the same number you multiplied at the beginning. For example, to have scale of 2 for the result, feel free to multiply on 100 and divide the result by 100. And now let's take a look how to generate random number. Mass random generates values only between 0 and 1. To get random integer number, you should cast the result to int. To not always have 0 after casting to int, we need to multiply random number by the amount of numbers we would like to have in our range for random number generation. This example will generate for us random number in the range from 0 to 100. And if you want to make the first number of the range different, just add any integer number. For example, here we will generate random numbers in the range from 100 to 200. In the next lessons we will learn with you one more option to generate random number, with random class. Taking into account this lesson about mass class, we'll review only this option to generate random number in scope of the lesson. By the way, in case you want to learn how specific method works, you can hold Ctrl and press mouse left click to get navigated to the method source code and investigate how it works, and to learn the Java documentation for this method. Please feel free to investigate the source code of the mass class and learn what are other methods there. After today's lesson you know why you need mass class and how you can use it.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
The purpose of today's lesson to learn what is the type of arithmetic expression. It is a very important topic to understand. I suggest to jump directly to examples. But first of all, let's agree on the names. In Java we have expressions and statements. What is the difference? An expression is a construct made up of variables, operators, and method invocations. On the other hand, statements are roughly equivalent to sentences in natural languages. A statement forms a complete unit of execution. Let's take a look here. B plus B, this is the expression. And all this line is a statement, including assignment operation. So today we'll learn what is the type of an arithmetic expression. We have byte, short, int, long, float, double, and char variables here. You need to remember, if you want to add 2 bytes, the expression type won't be byte. By default, the integer result of the expression is always int. So in case you would like to assign the result of this expression to byte variable, you'll see compilation error, because this is against the rules. Type mismatch, cannot convert from int to byte. No matter if you're adding shorts or byte and int and char, the result of operations with integers always will be int. But in case you will use long variable in operation with integers, the result will be long. And you see that in case I would try to assign the result of the addition of int and long to int variable, I will see the same compilation error. Type mismatch. In case float becomes part of the arithmetic operation, the result of the expression also becomes float. And if we perform operations with double, the type of the result obviously is double. So now I believe you understand why in this case we'll see 3, and in this case the result will be floating point number. One more thing you need to know about expression types. In case one of the operands is string, the result always will be string. There is no such thing as plus operator on the bytecode level, so the compiler has to pick an operation. The plus operator, which is applied to non-constant strings, was compiled to a string buffer usage before Java 5 and to string builder usage in Java 5 to Java 8. In Java 9 for string, concatenation is going to change from a string builder to a strategy chosen by the GRE via invoke dynamic. There are 6 strategies that are possible for string concatenation starting from JDK 9, and we won't get deeper here in details to not get lost. This is not very critical information for junior software engineers to know. So far you can imagine that this expression is interpreted as string builder object, which behaves like during append method call. We'll have separate lesson dedicated to string builder and string buffer objects. Let's open string builder type for a few seconds just to take a look at append method. We have overloaded methods for append. In case when we concatenate int, this method will be called. You can investigate the source code if you wish. In case when we concatenate null, this method will be called. Where in turn string value of method will be called. And here you can find ternary operator, and in case this argument is null, the method will return the null string. We'll have separate lesson dedicated to string builder and string buffer types later in our course. So don't worry in case you didn't catch something related to string builder type. We'll discuss it more in details later. Right now you can imagine string builder as a special type which can create one single string object out of many string objects by concatenating strings. Just to have understanding how plus operator performs string concatenation under the hood. In today's lesson we will learn how we can compare primitive and reference types, and we will review Java memory model. Also I will show you what is integer pool in Java and what does equals method do. Let's start from example how we are comparing primitive types. You already learned the operators in Java and know that to compare primitive types we can use equals to operator. It works with all primitive types. For example, here we have 2 int variables and here we compare them. In this line we'll receive true. In this line we'll receive false. And here we'll also receive true because a character is on 65th position in the Unicode table. Everything is clear here. Let's continue. From the lesson about primitive types, you should remember that each primitive type has its wrapper type. The wrapper types are reference types of data in Java. Let me declare 2 variables of integer type here and initialize both of them with the same value. Now let's compare them with equals to operator. The result will be false. Why? I variable and I2 have the same value. To understand the answer, let me visualize it to you. Int is primitive type. Variable of type int contains the value in itself. So when we are comparing 2 ints, there is no concerns from Java during the runtime to compare 2 values. On the other hand, variables of integer type are referencing to the objects. So when you are comparing 2 variables of reference type with equals to operator, you are comparing just references, but not values. And the references are different. 2 references are pointing out to different objects in the memory. To understand it better, let's take a look on the Java memory model. I was thinking whether a separate lesson for Java memory model is required and come up with the decision to review it with specific examples like this one. Because one of the goals of this course to not make things even more complex, but find the way how to simplify your learning process. So here on the screen you see very high-level visualization of Java memory model. JVM divides memory into stack and heap memory. What is the difference? Let me start from stack. Stack memory contains primitive values that are specific to a method, so-called local variables. and references to the objects that are in heap. Access to that memory is last in, first out order. Whenever a new method is called, for example main method is called like showed here, a new block on top of the stack is created which contains values specific to that method, like primitive variables and references to objects. When the method finishes execution, its corresponding stack frame is flushed. The flow goes back to the calling method, and space becomes available for the next method. Stack memory size is very less compared to heap memory. So here you can see we are storing primitive types and references to the objects. Java uses heap space for dynamic method allocation for Java objects and JRE classes at the runtime. Every time we are creating new objects, it's created in heap space. But reference to this object is stored in stack memory. We can always manipulate the size of heap memory as per our requirement. You can start JVM with parameters to indicate heap size if you wish. How to do that? We can discuss it separately, just to not lose focus from current subject. So I believe now it's clear why we have false here when comparing two integer objects, because these variables are referencing to the different objects. Let's take a look at the next example now. I have two integer variables which I initialized with 127 value. Let's compare them again with equals to operator, and the result is true. Based on what I have just described, the only thing which might pop up in your mind is that i3 variable and i4 variable are referencing to the same object in heap. But how this can be? It can be this way for integers because in heap, integer pool exists. What is integer pool? From Java language specification in chapter 5, you can see that if value is boxed in the range from -128 to 127, then the result of two boxing conversions will be the same. To optimize memory, two integer objects won't be created. Instead, our variable will refer to integer pool where values from -128 to 127 are stored. So two variables will refer to the same object in heap memory. Let me visualize this for better understanding. Two references in stack memory are referring to the same value. And that's why, when we are comparing these values via equals to operator, we receive true. Hope that explains a lot. Let's continue. This party is not over yet. Now, let me create two new objects of integer type. Because previously we just boxed int to integer, but let me specify that I want to create new objects. New keyword tells Java to allocate memory for the new object in heap. Your first question might be, why is this crossed out? The answer is because this is deprecated constructor starting from Java version 9. This means from Java version 9 it is not recommended way to create integer objects with this constructor. Usually in Java doc it's specified why something considered to be deprecated and what to use instead. So let's open the source code, and what do we see here? Because it's really appropriate to use this constructor. The static factory is generally a better choice as it's likely to yield significantly better space and time performance. But let's not focus on the deprecated constructor. We have another goal here. The point is to explain you where objects are stored on the simple examples. So let's explicitly call this constructor to create new object in heap. Even despite the fact that the value of integer is 127, the result of comparing will be false. Because after these lines are executed, we have two different objects in the heap, and these two variables reference to two different objects. And here you can see recommended way to initialize integer variables. And as it was said in Java doc, this way of getting reference to the integer object can ensure better space usage. That's why i7 and i8 are referencing to the same object, and the result of this comparison is true. But if we can't compare properly two different objects with equals to operator, how we can compare them? All reference types have equals method, which allows us to compare not references, but values of objects. Integers also have equals method. Let's take a look how it works. You should write variable name, call equals, and after that pass the value which you want to compare. And in this case we will see true. Now let's create two array objects. As you remember, arrays are also reference types. So when I compare them with equals to operator, the result is false. That is obvious, and you already understand why. Because we are comparing references here, but not actually the value of objects. Now you know that each reference type has equals method. Let's try it, but unfortunately the result is again false. Why? Because to make equals work properly, each Java type needs to implement it that way it would compare state of the objects. There is a default implementation of equals method, which compares references. Let's take a look at the source code. Do you see this? It's the same as just comparing references. And this is default implementation of equals method in object class. When we'll learn object-oriented programming, I will explain you more about object class. For integer type, equals method works differently because it has different implementation. We are casting object to integer, retrieving an int value, and comparing it with another int value. So we are comparing two ints here, and this value variable is field of integer object. So how you can compare arrays then? You remember that we have arrays class, just use arrays equals to compare arrays, and you will get true in this case. And now let this variable point out to the same object as this variable. After this line, two variables are pointing out to the same object in heap. That's why comparison here will return true as a result. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned how to compare reference types, how Java memory model looks like, what is integer pool, and how we can use equals method. Today I will show you how your Java program can read information from console. In next home tasks you will need to create console applications. And I want you to write programs that can interact with end users. The easiest way to build this interaction is user input to the program through the console. A bit later in the course we'll have input-output streams topic where we'll review in details different ways how your program can process input and output streams. So far, I want to show you a common approach for educational purposes how to read information from console. Feel free to create scanner object like this and pass system in to it like this. Do not forget to do import for scanner class from Java util package. IDE should recommend you to import this one. What is system in? Java application has input and output streams. By default, these streams are connected with console. For default output stream, we are calling print method on system out, which prints data to console. System in allows us to read values from console. So how to read from console? You can call methods on the scanner object. For example, if you want to read string, you need to call next method. If you want to read int, call next int method, and so on. Let's run this program. Input streams block the thread execution. So when you call method next, the program execution is paused because it's waiting for user input. After that, program will proceed execution. Let's put any word here and press enter. And again, program execution will be paused in this line. After my input, I press enter and program successfully finished. Now you know how to read information from console. Feel free to investigate other methods in scanner type. This information should help you during implementation of your console applications. In this video we'll take a look at your homework and we'll review solution of your coding exercises. Let's take a look at your homework first. As usual, I recommend you read books to have different point of view on the same topics. Also, before homework implementation, please review the source code of JavaLang Maths class. And here was our first coding exercise. To write a program which will add two integers which were passed as program arguments. The second coding exercise is about finding area of triangle. And the third coding exercise is about calculating circle circumference. Let's review the solution for each of these tasks. Task number 1. You can run your program with input arguments. Here is the solution. The args variable is array of strings. Array of program arguments. Why do we need to specify arguments for program? For example, you implemented Messenger app. and your application could work in server mode and in client mode. To switch mode, you need to start your program with different arguments. This is just one of the examples from the top of my head. Another example. Java Virtual Machine is also a program which can be started with different arguments. For example, you need to set up initial heap size for your JVM. You can use special arguments to do this. Do you remember how we run our Hello World application in console? To make you understand how you can run your application with arguments, let me run this solution from console. And you will understand where potentially we can pass arguments. You don't need to open console separately if you have Eclipse open. First of all, we need to find file with class extension for this solution. We remember that when we created project, by default bin folder is used to store class files. Let me remind you where this was specified. New project, Java project, random name here, click next, and here is where default output folder is specified. You can change it if you wish, but there is not so much sense in doing this. Okay, so here is our project. But where is bin folder? You can't see it here, because we are in the Package Explorer. Package Explorer shows project in a structured and more logical way. For example, we can see packages here instead of multiple nested folders. We can execute Java files as Java programs here, and so on. Taking into account as a software engineer you are interested in the source code and not interested in class files. You even can't see bin folder here. So what to do now? Let's open Navigator view. To open Navigator, press Window, Show View, Navigator here. And here it is. Navigator view shows the raw structure of your project. When you need it. When you want to see these files the exact way they are located in your file system. And here we can find our bin folder and class files in it. And now when we found bin folder, let's open console here. To do this, select the folder and find this icon. Open a terminal. You don't have git bash installed on your computer so far, so most likely the only option you would have here is local terminal. Let's open it. And here it is. Do you see this path? We are in bin folder. Now, we need to run our program with arguments. Do you see this package declaration here? That's why to run this program we need to write full class name, including package. Let's do it. Java, com, itbools, learnit, dot, java core, dot, operations, dot, homework, dot, add integers. And let's press enter now. Do you see the error we have? Array index out of bound exception. That is because we are trying to get element with 0 index from this array, when this array doesn't have any items in it. So that's why JVM tells us I can't get item with 0 index because there is no items at all in this array. So let's now pass to our program next arguments. I press up arrow key and pass into arguments 1 space 3 and press enter. And you can see the result here now. So 1 and 3 in this case are program arguments. Everything what will be specified after your program name, separated by spaces, is program arguments. And everything what you will put after Java is JVM arguments. For example, let me press up arrow, press home button to move cursor at the beginning. This time I will add JVM arguments. Let me add argument to set maximum heap size 1 GB. Dash xmx 1g. And press enter to run the program. So this is called JVM arguments. And this is called program arguments. I believe now it is clear what is program and JVM arguments. How to run your program with arguments from Eclipse? Do mouse right click in the code editor, run as, run configurations. Make sure you are selected correct program here on the left. My program's name add integers. And here in Arguments tab, you can specify program and JVM arguments. I already have 1 and -2 here, and you can press Run button. And here is the result of our program. In the program you are parsing integer from the first argument, it will have 0 index in strings array, and you parse the second argument. After you have two integers, you can add them and print result to console. Definitely, this is not perfect solution. Why? For example, we don't expect situation when our program will be started without arguments, and you already saw exception which might happen. Or when arguments will be floating point numbers. Or when arguments won't be integers but will be special characters, for example. But to implement all these scenarios we need to learn other topics such as control statements and exception handling. So this solution should be more than enough right now. We'll make our tasks more complicated as we go. Now let's take a look at solution for the second task. Let me navigate back to the Package Explorer and open area of triangle source code. It is pretty straightforward. You already saw in previous lessons how to read information from console, so you need to ask user to enter values for triangle sides first, and after that to use Heron's formula to calculate area of triangle. Here I am using mass class to implement Heron's formula in Java source code. Let's run this application and we'll take a look how it works. I am pressing Ctrl plus F11, and I am asked to provide length of a side of a triangle. Let it be 3. I press Enter. The value is assigned to a side variable. And I am asked to enter B side of a triangle. I am entering 3 one more time, pressing Enter. This value is assigned to B side variable. And I am asked to enter C side variable. Let it be 3 one more time, and I am pressing Enter. C side value was assigned to this variable, and after that calculations have been performed. And we print the result to console here. In case a triangle with such sides doesn't exist, we need to print not a number according to our requirements. Let's check this scenario. I am running the program from the beginning. Let A side be 5, B side 1, and C side 1. That is obvious that such triangle doesn't exist. And I see not a number result. Let's review solution of the third task. You need to ask user to input circle radius to calculate circumference. After that you need to read input value from console. Let's read double. And according to formula which you can find in the internet, let's calculate circle circumference and print result to console. Let me zoom it out a bit. Let's run this program. I am asked to enter circle radius. Let it be 5. And here is the circle circumference. Geometry is not a part of this course, so what I expect from you after this task completion is that you know how to read values from console and you are aware about constants that exist in mass class. That's all. I will share with you links to the source code and attachments to this lesson. Feel free to ask questions in comments to this lesson in case if you have any, and I will be glad to answer them. Hello team, today we have very important topic. Today we'll learn more about strings. Why it is very important? Because every time you will do data manipulation in your program, you will manipulate with string objects most of the times. We start series of lessons about string type. In this section of training course we'll review source code of string class. I will put a stress on the most important methods that most likely you will use. Also we'll talk about string comparison, escape sequences, string formatting, and regular expressions. In this lesson we'll take a look how to create string object and we'll review main string methods. To understand topic better, let's start with examples. To create string object, declare a variable of string type first, and after that assign string literal to this variable. Pay attention that in this string we have spaces at the beginning and at the end. Now let me briefly cover main string methods. String length method allows you to understand how much characters do you have in the string. Contains method will return you true or false. In case string contains the string you specified as method argument, true will be returned and false otherwise. In this case, this string really contains this sequence of characters. That's why true is returned. Is empty is very useful method when you want to verify whether this string object contains any characters or no. You will use this method very often in your code to validate string before working with it. You can turn all characters to uppercase or to lowercase if you wish. For example, you may want to store all user nicknames in lowercase in your game to have consistent style. You can check if specified string started or ended with specific sequence of characters. In this case, our string not started with H, that's why false is returned. And our string is ended with space character, that's why true is returned. By the way, you can run this program on your local computer and investigate console output. When it is needed, you can replace characters in the string, like I do in this example. I replaced lowercase double l with uppercase double L. Trim and strip methods, very important ones. Often you will work with strings which have leading or trailing spaces. Sometimes this might cause different errors. To eliminate cases when leading or trailing spaces cause errors, you will call trim or strip methods on string objects, before doing other operations with them. As you can see from this example, trim and strip methods remove leading and trailing spaces. The strip method is available starting from JDK 11, and it is Unicode whitespace aware. In case you are working with JDK of version 8, feel free to use trim method instead. You can get substring from string object. To do this, you need to specify characters index from index inclusively and to index exclusively. There are different business cases when you need to get part of the string from string. In JDK you can find different classes that not always work with string objects but works with array of bytes. Probably you will face with such cases during learning of input-output stream topic. So for now, just be aware that you can convert each string to array of bytes just like this. You can get array of characters if you wish. Just call toCharArray method and you will have array of characters. If you want to get characters from specific index, you need to use charadd method. Another very important method, split. You will use it very often because a lot of times your program receives one single string and you need to split it first to process further. For example, you receive string of data with users. Information about each user is described in separate line, but you have single string object. What do you need to do? You need just to split this string by new line character. Split method takes regular expression as an argument. We'll talk about regular expressions a bit later. Right now understand that you can split string by regular expression and get array of strings. Like in this example, I split our word using E character. And look here what we got. Array of 2 elements. And here you can see our initial string. You need to understand that string objects are immutable. No matter how many times you will call different methods on string object, the initial object will remain the same. This type designed in such way that you can't change state of the object once you created it. Each method call doesn't modify existing string. Instead, it creates and returns reference to new string object. Always keep this in mind. Immutable objects have pros and cons, and we'll discuss pros and cons of a mutable object during the next topics when we'll talk with you about garbage collector and collections. So right now you know probably all main methods from string class. But still I encourage you to take a look at the source code and investigate what other methods does string type have. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello guys, we'll proceed learning string type. In this lesson we'll talk about how we can compare strings. So here I have one more string literal, the same as s. Just to remind you, s is a variable from a previous lesson about strings and it refers to the same string. When I compare s and s2 with equals to operator, I get true as a result. But let me create string object in different way, by using new keyword. I am going to name new variable s3. I believe you already understand what I'm trying to say here. In case you will compare s and s3 objects with equals to operator, you will get false. Why? The same answer as we discussed in the lesson regarding comparison of primitive and reference types, because S and S3 refers to different objects in the heap. But why previous example gives us true result? You're already aware about pool of integers in the heap memory. We also have pool of strings. When you are using string literal in the program, the string is added to pool of strings. And the next time you are using the same string literal, Java checks whether such string already exists in string pool. If yes, then Java returns reference to the object that is already in heap memory, instead of creating new one. On the other hand, when you are using new keyword, you say Java to allocate memory and to create new object in heap. Taking into account we use string literal when initialized S variable and S2 variable, these two variables are referring to the same object in pool of strings. Let me visualize this to you. So you have three variables. Two of them are referring to the same object in string pool. That's why equals to operator returns true when you are comparing S1 and S2 variables in this particular example. The third variable refers to the new object. So how to compare strings? The same way as other reference types. String type has equals method, which allows you to compare strings by their values. So in this example, you'll get true, because these strings are equal. One more trick you need to know about string comparison. If you will compare S variable with result of inchurn method call, and you will do comparison via equal to operator, you will get true. Even despite the fact you will not use inchurn method in production code way too much, this question is often appeared during the junior developers interview to identify whether developers are aware about string pool or no. Inchurn method put S3 string in the string pool and return the reference to the object in string pool. That's why in this case you will compare references to the same object, because such string already exists in the string pool, and you will get true as a result here. Hope it is clear now. Next example. Let's say I have variable with my first name, and I have second variable with my first name but started with lowercase a. When I will compare these two strings with equals method, I will get false. And that is right. These two strings are different. Capital A and lowercase a are different characters. But we, humans, understand that this is the same name. So what you can do to compare these strings and get the result which you're expecting? You can call equals to ignore case method, which will compare two strings ignoring case. Here we'll get true. That's it regarding string comparison. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello team, in this lesson we'll learn with you escape sequences in Java. Let me show you what is escape sequence and how to escape characters. I believe you already understood that all string literals need to be enclosed in quotation marks. But what to do in case you need to have string which will contain quotes in itself? In this example I want to put book name in quotes. To do this I need to use character escaping. By using a special symbol, backslash, I can escape quotation marks. In Java, a backslash combined with a character to be escaped is called an escape sequence. In case I don't use backslash in this example, there will be compilation error. Java compiler is very smart program, but it will be hard for it to compile string in such format. Java compiler expects that each string is started with quote and ended with quote. That's why without escape sequence for Java compiler, it will be impossible to understand that you want to have this string as part of the whole string. Let's consider another example. You want to have string which will contain directory path on your computer, and you need to use backslash. But Java compiler knows that in source code we'll use backslash only in case we want to create escape sequence. And in this case, compiler simply cannot find escape sequence, because you don't need to escape J character. That's why you need to escape your backslash character. And we have here double backslash in the source code, but single backslash in the output. In Java there are limited amount of escape sequences. Here you can find all list of escape sequences. For example, backslash and T inserts tab character. Backslash and N inserts new line character. Here's example with 2 lines in one string object. You see backslash and n here, and here's output. Here's one line and the second line. I encourage you to try these escape sequences in your source code. Another important thing to know about escaping characters in Java. Unicode table includes the symbols of almost every written language in the world. In case you need to use Unicode character in your string, you can just escape Unicode code. All Unicode characters codes have the form U plus hexadecimal number. So if you need to use character from Unicode table, just escape this value. And you will see copyright character in the output. That's all. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello team. In this lesson I'd like to show you how you can format your string. A bit later in this training course we'll write with you your own web application. And you will have standard labels to ensure amazing user experience in your web application. For example, you will have personalized welcome message which will contain user first name and greetings. Greetings will be different based on the current time of the day. Your template string can look like this. Hello dear, some name and good part of the day. During the string formatting you will be able to insert different strings instead of %s. Here you have morning, afternoon and evening strings. To format string, you need to call string format method, where the first argument will be string you want to format, and after that you will pass arguments referenced by the format specifiers, like these signs. In our template we have 2 format specifiers. In case you will pass more than 2 arguments after the template, they will be ignored. In case you will pass not enough arguments, exception will be thrown by JVM during the runtime. Format method returns the reference to the new string object, and we can print it to console. Hello dear Andrei, good morning. Also you can print formatted string directly to console. You can use printf method for such purpose. Here you see different format specifier, $d. This specifier is used to put any digit instead of it. And here you can see that I am passing integer. In console you can see the result which I get. There are different specifiers and flags, and I prepared examples for you. You can find source code in separate file, formatted demo. I will share a link with you to this file in the lesson resources or in video description. Here you will be able to find link to the official Oracle documentation where all specifiers and flags are listed. Let me run this program to walk you through the program output. The examples describe different ways to format numbers, justification, hexadecimal numbers formatting, precision formatting, etc. I don't think that it is necessary to pay attention to each example here in this video, because from the syntax point of view, they are all similar. The only thing you need to learn is different specifiers and when to use them. During your homework, I would ask you to run these examples on your computer and to ask me questions in case you will have any. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello team. In this lesson I'd like to talk with you about regular expressions. What is regular expression? Regular expression is a sequence of characters that define a search pattern. So you can use special set of characters to find all strings that match your pattern. Sometimes you use regular expression to split string. Let's imagine next case. You have a lot of text and you need to find only Google email accounts. How you would do this? You will try to describe search pattern with the help of special symbols. What are these special symbols? Here are some of them. Square brackets to identify characters which we need to search. I specified range from A to Z lowercase and from A to Z capital. Also specified dash character. \d will match with all digits. And you already learned that we need to escape / character. That's why it's double / here. Also there are quantifiers. Plus sign might be read like this. In case these characters will be repeated at least one time and more, that is what we need. After all of this, we expect @ gmail dot. Taking into account dot in regular expression means any character, we need to escape dot to say that we don't expect any character, but we are looking for exactly dot. That's why double backslash here, and com. Your homework task will be to learn other special symbols. I will share with you details at the end of the lesson. Definitely, there are a lot of ways to improve the regular expressions for email. And you can find in internet billions of variations of pattern for email address verification. Our goal right now to learn how to use regular expressions. Regarding special symbols to use in regular expression, I will share more details at the end of this lesson. After that, you need to compile pattern. Do not forget to import Java util regex package. We have the sample text with Gmail address in it. Now you can get matcha object out of pattern. Call matcha method on pattern object and pass sample text into it. Matcha object can find matches. Call find method. Find method returns true in case a subsequence of the input sequence matches this matcher's pattern and false otherwise. In case there is a match, you will be able to call group method to return the string which matches your pattern. And let's print this to console. What can be improved here? As you learn loops topic and control statements topic, you will be able to manage search process in a bit different way. For example, probably better solution would be here to call find method in if statement or in while loop to print multiple matches. But don't worry so far. We'll learn all topics gradually. You'll have enough tasks to practice your skills. For now, I don't want to confuse you even more. Solution like this should be fine in case you want to find match in the string. Another example. We have sample text and we want to split it by sentences. Let's come up with regular expression. We need to split by any of these characters. Period, exclamation mark, question mark. Now let's split this sample text using this regex. We'll call split method, we'll get string array, and let's print it to console. Here you can see that you have 3 different sentences. Let's recap what you have learned about strings. Now you know main string methods, how to compare string. You learned what is pool of strings, how to use escape sequences in your source code, how you can format strings, and how to use regular expressions. Now let's take a look at your homework. First of all, take a look one more time to string source code. Take a look at other methods which are in string class. As usual, I recommend you to read books, chapter about strings, learn format specifiers and flags. Here is the link to official Oracle documentation. I also did screenshots and left them here, so you could faster find the things you need to learn. Do not forget to look through the examples of string formatting. Link to the source code is here. Implement console program according to requirements. This task to check your knowledge about string formatting. To learn regular expressions, I recommend you to use this resource. Let's take a look. You have 15 lessons. In each lesson you have description and exercise. You can always find hints on the right here. And in case you can't solve task, take a look at solution here. Looking through the solutions will be also very efficient and will help you to learn regular expressions. I wouldn't say that you need to spend hours on learning regular expressions, because you will not use them literally every day. But still, I would recommend you to learn the basics. And after that, you have one more coding exercise to practice your skills in regular expressions. That's all for today. See you in the next lesson. Hello team, today we'll review solution for coding exercises. Let's start from the first one, pi number formatting. The solution is pretty simple. Do you remember that in demo for string formatting I put examples of precision formatting at the bottom? Here also was an example about floating point number formatting. Basically, you can control number of places in your floating point number. And here is the solution. You are using specifiers to indicate that you want to format floating point number with scale of 1. After that, you can use new line specifier if you wish, and format pine number again to have floating point number with scale of 2, and so on. Here you can see results in console output. The second task. Ask user to enter text and split words. Hope you successfully learned regular expressions. Now you understand that you have different ways to implement this task. You can list all punctuation marks in regular expression, and you can use POSIX basic regular expression. POSIX was developed by Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, mostly to provide backward compatibility with the traditional simple regular expressions syntax, providing a common standard. In POSIX we have different character classes and categories. Here in comments I listed for you POSIX character classes. In our regular expression we can use punctuation class and special character for all white spaces. Let's split our line in case punctuation marks or spaces will be found in the string one time or more times in a row. Let me run this program and I will enter any text here with different amount of spaces and punctuation marks. Pressing enter, and here are all words that I entered. That's all. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Today we'll talk with you about if-else statement. In Java you have if selection statement, which allows you to control the flow of your program's execution based upon conditions known only during runtime. Let's take a closer look how you can take control of your program's execution. Imagine we have two variables. In the first one you are storing amount of coins which user has, and in the second variable you are storing item price user wants to purchase in your application. We want program behaves differently when user can and cannot purchase specified item. Here you can see if keyword and condition in parentheses. So you need to remember that expression in parentheses should always return either true or false. In this particular case we want to know if amount of money on an account is less than item price or no. In case this condition is true, namely amount of money on the account is less than item price, let's notify user that he or she doesn't have enough money on the account to purchase the item. Otherwise, let's proceed with purchase logic implementation. And you see that I used another keyword. Else keyword. Else block will be executed in case condition specified next to if statement will be false. From the syntax standpoint, I want to highlight that you not always should put braces for if and else blocks. For example, if you have only one line in if or else statement, you can just skip braces. Compiler is smart enough to understand that this line is associated with if block and this line is associated with else block. Even despite the fact it is possible to write in this way, I don't recommend you to do so. Why? Because when you are putting braces, I would say it is more readable when each block is started and finished. Because for example, let me add line here. At the first glance it looks like this line is part of the else block, but it isn't. To avoid cases like this and potentially other errors, just always use braces for if-else blocks. You can use nested if-else statements if you wish. Just always remember that else keyword will be always associated with the closest if. In this example, this else is associated with this if, but not with this one. You can build if-else-if ladder. You need this ladder in cases when you need to verify condition in specific order, one after another. Let's imagine you have order price and you need to identify which discount you want to apply to this order. In case when order price is more than 0, but less than 100, you apply 5% discount. In case when order price more or equal to 100, but less than 500, you apply 10% discount. And in case when order price is more or equal to 500 but less than 5000, you apply 15% discount. In this example, we build sequence of checks to show users the most appropriate message. Let's take a look at your homework. Recommend you read book, chapter about if statement, and here are two simple coding exercises for you to practice your skills in using if statement. Let's review solution for coding exercises. In the first coding exercise, you needed to start program in admin or guest mode and print different text to console. One of the possible solutions is to join all arguments in single string separated by commas first. To do this, I used join method from string class. I pass separator an array of arguments to this method. And after that we can create if statement and check whether string with arguments contains flags for admin mode and guest mode. If string contains these two flags simultaneously, and I use AND operator to check this, according to our requirements, we need to notify users that we need to select mode for our program. In case string with arguments doesn't have two flags simultaneously, then we check if string with arguments contains admin flag, and if not, we check if argument string contains guest flag. As you learn loops and switch statements, you will be able to implement this solution in a bit different way to cover also some other use cases. But so far, to practice skills in writing if statement, this solution is good enough. In the second coding exercise, you needed to add number and show result in different formats, floating point number or integer. You did similar task in the past. What was changed this time? Let's create if statement at the beginning of our program to check if input arguments contains point separator, which we usually have in floating point numbers. And you can see OR operator here. So in case first or second argument contains point, let's try to parse double value from these arguments and print result of addition to console. In case both arguments are integers, let's parse integer and print result to console. Hope you understood the solution. Today we'll learn another selection statement. I'm talking about switch statement. I will show you how you can use it and what are pros and cons of using it. The switch statement is an easy way to split the logic of your program's execution based on the specific expression. Let's take a look at the next example to understand the topic better. Let's imagine you are writing code to implement logic for online store on the backend. As you learn more, we'll develop our own web application. Right now, imagine that before applying final price for checkout for your customer, you want to apply personalized discount for this user. To do this, you need to execute different code based on the customer status. Customer status may be guest, regular customer, and premium customer, okay? Definitely it can be different variations in business logic and naming and so on, but for the sake of example, let it be this way. Here, next to switch keyword, you can specify expression. We passed link to string object which contains customer status. There is specific requirement for expression type. The expression type should be either byte or short or char or int or string or enum type. What is enum type I will explain you in the separate lesson. Here you have different cases. Case when expression will be guest, case when expression will be regular customer or premium customer. The value of the expression is compared with each value in case statement. If match is found, the code following that case statement is executed. Default statement is optional, but in case no match was found, default block is executed. The break statement is used to terminate a statement sequence, so it is similar to exit from switch block behavior. In this case, our customer status is premium customer, that's why this block is executed. Now let's take a look at the next example. In this example, I variable equals to 1, and case 1 doesn't have break statement. That means that match will be found here and code will be executed starting from here until break statement is executed. And here in the next example you can see how default statement works. I is equal to 10 right now, and there is no case for 10. That's why default block is executed. And now when you know what switch statement is, let's compare it with if statement and we'll try to identify pros and cons. I believe you remember all examples and you notice that switch can test only for equality, whereas if statement can test expressions based on ranges of values. You cannot specify range in case statements inside switch block. But on the other hand, switch statement demonstrates better performance when it comes to multiple paths of execution. That is because compiler creates so-called jump table for switch statement. When during runtime expression is verified, execution goes directly to the specific case. In case with if-else-if ladder, JVM verifies each condition. And in case there are a lot of such conditions, obviously it takes more time than with switch statement. And the last one, but not the least, some developers consider syntax of switch statement more readable than if statement. Probably that is because clear case blocks, which visually separates code blocks better from each other. Also probably that is because sometimes conditions in if statements might be complicated in comparison with switch block when you don't have long conditions, just constants next to case keyword. That's all what you need to know about switch statement. Let's take a look at your homework. Recommend you to read book, chapter about switch statement, and one coding exercise to practice your skills with writing switch statement. Let's review together homework for switch statement. You had to implement program which will behave differently based on user input. User can choose different actions and you should print different text to console. First of all, we ask user what action he or she would like to perform. We use scanner object for that. Afterwards, we use user input in switch statement as an expression. And we have different cases here to address different user input. In case user enters any random value, default statement will print to console this text and will ask user to enter one of the listed values. Hello team, today I will show you how you can generate random numbers. From the lesson about math class, you're already aware that you have math random method. But today I will show you another way to create random number. It can be that your program needs some random number. For example, you want to implement dice game. And when player wants to roll the dice, you need to generate random number. Let's take a look how you can do this. You need to create new object of type random. Eclipse will suggest you to import class JavaUtilRandom. This class is used to generate pseudo-random numbers. I don't want to dive into the details how pseudo-random numbers are generated and why they are called pseudo-random but not just random. To be honest, this information won't help you in the nearest future, and it is a bit complicated for understanding right now. In short, it is obvious that absolutely random number is impossible to generate. So usually some algorithm is used to generate sequence of numbers. That's why these numbers can't be called completely random, because there is predefined algorithm on place which generates the sequence. After you created instance of random type, you can use its methods to generate either int, float, double, long or boolean. Just type next int in case when you want to generate pseudorandom int, or next double in case when you want to generate pseudorandom double, and so on. If you want to generate ints within the specific range, just pass integer to the next int method. In this case, we'll generate random number from 0 to 99. If you want to generate integers from 1 to 100, just write something like this. During your homework, you will be asked to generate random numbers for some tasks. And now you know how to do this. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson. We start section about iteration statements in Java. These statements create what we commonly call loops. We'll discuss all loops which exist in Java, and I will show you how you can use them. I will put stress on best practices and when to use which loop. But before we jump to the practical examples, let's discuss when do we need loops. A lot of times in your program you need to perform repeatable actions. For example, you have multiple items in the cart in the online store, and you need to calculate total price of the cart. You can iterate over each item in the cart and get its price to get total price. Or you did a request to the database to fetch data about sellers, and you received multiple rows from database. You need to iterate over each row to create object of seller type, for example. Or you have an array of users, and you need to leave only users which have more than 1000 bonus credits on their accounts and send them a promotional offer. To do this, you need to fetch all users from database, iterate over each one, understand how many bonus credits has each user, and leave only those who have 1000 and more. There are 4 types of loops available for us in Java. In this lesson we'll discuss while loop. While loop repeats statement or code block while controlling expression is true. When expression specified here becomes false, then program proceed execution from the next line following after while loop. The curly braces is not needed in case you want to repeat single statement. In case you want to repeat code block, use curly braces. You need to know that the body of the loop won't be executed even once if the condition is false to begin with. If you want to create infinite loop, just place true boolean literal in controlling expression like this.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lesson we'll review with you do-while loop. There might be cases when you need to repeat some actions multiple times, but you are sure that you need to repeat code block at least once. I believe you remember that in while loop code block will not be executed never if controlling expression is false. In do-while loop you can guarantee that body of the loop will be executed at least once. You need to write do keyword, after that body of the loop is described. And after that you have while statement with condition inside. To be honest, it's hard to think of real-life scenario when we need do-while loop and when we use it over while loop. But the one scenario which pops up in my mind is entering PIN code in the ATM. Before dispensing some cash, ATM requested PIN code from you. The operation of reading PIN code should be performed at least once. In case PIN code is not valid, we repeat this action one more time and requesting PIN code again. In case PIN code is correct, you need to change condition to break loop. In this example you can see that I have counter which is initialized with 0 by default. While counter is less than 5, we'll keep iterating. And in this example you can see that even when counter is already 5, the body of the loop is executed. After that controlling expression is verified and program is finished. And you see this text in console output. In this lesson we'll learn for loop with condition. Let's understand how for loop operates on this example. We need to write for keyword first. After that we put parentheses and inside we have initialization expression, condition and iteration. Initialization expression is executed only once. The goal is to initialize counter here, which allows us to track amount of iterations. By the way, what is iteration? An iteration is a repetition of loop body. Usually iteration body is surrounded with braces. So one execution of this block is one iteration. After initialization part, we write condition. This is condition which is verified on each iteration of the loop. If condition is true, loop body is executed. If condition is false, loop body is not executed and program proceeds execution from the next line after the loop. In this case, we limit amount of iterations by 5. The next part of the for loop is iteration. This part will be executed after each loop iteration. Usually counter, increment or decrement is specified here. So let's recap. Initially I variable is equals to 0, I will be incremented on each iteration, and when I will be equal to 5, we will not execute loop body. I will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, that is 5 iterations in total. And we will print text to console 5 times. I would like to add few more things here. First of all, from the syntax standpoint, it is not necessary to use braces if you have only one line in for loop. So if I will remove braces here, everything will work as expected. But personally I would recommend you keep braces for better readability. Another thing to add here is that you can initialize counter outside of the loop if you wish. Or you can make increment inside the iteration body if you wish. And even loop like this is possible. So this is example of infinite loop, which will never end. Do you see that there is no condition here? There might be cases when you need to use more than one statement in initialization or in iteration part. You can use comma. For example, as you can see here, I am using comma to declare 2 counters. And one counter will be incremented after each iteration, and another one will be decremented. And here how it works. That is all what I wanted to share with you regarding for with condition loop. In this lesson we'll review with you for each loop. It's another variation of for loop. This type of loop was created to cycle over collection of elements such as arrays from start to finish. You can't change direction of iteration in for each loop. For each loop is often called as enhanced for loop. To make you understand it better, let me start from the example. We have an array of ints, and we want to print sum of all ints from array. Let's iterate over this array. To not declare a counter and condition, I can just use for each loop. We have for keyword here. After that, we have iteration variable and collection of elements. There are various types of collections can be used in for each loop, such as those which are present in Java collections framework. We'll discuss them later in this course. But in this lesson we'll use array, since you're already familiar with arrays. Iteration variable will receive elements from collection one at a time. On each iteration of the loop, element from the array will be assigned to this variable. And inside the loop body, you can use this variable to implement your business logic. In program output you can see that we print to console sum of all numbers from the array. This loop is finished when the last element is retrieved from the collection. But you can stop the loop early if you wish. We are going to have separate lesson where I will show you how we can break any loop. One more trick. To write for each loop faster in Eclipse, just type for each, press Ctrl plus space, and press Enter. In this short lesson we'll discuss when you need to use nested loops and how to do this. You can insert loop inside another one, like in this example. Here I have my main loop, and here is nested one. When do you need this? For example, when you iterate over a multi-dimensional array. From the syntax standpoint, to have nested loop, you just need to put one loop inside another one. You should have code block for this and use braces. In the output you see that the first iteration of main loop is started, I equals to 0, and after that 3 iterations of nested loop are performed. Here you can see 0, 1 and 2. After that the second iteration of main loop is started, and again 3 iterations of nested loop are performed, and so on. In this lesson we'll answer the question what are jump statements in loops and how to use them. Java supports different jump statements which can transfer control to another part of your program. In this lesson we'll discuss break and continue statement. Sometimes you want to finish the current loop iteration faster. For example, in specific cases you don't want to execute the whole code block, but you don't want to stop iterations. What to do in this case? Just use continue statement. Continue statement moves control to the conditional expression which controls the loop. For example, you want to print only odd numbers to console. Let's check whether number is odd or no. If remainder of division by 2 is equal to 0, that means that number is even. Then let's start new iteration of the loop. And right now I equals to 1. We have odd number now. That means this statement will be executed, because we will not call continue this time. That's how continue statement works. Break statement. You can break any loop you would like. There is no need to keep iterating if there is no sense in it anymore. Let's break this loop when I will be equal to 3. So we printed to console I value when it was 0, 1, 2. And when it become equals to 3, we break the loop. After that, program executes next line after the loop. And here's another iteration statement. What you need to know about break statement is that it breaks the closest loop. Here you can see nested loop. When j equals to 3, we break the loop. Based on the console output you can see that main loop is not stopped, because this line is still executed 5 times even despite that we have break statement here. That means that every time j equals to 3, we break the loop, but only nested one. So we still have 5 iterations of main loop, but every time we come to the nested loop, we break it after 3 iterations. Now you know everything you need to know about jump statements. Today we'll discuss what are labels in Java and how you can use them. Labels in combination with break and continue statement allow us to implement some kind of go-to statement in Java. But first of all, what is go-to statement? Go-to is a statement in different programming languages which allows you to pass control of execution to any line in your code without any condition. The jump to lines of code are usually identified by labels. But using of go-to considered to be a bad practice. That's why in Java, go-to is reserved keyword, but never used. Why it is considered to be a bad practice? Because code which contains go-to statements is less readable and it is harder to maintain. Also, it is extremely hard to test code with go-to statements. But in Java we have labels. We can use labels to break the loop marked with specific label or to continue another loop. I would say that labels with break statement in Java is more structured form of go-to statement. You're already aware that break statement breaks only closest loop. But in case you have multiple nested loops, how you can break the main loop? Labels will help you to do this. Let me show you how you can do this. In this example we have two loops here. One loop is nested. And we have two labels. Label is any valid Java identifier followed by a colon. We have loop 1 and loop 2 here. Once we have labeled block of code, we can use labels as a targets of a break and a continue statement. In this case, if counter in nested loop is less than 3, we continue our execution from this block. And this is just an example. In real life you can continue execution from any block you wish. But in case our counter in nested loop is equal to 3 or more, we break our main loop. That's why in console output you can see that we managed to print iCounter only once in console. And the main loop was broken by this statement. So now you know how to use labels. Let's recap what we have learned in this section about loops. We learned how to use 4 types of loops. We also discussed how we can use nested loops, jump statements and labels. Now let's review your homework. Recommend you read books, chapter about loops, and here are 3 coding exercises for you to practice. We will review solution for these coding exercises together. In this video we'll review solutions for coding exercises. To practice writing loops, you had 3 coding exercises. I will share with you links to the source code of the solution. Here is the solution for printing digits from number in new line. I just read string from console and iterating over char array. Let me run it. I enter random number. And here is the result. Here is the solution of the second task with creating of pyramid in console. You need to use nested loops here to implement this task. I saw that my students solve this task in different ways. But in my opinion, this solution is the most readable and easy to understand. Let me run this program. I set height of the pyramid to 5. And here is the result in console. And here is the solution of printing matrix to console. Again, we need to use nested loops to solve the task. Let me run the program. And here it is. That's all. Take a look at the source code, run it on your computer, try to understand it, and ask questions or clarifications in comments. Hello team, in this section we'll learn with you more about methods in Java. We are going to have multiple lessons in this section from which you will learn what is method and what is method signature, how to declare methods and how to use them. You will understand how methods can return values. I will explain you how data is passed in Java by value and not by reference, how to write recursive methods and what are variable length arguments. Let's start. What is method? A method is a block of code which is referred to by name and can be called at any point in your program, simply with the method's name. Think of a method as a chunk of code which can be performed on the request. When during the program execution method call is performed, the program proceeds execution from that method. And when method is finished, execution returns to the line of code in your program from where method was called. Let's write method together. Each method has access modifier. We will learn them during the object-oriented programming topic. Let's write private as of now. This means that we can access this method only in scope of this class. After that, let's write static. Static keyword means that this method is connected not with instances of this class, but with class itself. We'll have separate lesson where we'll take a look what are static and non-static methods. While we don't know OOP, let's create static methods. Here we specify method return type. Each method can return some value after it finished. The result of the method execution can be assigned to variable of the same type as return type. And here is method name. Method names are usually verbs, started with lowercase letter and written in camel case. Like this one, for example. It is very important how you name your methods. For example, guess what does this method do? It is straight and clear what this method does. You can save a lot of time for your colleagues and a lot of money for your company who pays for time of your colleagues if you will write clean code. Understanding of code which was written not by you can take up to 50% of time dedicated for development. That's why in this and in future lessons I will put stress on clean code design. Because clean code is something what you can't learn in one day after you learned programming. It is something what you should learn constantly. After we wrote method name, we need to specify method parameters. Here we declare that this method can work with two integers and int values can be passed as arguments to this method. Method name and method parameters together is called method signature. Why return type or access modifier is not part of method signature? The reason for this emphasis on just the method name and parameter list is because of overloading. What is overloading? Overloading it is the ability to write methods that have the same name but accept different arguments. The Java compiler is able to discern the difference between the methods through their method signatures. For example, we have method sum, which can sum two arguments. This method can sum two integers, and this method can sum two doubles. We can say that method sum is overloaded, because we have two methods with the same name but with different signatures. After we declared parameters, we should put braces. This will be our method body, which will be executed each time we will call method. If method has return type, we should return some value from the method. To return value from the method, we need to write return keyword and specify either variable name or expression which has compatible type with the one specified in method declaration. It can be that method returns nothing. For example, here are methods which just prints values to console. They should return nothing, because they just print values to console. In this case, you should specify void as return type like this. And here you can find examples of the method invocations. I call method sum, and it returns value. So I can initialize this int variable with the value which was returned from this method. Is it clear? I can call method and can pass to it result of execution of another method like this. That means that this method will be executed first, and after that this method will be executed with value which was returned from some method. You can find that print to console is also a overloaded method which works with different types, string, double and int. That's all. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello team. In this lesson we'll discuss with you a very important topic which even some more experienced software engineers can't understand. But I will explain you this topic with simple examples and you'll remember it easily. Today we'll talk with you how data is passed to the method in Java, by value or by reference. Why this question is important? Because in different programming languages you can decide whether you want to pass value to the method by value or by reference. This might affect the state of the data, which was supposed to be modified after a specific method call. So you already understand that we can pass arguments by value and by reference. What does pass by value mean? Passing by value means that the value of the method parameter is copied into another location of your memory, and when accessing or modifying the variable within your function, only the copy is accessed or modified and the original value is left untouched. Imagine empty cup and specific function which you want to use to fill this cup with coffee. In case we pass by value, we copy this cup inside the function, and all changes with this cup affects only cup which was copied. Then what does pass by reference mean? Passing by reference means that the memory address of the variable, or it is better to say a pointer to the memory location, is passed to the method. In case we pass by reference, we pass address where this cup is located. And when I fill the cup inside the function, I also fill the original cup. And now please remember the rule. In Java, primitive and reference types of data are passed by value. That is the only right answer on the interview. You can read in internet that Java objects are passed by reference and primitive types are passed by values. That is not true. On the simple examples, I will prove you this. Here I have int value which is equal to 10. I have method which takes int as a parameter. Inside it we want to increase I by 100. What value of I will be in console here after the method call? The value will be 10. Why? Because in Java everything is passed by value. Here when I called method, the copy of I variable was created. And when I increased I by 100 value, the result was assigned to the local I variable, but not to this one. These two are different. Do you remember in the lesson when we discussed Java memory model, I told you about stack memory? When this method is called, copy of the I was created in stack. So in this case, how I can change value of I here? The only way to do this in Java is to use return statement. Your method should return some value which will be assigned to the variable, like in this example. I call method changeInt, I add 100, and I return the value from this method, which is assigned to I variable here. Let's move on. Now I have array of ints, and you remember that arrays are reference type of data. I have method which has some logic inside to change state of the array. I want to make second element in this array equal to 200, but not 2 as in original array. Let me print this array to console after this method call. What do you think? Will be the second element 2 or 200? And it is 200. You might be wondering how this could happen. If in Java we pass everything by value, then modification which we did in the method should not affect original array. Let's understand what has happened here. I call the method and pass reference to the array object. Attention! I pass the reference to the array, but not the array. And copy of the reference is created here. I can get access to the array through the reference. So here I use the reference to get access to the same array as here. These two variables reference to the same array object in the heap memory. Probably now you want to get proofs that this is copy of reference but not copy of the array. I have another method with name clearArray. It takes array as a parameter and makes this variable reference to null. Let me call this method with our array. Now I print it to console. What will be printed to console? Null or values from array? Values from array is on place. Why? Because this is copy of reference. And now local method variable which exists only in scope of this method references to null. No problems at all. This reference still refers to the object in heap memory. And now you can be sure that even when we pass objects in Java to the method, we still pass by value. Because we pass reference to the object, and we pass value of the reference. Hope examples from this lesson help you understand the topic better. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned what does pass by value and pass by reference mean. We also understood that in Java everything is passed by value. On the examples we saw how primitive and reference types passed by value. That's all for today. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello team, in this lesson we'll learn what are recursive methods and how to use them. What is recursion? Recursion is a process in which a method calls itself continuously. A method in Java that calls itself is called recursive method. Let's write the easiest recursive method. I have the method which calls itself, and when it calls itself, it calls the same method again. This is recursive method. What is wrong here? Let's run our program. We have Stack Overflow error. Why this has happened? Because when a recursive call is made, new storage locations for variables are located in the stack memory of the JVM. So each recursive call will add a new frame to the stack. That means we can run out of memory. Because information about initial and other method invocations won't be removed from the stack. We need to finish method to release memory in stack. But when we call the same method again and again, it just can't be completed. So here is an important rule which you have to always keep in mind when you create recursive methods. You should clearly define stop condition, the condition when recursion must be stopped, and value should be returned. Let's find factorial of a number. Factorial of a positive integer is a result of multiplication of all positive integers less than or equal to original number. We'll write recursive method. In case I is not equal to 0, then we can multiply I by the result of the same method, but with number decreased by 1. And when I will be equal to 0, we return 1. And no recursion here anymore. We broke the chain of recursion calls. Let me comment this method first. Now I can run the program again. And you see the result in console. Here we calculated factorial of 3 and 4. Now, when you know how recursive method works, let's recap pros and cons of recursive methods. Recursive methods usually look clean and easy to understand. Often we can achieve our goal without recursive methods. For example, here is the same method to calculate factorial, but without recursion. And you see that it is a bit longer and less clear than recursive one. So clean design is an advantage of recursive methods. But recursive methods have one huge drawback. In case there will be a lot of methods and locations, or stop condition will be written incorrectly, your program will be stopped because of Stack Overflow error. Now you know pros and cons of recursive methods. I will share with you coding exercises to write recursive methods. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello team, today we'll discuss what are variable length arguments in Java. Let's start from the problem statement. You want to create method, but you don't know how much arguments will be passed to that method. There can be different business cases, but let's simplify and pretend that you need to create method which will sum numbers. But you don't know how much numbers will be passed to this method. Do not create method which returns sum of 2 numbers and another method which returns sum of 3 numbers and so on. You create one method with variable length arguments. The syntax is simple. You need to specify type of arguments, write ellipsis, and variable name. Inside the method, you can treat this variable as array. This syntax will allow you to pass different amount of arguments to the method. Here you can see that I pass 5 integers, and here I pass just 1 argument. In both cases, this method is called and result is returned. You can even change the way how you declare main method. Instead of specifying that main method takes array of strings, we can say that main method can work with variable length arguments of type string. Declaration like this is also possible. Important thing to flag here is that variable length arguments should be declared as last parameter in the method. For example, this method declaration will produce compilation error, because the variable argument type int of the method must be the last parameter. Because during runtime, JVM should know when int arguments are finished and strings are started. And when we adjusted the method declaration, everything is fine and there is no compilation error. Variable length argument always should be declared as the last parameter in the method. You already saw a real-life example of variable length argument, but probably didn't pay enough attention. Do you remember lesson about string formatting? Method format takes variable length arguments as a parameter, because we never know how much format specifiers will be present in string which we need to format. That's all what I wanted to share with you regarding variable length arguments. Now let's recap what you have learned about methods in this section. You learned how to declare and call methods. You understand what method signature is and how we can overload method. Now you understand that both reference and primitive types of data in Java are passed by values during the method invocation. We wrote recursive methods and learned what variable length arguments are. Let's take a look at your homework now. Your homework primarily consists of coding exercises. Now, when you know how to write custom methods, how to use loops, arrays, and primitive types of data, our tasks might become a little more complicated. I tried to describe homework with as much details as I could. Try to solve these tasks. I will share with you source code of the solution for these tasks, but try to solve them by yourself first. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello team, I believe you did a great job and solved all coding exercises from your homework. But if you don't mind, I'd like to share with you my own solutions to the same tasks. I will leave links to the source code attached to this lesson. Take your time to look through my solutions. I left comments in the source code to make you understand the most complicated pieces of code. Also, in some solutions you can find something like this. Solution with Stream API. That is because the first solution which I wrote for some tasks was written with the help of Stream API. After that I remembered that we didn't learn Stream API with you so far, and I wrote solution with knowledge that you have right now. Indeed, writing code with Stream API takes less code to achieve the same goal. Here is a solution without Stream API. And here is a solution with Stream API. Take this as motivation that soon we'll learn Stream API and you will be able to write methods like this. Feel free to ask questions in comment section regarding homework in case something is still unclear. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello team, in this lesson we'll learn what enumerations are and how we can use them in Java. We are also going to discuss how to declare enum and how we can compare them. I will show you how enums can have properties and custom methods. But first of all, what is enum type? An enum type is a special data type that enables for a variable to be a set of predefined constants. The variable of enum type always must be equal to one of the values that have been predefined for it. When do we need enum types? We need enum types to express some set of values that are not infinite. You need to use enum for datasets where you know all possible values at compile time. For example, seasons of the year: winter, spring, summer, fall. There are very low chances that you will need to add additional seasons in your program because no other exists. Let's review real-life scenario. Together with students we implemented simple truth or dare game for Android. There are thousands of cards in the game. Each card has its type, and it can be either truth or dare. So in our program, card type will be enumeration. Does it make sense? To make it clearer, let's take a look at examples. To create enum, make mouse right-click on the package and select enum. Here you can specify enum name and package. I have already created enums to save our time during the lesson. Here I have priority enum type. In my program, I am going to have only 3 types of priority. They are high, medium, and low. I want to draw attention to the code style. Taking into account that all enum values are constant, we use capital letters according to Java naming convention. Let's take a look how I use this enum. I can declare a variable of type priority. As I mentioned before, the variable of enum type always must be equal to one of the values that have been predefined for it. You remember that one of the data types that can be used in switch statement is enum type. And here's how you can use it. Based on the value of priority variable during the runtime, different case block will be executed. In this particular case, when the value of our priority variable is high, this block will be executed. So now you know how to declare a custom enum type and how to create variable of enum type to use it in the program. Let's move on. One more option to initialize enum variable. Let's pretend you are dealing with user input and you need to create enum based on the user input. You can use value of method to initialize enum variable. Just use enum type name, call value of method and pass string to this method. In case there are no enum value for the string you entered, a legal argument exception will be thrown. You see, when I pass high in lowercase, exception is thrown. Take this into consideration while doing your homework. To compare enumerations, you can use equal to operator. And again, you remember that enumeration is not primitive type of data. Thus, you might think that you should use equals method to compare enums. Not necessarily. For example, in this case we'll get false as expected, and in this case we'll get true as expected. Why? Because each enum variable has its own ordinal. Take a look here one more time. You have set of values which are known during the compilation, and they are listed in the strict sequence. The high has 0 ordinal, the medium 1, and the low 2. Taking into account each enum value has its own ordinal, we can easily compare them via equals to operator. You can use ordinal method to get ordinal of each enum value. In some cases you might want to iterate over all values from specific enum type. Just be aware that each enum type has values method that returns array of enum values. You can iterate over this array as you wish. You already know all iteration statements in Java. And now probably the most interesting part. Each enum value may have its own properties and methods. Let's take a look at this month's enum type. We have next values: January, February, March, and so on. The list of constants is always terminated by a semicolon. Definition of properties and methods always should go after the list of constants. And here I declared a property, days amount. Each of these months should have this property of int type. After that, I declare a special method to create each enum. This special method is called constructor. It is used to construct objects. Very soon we'll get to the object-oriented programming, and I will explain you in detail what constructor is. Also, ignore these private modifiers as of now. We'll discuss them during the OOP topic when we'll talk about encapsulation. Here you can see that I can pass int value to constructor, and after I passed this value, I initialize days amount property for each enum. Here in parentheses, I call constructor and pass int. Similar to the method call, I call constructor and pass value to it. So for January, I pass 31, and days amount is initialized with 31. And you see this keyword. This is new to you. That means for this enum, in this specific case for January, the days amount will be equal to 31. And you see that local variable name is also days amount. But this days amount and method argument days amount are different variables, because this days amount is this variable and days amount is just this local variable. For February I pass 28 and days amount is initialized with 28 value. For this enum, days amount will be 28. Then I can declare that each enum has its own behavior, namely, each month can tell me how many days it has. This keyword means this particular month. It can be January, February, March, or any other. Let's take a look how we can use properties and methods of enum constants. We can call method getDaysAmount for January enum variable. And for this month, for January, this is 31. Hope it is clear now. That's it. Let's take a look at what we have learned from this lesson. From this lesson we learned what enum types are. We can initialize enum variables, know how to compare them. Also we learned how to iterate over all constants of specific enum type and learned that enum type can have custom properties and methods. Now you know everything you need to know to complete your homework. Let's take a look at the task. You need to implement simple console application with 2 enums. Try to implement it by yourself, and after that take a look at my solution. And as always, you are welcome to ask questions in case you have any. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello team, today I will reveal the secret which will help you to become senior developer. Today I will show you how debugger works and how you can investigate execution of your program to find the defects and to improve your code. What is a debugger? Debugger is a special tool which helps you to run program under controlled conditions that allow you to monitor all changes in your program. You can pause execution of your program whenever you want. You can display contents of memory, you can investigate state of variables and lots more. How this will help you to become senior developer? Debugger tool helps you to understand how even complex enterprise programs work. You can spend some time to investigate what is happening inside the program, what methods are called when checkout is happening on the website. You can see what arguments are passed to the method and what are their values. Probably their specific logic for discount calculation is also in place. This will help you to understand where to add additional logic, or in other words, where to write new code for tax calculation, let's say, or where you need to fix defects. Even now, when you did home task, I'm sure there were cases when you run your program and you didn't understand why console output is not the one you expected. To get answer on why question and to understand how program works, debugger tool exists, and today I will teach you how you can use it. As always, to understand how a specific tool works, let's jump to practice. For example, let's try to implement one of the home tasks. Do you remember home task when you needed to filter a string by words lengths? Let's debug this program. The first thing you need to do is to set a breakpoint. Breakpoint is a line in your program where execution will be paused. Let's set the breakpoint in this line. Just hover mouse over this row and do mouse left click. To debug your program, you need to do mouse right click and press debug as, Java application. Our program waits for user input in this line. Let's enter some text here. Now our program expects another user input in this line. Minimum word length will be 4. And now program execution paused in the line where we set breakpoint. Eclipse asks a permission to switch perspective. Let's switch perspective to debug perspective, because there are a lot of useful views on it. So now we switch to debug perspective. Here on the right you always can track how state of the variables are changed. For example, at this moment of program execution we have args variable, which is empty, scanner object, user input string, and min length variable. Let's pretend that we want to understand which regular expression works the best for this particular case. Or we want to make sure that this regular expression works as expected. Let's select expression, mouse right click, watch. Here in expression tab we see the result of execution of this expression. Let's add new with another regular expression. Probably we just need to split user input by space character. Click here, add new expression, user input, split, space character. And we can see the result. In this case, empty strings will be present in our result array. You can also use debug shell. Let me show you one more example. You can select expression, mouse right click and press display to see the result right here. Additionally, you can press Ctrl-Shift-D to switch to debug shell view. Here it is. What is good about debug shell? There is auto-suggestion support here. Let's remove this by selecting and clicking backspace. Now I can start type user and press Ctrl plus space. And here's auto-suggestion. Now I can enter dot and again, auto-suggestion works as expected. Let's again split user input by space character. To execute code in debug shell, you need to select it and press this button, display result. And again, you can clear it if you wish. What else you can do here? It is very useful in debug mode to check your code with different values and to change them during the program execution. For example, let's check our program with different user input. User input equals and specify any random string here. Now you can execute this code. Select it and press this button. Execute selected text. Let's switch to variables view here and you can see that our user input variable has been changed. So, during the debugging, you can execute code which doesn't exist in your current program. That can help you a lot when you want to make sure whether you need to add some code or no. Definitely, you can check this in different ways, for example with unit tests, or just add some code and run your program one more time. But when you deal with huge programs, you realize that making changes in one line and compile all files, build the jar or var file to deploy it on web server or just run it, this may take up to 30 minutes. That's why such manipulations in debug mode can help you be more efficient and productive. Okay, let's move on. Here on top you have buttons to control execution of your program. This play button means jump to another breakpoint. Stop button obviously means stop execution. And here are two buttons which we will use. Step into and step over. Step over brings us to the next line of the execution. Let's press it. In this line I see that filter words by length method is going to be executed. And I want to investigate what is happening inside it. I press step into button. This button brings me inside this method. You can also notice that variables list here is changed. Now I can see only variables which are visible in scope of this method. Let's press step over button multiple times. And you see how counter variable is changed. When you are tired of this loop, you can set one more breakpoint. Let's say after this loop. Now I can press play button and jump to another breakpoint. Now I can press step over multiple times and see filtered words even without printing them to console. Press play button to finish the program. Important thing which students always ask me is how to restore previous view in Eclipse. Just navigate back to Java or Java EE perspective here. That's it. So now you know how to debug program of any level of complexity. This will help you a lot in finding bugs and investigation how program works. That's all for today. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Today we start super important topic. Many even senior software engineers couldn't apply and practice all aspects of this knowledge. Because to understand this topic from all sides you need to practice a lot. As you get more experience, all information which I'm going to share with you will start make sense. I spent a lot of time to select the right wording to make complex things easier. And today I will try to explain you object-oriented programming. So today let's start from OOP basics. In this lesson we'll learn theory and I will explain you in simple words what object-oriented programming is. Today we are going to discuss what object-oriented programming means, and it is always better to understand first why we need OOP and how it can help us in creating software. We'll briefly discuss functional programming approach so you would be able to understand the difference and better understand OOP approach. And taking into account that this is lesson about OOP basics, we'll talk about key object-oriented programming principles. So, let's start. Let's come up with definition of OOP first. There are multiple definitions of what is OOP. I'm going to share with you different ones and my own. Wikipedia tells us that OOP is programming paradigm based on the concept of object. Other definition of OOP is the next one. OOP is a computer programming model that organizes software design around the objects rather than functions. This definition clearly describes the difference between OOP and functional programming. We'll talk about functional programming a little bit later. My own definition sounds like this. Object-oriented programming is a software design approach in which concept of object occupies the first place. In each definition we see that the concept of object is mentioned. Okay, then let's find the answer on the next question. What is an object? In object-oriented programming, everything is an object. Array is the object. Connection to database is the object. Unexpected situation during the program execution is the object. But this definition is very vast. We need more specifics. And let me simplify the definition of the object. Imagine a car. A car has doors, headlights, body, wheels, trunk, engine inside it, steering wheel, color, and lots more. What we have just described is called data structure. We describe something abstract with key properties which allow us to distinguish car from plane. Right now we have nothing more than list of properties which brings us to specific data organization that enables efficient access and modification. We can change wheels if we want, or we can change color of the car, but this will be still a pure data structure in our program. What does this car need to become an object? This car needs to have behavior which will allow to manipulate with its own data, the properties we have listed. We call this behavior methods. Imagine that car has such behavior as turn on the headlight, or start engine, or turn right, or turn left, and so on. In case our car has such behavior, we can call it the object. Now let me share with you my own definition of object. Object, first of all, is a virtual entity with specific list of properties which can distinguish it from other objects and behavior which allow to manipulate with these properties. In other words, data plus behavior equals to object. Does it make sense? Object is always an instance of some specific class. Things become more interesting, huh? Now we need to understand what a class is. I will try to explain what class is in few words, because we are going to have separate lesson dedicated to classes. But you need to understand the concept of the class now to understand what object is. Treat to a class as to template for an object. Imagine you are a car manufacturer, and you need to create millions of cars. You know that each car will have color, wheels, body, headlights, engine, and lots more. We also know that cars should be able to drive, start and stop engine, accelerate, brake, and so on. We have just described a class for a car with properties and behavior, but each car might have different color, different body, petrol engine or diesel engine or electric one. Besides that, each car can drive radically differently. I believe now you understand that object always an instance of some class. If you understand this, we are ready to move on. Probably you are interested what other approaches for software development exist. One of the most popular programming paradigms is functional programming. If in object-oriented programming our main concept is object, in functional programming our main concept is function. In other words, functional programming is not bothering about grouping data together with related behavior and about describing of control flow. We have specific task and we have specific function that can deal with this task. Functional programming expresses the logic of a computation. Which approach is better? This is wrong question, because it is not complete enough. The right question is, which approach is better for some specific task? Because functional programming approach works the best where you don't care about order of functions execution. For simple data manipulations, functional programming solution in some degree is easier and faster to implement. Sometimes it is even easier to support. But for complex enterprise solutions, functional programming approach can turn your project maintenance into a nightmare. Object-oriented approach allows you to organize your code and program execution in structured way. During the course, we'll discuss with you different clean code techniques which relies on basic OOP principles. So now I believe you understand the difference between OOP and functional programming. Let's name exact reasons why and when we need to follow OOP design. Nowadays you can't implement mobile application or web application if you don't understand OOP approach. OOP in most cases is the most natural and pragmatic approach. I'm not trying to say that OOP is the one true way. I just want to highlight the list of advantages which in most cases helps to solve even complex software development tasks. Modularity. In case something goes wrong in your program, you know where to look. Are there problems with calculation of personal discount for user? We need to take a look at user object. If you would follow key OOP principles, your code will be structured. OOP allows you to have low coupling in your code and high cohesion, which makes maintenance of your code much easier. Scalability. Because of modularity and if you follow OOP design principles, you can scale your software easily and in predictable manner. If you don't follow OOP approach, adding of new piece of functionality in your program may cause significant changes in all existing code, which in turn increase risk of new defects associated with those changes. Lower cost of development. OOP design allows you to reuse code. When you reuse code, you decrease number of places where potential defects can appear. Also, you spend less time to reuse already existing method than to write new method from scratch. Security and reliability. Basic OOP principles allow you to hide details of implementation from user of your objects. OOP design allows you to build robust design with independent modules. That in turn makes your software more secure and reliable. Definitely, when you become senior developer, you would find disadvantages in OOP. But when candidate starts arguing with me during the interview and hating OOP approach, usually I ask him what is better for some imaginary business case. And these people always lose this fight. Because you need to understand that programming is always just a question of trade-offs between maintainability, scalability, speed of development, code quality, and reliability. And now when you understand on a high level what is object-oriented programming and why we need to learn it, let's review basic OOP principles. They are inheritance, encapsulation, polymorphism, abstraction. Let's go one by one. Inheritance. To understand inheritance, let's consider the next example. Do you remember we discussed class of the car earlier in this lesson? And now imagine that you need to create not sedan, but sport car, or family car with extra seats. Would you describe class for sport car from scratch? You don't need to do this, because sport car also going to have 4 wheels, also going to have engine, but something would be different. Most likely you are going to have only 2 seats in the car, and additional attributes of the sport car like spoiler, probably clutch pedal for sport manual transmission and something else. I believe you got my point. Inheritance allows you to create new class based on another one. New class can extend existing one and share properties and behavior. New class is called child class and basic class is called parent class. Inheritance allows you to reuse code and to create new classes without reinventing the wheel. Encapsulation. The key principle tells us to keep data and code that can manipulate this data together. It is also about keeping data and the code safe from external interference. To understand it better, let me demonstrate encapsulation in real life. You have a car. Car is a separate object, and there is a gas pedal in it. Gas pedal is external interface which sets the way how we will interact with our car. When we push down gas pedal, a lot of things happen. Throttle is opening to let some air in, meanwhile fuel is fed to intake manifold, sensor regulate when throttle should be closed, and so on. And everything is done to accelerate your car. Do you see how many details are encapsulated from you inside the car? But you don't care. You don't want to control all these actions. You just want to push gas pedal to accelerate your car. and you don't have access and control how much fuel to feed in different cases. You let your car handle such kind of questions. Do you understand better now what is encapsulation? In programming, access modifiers exist to facilitate the encapsulation of components. For example, in Java you have next access modifiers. Private, the strictest one. You have access to fields and methods only within the specific class. You can't access private elements outside of this class. Default, access level within the same package. Elements with default access modifier can be accessed outside of the package. Protected, access level within the package and outside of the package in the child classes. Access outside of the package and outside of a child classes is not possible. Public, access level from everywhere. You can access elements with public modifier from within the class, outside of the class, within the package, and outside of the package. To keep focus on the basic OOP principles in this lesson, we'll discuss only theory. In the next lessons, we'll make a deep dive into practice part, including access modifiers. I believe now it is clear what does encapsulation principle mean. The next principle is polymorphism. Let me explain polymorphism in simple words and again with car example. Imagine you have two different cars, one with electric engine, another with petrol engine. Both are going to have button Start Engine. In both cases behavior will be similar. Engine will be started and you will be able to drive. But the way how engine will be started is completely different. In car with petrol engine, car's system will feed fuel to the engine to start it. In car with electric engine, a huge blast of power will drive your car. Or like it's shown on the slide, you have steering wheel, and each car has. But the way how steering system work is different in each car in this example. You can have single interface but multiple implementations. Do you feel what polymorphism is all about? The same word can mean different things in different contexts. What we have just discussed called method overriding. You override behavior. In the separate lesson I am going to show you how polymorphism works in Java. For now, I need you to understand the concept of OOP and basic principles. And the last but not the least principle is abstraction. In some literature this principle even not mentioned as a basic OOP principle. But I believe we can consider this principle as important as other ones we discussed. Let me explain you what abstraction is. If I would ask you what is the difference between a car and a plane, what would you say? You would try to list some key features of a car and a plane. You are trying to come up with abstraction which should be enough to differentiate car and plane. Create abstraction which works the best for your business needs. It is not easy thing to do. But if you create good abstraction for a specific case, it would allow you to not duplicate code, to support good scalability of your units and lots more. This principle is a very important one, and it requires time to use it in the right manner. Let's take a look now what we have learned today. Today we learned what is OOP and what is the difference between object-oriented and functional programming. We discussed advantages of OOP and why we need to learn it. And what is also very important, we learned basic OOP principles. That's all what I wanted to share with you in this lesson. This is our start of learning of object-oriented programming. I would be glad to recommend you literature to read as your homework, but I wouldn't recommend you read anything so far. My opinion is that the topic of object-oriented programming in majority books described chaotically. By saying this, I mean in books a lot of terms, code structures, new keywords which we are going to learn are mixed in the same chapters. I spend a lot of time thinking on the structure of lessons and how to explain OOP to my students. And my experience of teaching proves that the sequence of lessons which I suggest brings a clear vision of OOP in the shortest possible time. So now, make sure you understand content of this lesson before we move further. Hello team, today we are going to learn with you what a class is. We will talk about what class can contain. On code examples we will learn what are fields, initialization blocks, constructors, methods and nested classes. I am going to explain you what getters and setters are and how we can use them. We are going to create our own class and will create object of our custom class together. Let's start. From the previous lesson you already know that class is our template for objects. But what does it consist of? Class can contain constructors, fields, methods, initialization blocks, and nested classes. To understand it better, let's jump to example. Let's imagine we are implementing online store, and we need to implement our virtual cart for shopping. You already know OOP, and you know that everything is an object. Taking into account we expect multiple users on our website, we are going to have a lot of carts. We need to have a template for cart object. That's why we need to create cart class. Here's cart class. I created it beforehand to save time during this video lesson. I will walk you through it line by line. Our goal now to understand what class can contain. First of all, class can contain fields. Often fields are called properties. With the help of the fields we can express state of specific object. Fields can have different modifiers. For example, fields can be static and non-static, final and non-final. We are going to have separate lesson about static keyword and static elements in Java, and we'll discuss final keyword also in separate lesson. This lesson only about classes. So this is all fields which we have in cart class. Class also can contain initialization blocks. We may have static and non-static initialization blocks. Why do we need them? For example, I have some fields which I want to be initialized with values by default. In this case, every time cart object will be created, cart counter will be incremented. In case cart will be created without user ID, I know that I need to assign this cart to some user. Let it be special user with ID 1. And one of the properties has tags type. This is also custom type described by us. I will show it to you later in this lesson. But now imagine that you have this field and you don't want to leave it not initialized. What default value has all reference types of data? Null. And according to logic that I implemented, I know that tags shouldn't be null to avoid null pointer exception because I use this variable in code below. NPE, what stands for null pointer exception, one of the most widespread exception which happens when you call method on null value. That's why it's called null pointer exception. We'll learn more about exceptions in separate section. For now, I want at least some default value should be assigned to this variable. That is exactly what I'm doing here. I use an initialization block to initialize this field. The similar situation with our discount object. I initialize this field to make sure it won't be null. Talking about static blocks, it is worth to mention that they have very narrow application domain. With cart class example, it was hard for me to come up with example of static initialization block. This block will be executed only once, when class will be uploaded into JVM. In this case, we just write text to console. Good example of static block initialization usage is driver classes. You always need to register driver in the system, so it would be comfortable to use static initialization block for this. For example, once driver class is uploaded into JVM, we can register it in some services. That's a real-life example which we will see later in this course. But now, you at least understand how potentially we can use static initialization blocks. Probably that's it regarding initialization blocks. Let's move on. Class may contain constructors. Constructor is a special method which should be called to instantiate object. Important things to mention about constructor. Constructor name should always be the same as class name. If your class name is cart, then constructor is also cart. Rule about writing methods starting from lowercase is not applied to constructors. It doesn't have return type. You remember that all methods should have return type. In constructor you should not specify return type, because constructors always by default return reference to the object in heap memory. You always have constructor by default. Let me show you this. Even if I wouldn't have these constructors, I would still have default one. Let me comment all this code. And now let's jump to the demo file and create cart object. Let me declare a variable of type cart and assign cart object to it. To create object, I write new keyword. This is a command to Java to allocate memory for object in heap. And after that I call constructor and print cart object to console. Let's run this program. And here we are. You see that code from static initialization block executed first. And here is our cart object printed to console. Now let me create custom constructor. Let's pretend I want to create cart by specifying cart ID and user ID. And when I created custom constructor, there is no default constructor anymore. And here you see compilation error. The constructor cart is undefined. That's why if you want to declare a custom constructor and keep constructor by default, you should specify it explicitly. When I uncomment this constructor, compilation error is gone. Let's take a look how we can use custom constructor. We know that our constructor can take two integers as arguments. and you see that the first parameter will be assigned to ID property of this object, and the second parameter will be assigned to user ID property of the current object. You can see that I use this keyword to reference current object, because this ID is this property in cart object, and ID is just a local variable of the constructor. Does it make sense? So inside the class, you have keyword which always reference to this specific object. Now you can call your custom constructor like this. New cart and pass constructor arguments. When we print second card to console, you can see that ID and user ID of this card is different from the first card object. Now when you know what are constructors, you might be wondering, why do we need initialization blocks if we have constructors? On this example, you can see that no matter which constructor will be called, initialization block will be executed in both cases. Knowing this, you can use initialization blocks to put the code which you want to execute no matter what constructor will be called. Is it clear now? What else our class can have? Our class can have methods. That is behavior of our object. For example, our cart can add new product to the cart. Let's not get deep dive into the logic here. I will share with you source code of this lesson and you will be able to take a look more thoroughly at implementation. But now let's understand that methods are behavior of our object and can change state of our object. And now you can understand the difference between method and function. Function can exist without object independently. Method is the behavior of the object. That's why in OOP we call specific blocks of code which can be invoked by their names methods, but not functions. Method, this is something what is always associated with an object. In this particular example, our cart contains array of products, and we can add product to this cart, namely to this array of products. That is exactly what this method does. It adds new product and changes state of our cart. Notice that each time new product is added to the cart, other methods are called to calculate total net price and total gross price. These are two private methods. That means nobody outside this class can call these methods. I can call these methods from this class only. Access modifiers will be covered in detail in encapsulation lesson. In your code, method invocation might look like this. You created cart object and after that use its behavior to add product to the cart. Product is also our custom class, by the way. Here it is. Just two properties for the sake of our example. And you see in console that after we added two products, total net price, total gross price and total tax have been changed. After these methods I have other methods that are called getters and setters. Why do we need them? You see that all properties of cart object are private. That is because I want to have full control over how people can interact with my object and how they can change state of object. Getters usually used to read properties of objects. You can be wondering, if we are making our properties private so nobody could access them and change them, then why do we need to create getters and setters? Let me explain you on this example. You can create getter and return your products array. But this means that everybody who has link to your products array can change state of this array just using this reference. For example, having reference to products array object, I can add two more products in it, and state of the cart will be different. In this case, there would be two more products in cart. But now, when you can write code of your cart, you can say that you won't give reference to this array. Everyone who wants to investigate state of products array can do this. And you can return copy of this array. By doing this, you can be sure that even if in some other places reference to products array will be obtained, they will get reference to the copy of your array and won't be able to change state of original products array from your cart. This is critical for us, because based on the products from this array, we calculate total net and total gross price. Imagine that somebody would take the reference to products array, add few more products to it without recalculating total net and gross price and would just proceed to checkout with this cart. Customers would be happy that they got more items for free, but our management definitely won't be happy. And if I don't want that somebody set completely new array of products in my cart, I just don't create setter. That's it. But if you have setter, you can verify arguments to make sure that they are valid according to your business logic. For example, everyone can set cart ID here. But nobody can set ID with value less than 0 because I wrote a code to verify this. In case ID is less than 0, just exit from this method. And you can see that return keyword is also used to exit method in void methods, even when you don't have intention to return some value from method. Or like here, for example, anybody can add product to the cart, but in case somebody is trying to add null into my array, I don't allow to do this and exit from method. Remember that validation of all arguments which were passed to the method is the rule which you always must follow. By the way, if you want easily generate getters and setters, use next hotkey, Alt-Shift-S, and select Generate Getters and Setters. You can select fields for which you need getters and setters, or only getters, for example, if you don't want to create setters and vice versa. Press Generate to generate code. I already have all necessary getters and setters, that's why I wouldn't press this button now. In case you forgot hotkeys, press mouse right click, select source, and then generate getters and setters. We have toString method here. We are going to talk about this method in details in the lesson about object class. But in the meantime, let me explain you what this method is about in few words. In console here we see text representation of our cart object. That is because toString method is overridden here. And you can see how this string is created from combination of fields from our cart object. When we pass reference type to println method, toString method call is invisible for us. And when toString method is called, this code is executed and this string is returned. That's why we see readable representation of our cart object. To generate toString method, use the same hotkey as we discussed earlier, Alt-Shift-S, and select Generate toString. It says that I already have toString, but still, I want to show you details. You can select which fields, methods you would like to use to create string, which will be returned after toString method call. Besides what we have already discussed, classes can also contain nested classes. Nested classes can be static and non-static. Static nested classes usually called just nested static classes, and nested not static classes usually called inner classes. And here you see discount and tax classes. We use variables of these types in our cart class. And I believe you remember at the beginning we initialize variables of these types with default values in our initialization block. To not overwhelm you with information in this lesson, let's agree to learn types of classes in the separate lesson. For now, let's repeat one more time what class can contain. Class can contain fields, initialization blocks, constructors, methods, nested classes. And we know that nested classes could be nested static classes and inner classes. I'll share with you links to the source code in attachments to this lesson so you could review it one more time. Nested classes will be discussed in the separate lesson. And now, let's review what we have learned today. Today we learned what class can contain and how to create our custom objects. Now you know the difference between a method and a function. We reviewed concept of getters and setters and how to generate them easily in Eclipse. Take a look one more time at the source code of examples which we reviewed during the lesson and be prepared for the next lesson. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello dear students, today we will talk more about classes. I am going to tell you what types of classes we have in Java. We will talk about all types of classes: concrete, inner, nested, final classes, pojo classes, abstract and anonymous. During the lesson you are going to learn what is abstract keyword and how you can use it with classes and methods. To learn this topic it is better to start from examples. Before this lesson I created a concrete class to show you. Why it's called concrete? Because this class has an implementation for all of its methods. Concrete classes can't have any unimplemented methods. Let's imagine we are implementing e-commerce platform and we have user in it. User has its own properties like unique ID, first name, last name, email, an array of products which user bought in our online shop. User can calculate personal discount based on the total amount of money he or she spent in our shop. In case he spent more than $1,000, user gets 5% discount. The rest of the methods are getters and setters, and you can see that all methods have implementation. To create an object of a concrete class, you just need to call the constructor of this type. Now let's take a look what nested classes are. You already know that we can have nested static classes and inner classes. To explain you what a nested class is, let's consider the next case. Imagine we have cart object, and we need to declare a specific class which will represent the tags. But logically, we understand that tags can exist without cart. But there is no sense to have tags without cart. Because if the cart is empty, then the tags for this order also will be absent. Then there is no reason to have these tags. But still, it can exist. Agree? Taking into account the fact that tags is tightly coupled with the cart object, we declare a new class inside cart. Here you see that I add static modifier before class word. Besides that, this class can contain everything what a concrete class can contain. To create an instance of a tags object, you need to call constructor of tags type, but with the help of cart type. You have to write new, then specify auto class, dot, name of the nested class, and call a constructor. You might be wondering, what is the sense in declaring nested class if we can create object of nested class when we need without object of cart class? And you will be right. As we keep learning object-oriented programming, you will see different examples from GDK, and you will feel when you need to create nested classes. And very often nested classes have private modifier, so that you wouldn't be able to create an instance of nested class outside of the auto class because of their close relation. In this particular case, we let client of our code to create tags object without cart, but we are saying with our architecture here that tags is closely connected with cart object. On the other hand, you have inner classes. They are also declared inside other classes, but they don't have static modifier. Imagine that we have cart and you need to describe discounts that can be applied to the cart. And in your program, discount can't exist without cart. In this case, we need to create an inner class, and here it is. You can create methods and fields and everything else inside the inner class. Now let's take a look how we can create object of inner class. To instantiate object of inner class, you need to have a reference to the object of auto class. That means you can't create object of inner class without having an object of auto class. That's why here I create object of the cart type first, and after that I create the object of the discount type and call the constructor. Now I can assign reference to this object to this variable. Do you feel the difference between inner and nested classes? Hope these specific examples helped you to understand the difference better. As always, you have the opportunity to look at the source code. I will leave links to these files in the attachments to this lesson. Now let's talk about what final classes are. We can make our user class final just like this. Just add final keyword before class. What does it mean? You remember I told you about inheritance as a basic OOP principle? When you wrote final keyword here, that means you are not able to describe new classes based on this one. That means you are not able to extend this class and add new behavior to this type. For example, string is also final class. And let's imagine I want to extend user from string for some reasons. I can write extends here and string. The type user cannot be a subclass of the final class string. We'll talk more about inheritance in the separate lesson, but right now I want you to understand that when we are talking about final classes, first of all we mean classes that we can't extend. Podger classes will be easy for you to understand. Podger stands for plain old Java object. These are just simple Java classes. For example, Podger classes shouldn't, first of all, extend any other classes, secondly, implement interfaces, and contain pre-specified annotations, like entity or others. Usually people call simple classes with just getters and setters and default constructor Podger classes. For example, this product class can be called Podger class. So now you know the terminology. As you can see, that was easy. Abstract classes. Abstract classes exist to put their common code for the specific hierarchy. For example, let's pretend that in our e-commerce solution we have product class. It will be abstract. It will have such fields as an ID, name, minimum amount of order quantity. We will also have here flags to identify whether the product is available for delivery. We don't want to make product class concrete. We want to keep it abstract. Why? Because in our program we don't need to instantiate product types. What do we need instead? We need to instantiate master product and variant product. These are specific types of products which will be used in our online shop. TV can be master product. Boots will be variant product, because we can have different sizes of the same boots. And different sizes of boots are the master products. Master and variant products will extend abstract product type, and just few properties will be added to these types. For example, array of master products will be added to variant product, because let's pretend we want to sell boots. Boots are variant, you can have boots of different sizes. Master product also has another property which is different from abstract product type. We'll have boolean property is available for lease to identify whether this product is available for lease. Now let's try to create objects. We can't create an object from an abstract class, but we can create object of concrete class that extends our abstract class. And I want to pay your attention here. Taking into account master product and variant product class extends product, we have the same methods which we have in product class. So you can understand that code which is placed here in product class is common for all child classes. Does it make sense? Can you see why do you need to have abstract classes, for example? We will talk more in details regarding inheritance and extends keyword in separate lesson, but I decided to show you this example because it will be hard to explain the necessity of having abstract classes in your program. Another reason to have an abstract class is in case you know that your object should have some specific behavior, but you don't know the exact implementation of this behavior for all child classes. Let me show you this on the example. Your product will be able to check whether it's available in stock, but you will have different implementation for this behavior in master and variant product classes. That's why I created abstract method in product class. Abstract method is a method without body. You see that I added abstract keyword and there is no body in this method. It is just the method declaration, and this method should be implemented in child classes. For example, in master product you will just check remaining amount. If it's not 0, then you have this product in stock. Get remaining amount in stock method is the method which will check amount of this product in stock in database. For the sake of example, I made a stop here to focus your attention on the other concept. In variant product, you have to iterate over each variant, and in case at least one variant of the product is in stock, let's indicate to our user that this product is in stock, and let's return true. And only if neither of variants is in stock, let's return false. I hope now you get clarity on what abstract classes are. And last but not the least for today is anonymous class. You already know that I can't create an instance of the abstract class product, but I can create an instance of anonymous class that extends class product. For example, here I wrote new product, curly bracket, and now I can implement abstract method. This definition is called abstract class, because this is definition of a new class that has no name. Usually you declare anonymous class and instantiate object at the same moment of time. That's it. Now you know all types of classes that can exist in Java. Now let's recap what we have learned today. We learned what concrete, static, nested, inner, final, pojo, abstract and anonymous classes are. After today's lesson you also know what abstract methods are and how you can use abstract modifier with classes and methods. That's all what I have for you for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
Hello dear students, in this lesson we are going to talk with you about interfaces. From this lesson you will learn what interfaces are and what do they consist of. Also, we will discuss what is the difference between abstract class and interface. And at the end of the lesson I will tell you what is the difference between such terms as interface, class and type. Let's go. I suggest starting look at examples to understand what interfaces are. First of all, let's come up with definition of an interface. Interface is an abstraction which defines the behavioral contract that must be followed by every class that implements this interface. In other words, you specify a set of expected behavior which should be present in each class that implements this interface. But you don't specify how exactly this behavior will be implemented. For example, I have interface here for payment processor. I need to have some type in my program that will be able to process payment and send information about our payment to payment gateway. That's why I want to declare void method with the name processPayment that takes payment data object as an argument. Payment data is simple Pojo class that has ID, payment amount, tax amount, ID of a user who wants to make a payment, and currency. The rest of the methods here are just getters and setters. Now let's get back to our interface. You see that I declared method without body and without any other modifiers. Why? Because invisibly all methods in interface have modifiers public and abstract. So, in case I will add here public and abstract modifier, nothing will change. But there is no sense in adding public abstract modifiers because all methods in interfaces by default are public and abstract. I can say that this interface sets the contract on the process payment behavior. By saying contract, I mean this interface clearly defines what return type will be, how method will be called, and what parameters will be in it. Period. But this interface doesn't bother about what exact code will be written. And now, when I have such interface in my program, I can create types that will implement this contract. I have Chase Payment Processor and PayPal Payment Processor. Both implements payment processor interface. That means these classes are obligated to implement process payment methods. Since this method is abstract in the interface, in our concrete class we must implement this method. If only our class will be abstract, there is no need to implement this method. Let me comment this method and add abstract keyword before class. You see? There is no compilation error. But since this class is not abstract, there will be compilation error in case we won't implement this method. You can press Ctrl+1 and select Add Unimplemented Methods to generate stub method. I will just uncomment existing one. This method will work differently. For example, Chase Payment Processor, because of the specifics of payment gateway, it should obtain secure token first for authorization. And only after that we can initialize payment page with secure token and amount of money to pay. On the other hand, let's pretend that PayPal Payment Processor needs to request payment form by using specific application key, and after that we have to fill out this form with payment details and submit it. You can notice that in both cases we have override annotation here. This annotation exists for the sake of a successful compilation. To not switch the topic, let's keep focus on our interfaces. I will tell you more about override annotation in our detailed lesson about polymorphism. Do you see these two examples? The behavior is the same. Both classes process payment data, but they do this in different way. What do all this look like? Exactly, this look like implementation of polymorphism principle, one of the main OOP principle. Why else we need interfaces? To build our application with dependency on the abstraction types, but not on the concrete classes. Let me show you this example. Imagine we have some client of our code. It could be some other class, so-called facade class or controller class, that doesn't matter. And this class can simply rely on the interface of payment processor type. We can say that by default variable of payment processor reference to PayPal payment processor. But in fact, this client doesn't bother what implementation of payment processor we will use, PayPal payment processor or Chase payment processor. Moreover, somebody can use setter and set either Chase or PayPal payment processor during the runtime. The good thing about interfaces is that they define level of abstraction, and we can build our program relying on this abstraction. Do you see this method invocation in checkout method? No matter what implementation of payment processor I will have here during the runtime, I don't need to change this code. And also, pay attention to one more thing here. I can initialize variable of interface type with a reference to an object of any other class which implements this interface. Okay, hope this is clear. Now let's take a look what our interface can contain. As you already understand, our interface can contain abstract methods. It can have as many methods as you wish. But later we will learn other object-oriented principles and you will understand that it is better to have a lot of small interfaces rather than one and big. Besides abstract methods, our interface can contain default methods. Default methods are methods that have body, so you can treat them like regular methods in concrete class. But the Java syntax wouldn't allow you to declare a method with body in interface without default keyword. In case I erase the default keyword, compiler tells me that abstract methods don't have body, because compiler treats this method as abstract. Also, our interface may contain static methods. We are going to have a separate lesson about static keywords, but right now you can remember that static methods can be called without any object. So you don't need to write new keyword and create object. You can just write type name and call a method, like I did here for example. I wrote name of the interface and invoke static method on this interface. Notice I didn't use variable of payment processor type. I use interface. It is not very object-oriented approach. Why? Wait for a lesson about static keyword and I will tell you more about it. So far you know that interface can contain abstract, default and static methods. What else? Interface can have constants. For example, imagine a real-life scenario. In case our payment failed, we need to retry few more times. I create variable of int type retry attempts. And you probably notice that Eclipse formats this variable name like a constant. I mean cursive and another color. That is because by default all fields in interfaces have public static final modifiers, like all constants have. Public so that everyone could access it, static because constants should exist in a single copy, and final so that nobody could override it. We will talk more about constants in a lesson about static keyword. And even if I would add these modifiers here, nothing will change. But usually developers skip these modifiers in interfaces. Let me also remove it. Important thing that we didn't discuss yet is the fact that class can implement multiple interfaces at once. I'm not sure whether you noticed that our Chase payment processor implements two interfaces. The one we discussed already and another one is payment validator. If this class implements payment validator interface, that means this class should implement validate payment method, which will validate payment to be sure that it has all necessary information for payment processing in this payment gateway. In Java it is allowed to implement multiple interfaces, but in one specific case this can lead to compilation error, and I want you to know this case. Let's discuss it. For example, in payment processor interface you have some default method, and in payment validator you also have default method with the same signature. Here it is. This can lead to compilation error in Chase payment processor class, because during the runtime it will be unclear which default method should be used, the one from payment validator or the one from payment processor. That's why compiler doesn't allow us to compile this code until we resolve issue with duplicated default methods. So now you know really a lot about interfaces. It is time to understand how good you learned interfaces and ask you what is the difference between abstract classes and interfaces. Abstract class we can extend with extends keyword. Interface we can implement using implements keyword. Abstract class can have properties with all possible modifiers. On the other hand, all properties in interfaces have public static final modifiers. You can extend only one class in Java, but you can implement multiple interfaces. You remember that example when our PayPal payment processor implemented two interfaces at a time? Basically, that's the most significant difference between abstract classes and interfaces. It is also worth to mention that introduction of default and static methods in interfaces made harder to distinguish interfaces from abstract classes. Based on the difference which we discussed, you can select whether you need to use abstract class or interface. For example, if you know that you need to list properties with private or protected access modifiers that are not static, you already know that you need to use abstract class instead of interface. And if you need to be able to implement specific interface together with other ones, you know that you need to use interfaces. Last but not the least question for today in our agenda is to define the difference between such terms as class, type, and interface. You already know what a class is. In short, the class is a template for your future objects. Interface is an abstraction which defines application programming interface and contract for behavior. But what is a type? Probably you heard during the lessons that I use type word as a synonym when I reference to class or interface. Because class is a type. Interface is also a type. That means every type is also either a class, an interface, an enumeration, or an array. Also, each object has a type, and every expression has a type. If during the interview you will be asked what a type is, you can answer something like this. Type summarizes the common features of a set of objects with the same characteristics. Class is a concrete data structure and group of methods that represents an implementation of the type. Let's look at this example one more time attentively. Payment processor variable has payment processor type, but this variable refers to the PayPal payment processor object, so we can say that the object has payment processor type. And you see here in the method parameters, this setter can accept any object of type payment processor. That means this method can work with any object that implements this interface. Does it make sense? Hope with these examples things become clearer. Let's recap what we have learned today. In this lesson we learned what interfaces are, what interfaces can contain inside, how to implement interface, what default methods in interfaces are, what static methods in interfaces are. Now you know what the difference between abstract class and interface is. And today you also learned the difference between type and object. That's all what we have for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello team, in this lesson we are going to learn more about one of the key principles of the object-oriented programming approach. I'm talking about inheritance. Today we will talk not only about inheritance, we will learn super keyword and new operator instance of. I will show you how we can extend classes and what rules should be followed during inheritance. So, let's start. I believe you remember theoretical part which we discussed in OOP lesson about inheritance. So now it is time for practical code examples demo to understand this topic better. I always try to create real-life example for you so that you could understand how this works for real. In this lesson, imagine that you have product type in your program. I didn't create too many fields to not distract your attention from inheritance topic. Just imagine that product can have multiple fields and methods. And we also have the phone type. Phone is also a product in our online shop. It will have similar fields and behavior as product has. But besides that, it has also some phone-specific behavior, like ring method, for example. Now let's create phone object. I declare a product variable and initialize it with phone object. Taking into account phone object is also of type product. And you can see that our product variable has all methods that are declared in product type. I have setter, getter, and calculate remaining amount method, which is not declared in phone but declared in product. So, the idea of inheritance is to describe new types based on existing one. From technical side, this allows us to reuse already written code, which is also pretty cool. Because let's imagine you need to change the logic how remaining amount in stock is calculated. Instead of changing this method in all classes where this method is used, I can just do change in one place in product class and behavior will become different in all child classes. And you also see that phone object doesn't have name field, but somehow I can set the value for name property of the phone. That is because inheritance of this field from product object. Okay, but let's try to ring right now. Unfortunately we have compilation error because ring method is not defined for the type product. But we see here that we created phone object and we still don't have the ring method available. Why? Because Java is not bothering what object will be here in this line during the runtime. You can initialize the variable with any object of this type and Java doesn't want to guess what object is there for real. What Java knows that in case code is compiled, that means object which was assigned to this variable has the same interface as this type for sure. That's why we don't see any methods from phone type here, because we have variable of type product. When I create variable of phone type, I can invoke ring method without compilation error. But what if my class or method works with product type and I want to call ring method? I will be able to do that only in case during the runtime I have phone object here. But how I can understand this? Now I will show you new keyword and operator which you will be able to use in your programs. Here is an instance of operator. It allows you to check the type consistency with the object. It is a binary operator which works with two operands. Let me show you how you can use it. If object behind the product variable, this one, is instance of phone type, then result will be true. Instance of returns either true or false, and if instance of returns true, I can cast this variable to phone type. Do you remember how we cast primitive types? We can cast reference types in similar way. Write phone and variable name,
Now put the type name in parentheses and name of the variable you want to cast. Now you can invoke ring method. Instance of will return false in case variable reference to object is incompatible with the type you specified as a second operand. Okay, you know what is instance of and when you can use it. Let's proceed with inheritance topic. In your child class, you always have a reference to a parent class. You might want to have the reference to the parent class, for example, to call some parent methods. Let's take a look here. Product class has the method that returns list of all variant products associated with the current product, and our phone object overrides this behavior and throws unsupported operation exception. This exception indicates that this behavior is not supported in this class. Later in this course, we will learn that this implementation violates one of the design principles in the object-oriented programming, but you would face with similar cases many times, believe me. And now, what will happen if in another method, calculate amount of variance, I will call list variance? Method of this object will be called, and program will stop execution because of the exception. Let me run this program to show you this. What do you have to do right now? You already know that in each class you have reference to a parent class with super keyword. So let's call method list variance not from this class, but let's call method list variance of the parent class. This one. Just write super, this is the reference to the parent type, dot, and invoke the same method. What we'll have now? Let me run this program one more time. We won't have any error because this method was called. You can always use super keyword to reference methods or properties of a parent class. Now imagine the next scenario. Imagine you don't have default constructor in your parent object because you can create products only with names. How this will impact your phone type? You're going to have compilation error. Why? Because to create child object, JVM invokes constructor of all parent classes. And now, JVM can't call constructor of parent classes because it doesn't know what should be passed as a constructor argument. Default constructor of phone looks like this. So what we need to do to remove this compilation error? We need explicitly call constructor of parent class and pass a string parameter to it. Let's type super, parentheses, and pass some string argument to it. Here we call parent constructor. And you see that now compilation error is gone. Now JVM will be able to create an object of the phone type. One more important comment here. Call of the parent constructor always should go first in child constructor. I mean, you can't call any other methods before super here. Let me show you. If I write here some code, it doesn't matter what exactly I write here. Let it be console output. We'll have again compilation error. You need to remember that invocation of parent constructor and using of super keyword should always go first in child constructor. I will make a pause now. Is it clear? If this is clear, let's move on. I told you that OOP is fun. Now you know that to create child object, constructor of a parent type is called. What else happens during child object initialization? Here is a quick exercise for you that will help you to remember for the rest of your lives what happens during child object construction. Here is the code of our exercise. So let's start. We have parent type. Here you can see static initialization block, constructor. We have console output everywhere here, and it's clearly specified that this output belongs to the parent type. And we have child type that extends parent class. The child class has the same things that parent has. Static initialization block, and constructor. And you see that text in console output is different. The question is, what will be printed to console when I will create child object? And another question, what will be printed to console when I will create child object the second time? Press pause and try to answer this question. Okay, let me answer this. I will run the program and we will investigate console output. And let's see what we have here. Static initialization block of the parent is executed. And after that, static initialization block of the child type is executed. Why? Static blocks are executed when classes are uploaded into JVM. Parent class was uploaded first, and after that child class was uploaded. After that, JVM wants to initialize parent fields first. That's why it executes parent initialization block and after that parent constructor. And only after that, JVM starts to create child object and executes child initialization block and child constructor. Hope this example is clear. What happens when I try to create child object the second time? Everything the same, beside execution of static initialization blocks. Why? Because everything what is followed by static keyword, including initialization blocks, is associated not with the object of this class, but with the class itself. So when classes are uploaded into JVM, these blocks are executed. They won't be executed 2 times in a row. Hope now with this easy example it has become clearer what is the initialization order during the construction of a child object. The last thing you need to know about inheritance is that in Java multiple inheritance is not supported. That means you can't define new type on the basis of 2 or more other types. After extends keyword, you can specify only one class. But in some other languages, multiple inheritance is supported. That's all what we have in our agenda for today. Let's recap what we have learned today. We learned what inheritance is and how we can extend a type. Now you know 2 more keywords, super and instance of. You learned some specific constraints while extending classes. And today you learned what an initialization order is of new object that is extended from another class. That's all. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
Hello team, in this lesson we will discuss principle of the object-oriented programming approach, polymorphism. Today we will talk about what polymorphism is. I will tell you what method overriding is. You will learn what is the difference between method overriding and method overloading. Hope after this lesson you will understand what dynamic binding is. Also, on different examples I will show you how final keyword works and what does it mean. So let's start. We have a lot of things to learn today. Polymorphism literally means many forms. Many forms of what? Many forms of behavior. Often we can see how polymorphism works when we extend any class or implement any interface. Let me show you one example. Imagine that we have abstract class user, and we have content manager and admin user classes. Both extends user. User has a method named validate access rights. This method should check permissions of the user to perform some actions in our system. You can see that in user class we have default console output where it is set that there are no specific permissions. In content manager we see console output with indication of the permissions. Content manager can't withdraw money. And for admin user we see completely different message. Now let me declare 2 variables of type user and create 2 objects. Object of content manager type and object of admin user type. After that, I want to invoke validate access rights method on these objects. What will be printed to console? Text from user class, from content manager class, or from admin user class? Take few seconds to think about this. Let me run this program, and we see that for content manager object method from content manager class was invoked, and for admin user method from admin user class was invoked. This is polymorphism. User type has the one behavior, validate user access rights, but there are different forms of this behavior. Type of the reference can't be changed. The object of the reference can be of different type, but object type should be compatible with type of the reference, and during the runtime Java identifies what method should be called based on the object here during the runtime. That's why we see that methods of specific objects are called. This is called dynamic binding. Method that should be invoked is identified during the runtime. Another real-life example. Imagine we have interface to describe types that can archive files. We can name it archiver and set the contract for one method, archive files, which takes variable argument parameter of type file. We'll learn this type a little bit later in our course. And we have different implementations of this interface, zip archiver and rar archiver. And again, during the runtime, Java will identify the object which stands behind the reference and will call method of this exact object. You can notice this override annotation. This is just a meta information for a compiler. Your code will work just awesome without this annotation. Let's remove it and run program one more time. Do you see this? Everything is the same. Then why do we need it at all? Imagine that either by mistake or your colleague just added a method parameter here. You won't have compilation error. But what would you see in console? You are going to see console output from the parent class. Why? Because you are calling validate access rights method, but not validate access rights with int parameter. Do you remember topic about methods? These two methods have different signature. Java didn't know that you want to override behavior of this method. To tell the compiler that you want to override method, just add this annotation. We'll talk about annotations and how to create them in a separate lesson about annotations. So now you can see that I have the compilation error. Because now I told compiler that I want to override this method. And it tells me that if I want to override this method with new behavior, I need to have the same signature of the method as parent class has. And also, my return type has to be compatible. Let's take a look at another example. Imagine we have abstract method in our user class to retrieve profile information. And when I will override this method in admin user class, I will return instance of an account information. Will I have compilation error? No, because I built my application relying on abstractions. Profile information, it is an interface, my abstraction. And I can return any object which is compatible with profile information type. That will not violate any Java rules. One more thing. Imagine that according to interface, getProfileInformation accepts parameter of profile type. During the method invocation, you can pass in the method any object of type profile. For example, userProfileType is compatible with profileType, because profile is the interface and userProfile is a concrete class that implements this interface. Here you can see that I can call the method with instance of userProfile class and there are no errors. So, what you need to remember is that when you override method behavior, return type and method arguments that you pass to the method during invocation should be compatible with types declared in parent class. Hope now you understand how you can override methods. One more item which I wanted to discuss with you. Junior developers often mix up two terms, override and overload. You already know what does method override means. Overload, it is when you have methods with the same name but with different signature. For example, in zip archiver, archive files method is overridden and overloaded. Here it is overridden and here it is overloaded. As you can see, overloaded method has the same name but the different method signature. Now you know the difference between method overriding and overloading. Let's move on. And last but not the least topic for today is the final keyword. Final keyword can have different meaning based on the context. It can be used with classes, methods, variables, and method parameters. Let's look at final class first. If the class is final, like string class for example, you can't extend new types from it. Let me try to extend my user class from string. And you see, I have the compilation error. So, if you want to close your type for extension, just add final keyword. And you already understand that in case I forbid client of my code to extend my type, in some degree this violates polymorphism principle. Final variables can't be initialized with any value after they were declared. Here, in admin user class, I have final variable user group of type string. If I have final variable, I can't assign any other value to it after its declaration. For example, if I would try to change value of this variable in the scope of this method, I will get compilation error. And we see here that Eclipse tells us about compilation error. Final fields should be initialized either instantly after declaration, like I have here, or in constructor or in an initialization block. If you won't initialize final variable with any value, there will be compilation error like this. Similar behavior with final parameters. Usually it is a rule of thumb to make method parameters final. That means you can't reassign this argument, what is helpful in my opinion. You won't see that people very often declare local variables of methods with final modifier, but this is considered to be a good practice. Final keyword can be used with the methods. In case method is final, it can't be overridden. For example, in case I will add final modifier to validate access rights method in user class, I will receive compilation error in my admin user class. Let's check. Here's our compilation error. So, if you don't want to give opportunity for anyone to override behavior of your method, you can make it final. But again, it doesn't look like object-oriented approach because this violates polymorphism principle. And probably you already understand that you can't use final and abstract keywords together because they can't exist simultaneously. It looks like that's all what we have in our agenda for today. Let's recap one more time what we have learned today. Today we have learned with you what polymorphism is. Now you know how you can override behavior and what rules we have to follow when we override methods. Also, you learned what dynamic binding is. We discussed what is the difference between method overloading and method overriding. And now you know how to use final keyword with properties, classes, methods, and method arguments. That's it. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, in this lesson we will learn what is a static keyword. We will talk about where we can use static keyword. I will explain you how we can use static methods, static fields. In this lesson you are going to learn what is static import and what is the difference between static and dynamic binding. Let's start. I truly believe that to learn this topic better we can jump to the examples. So first of all, where you can use static keyword. You already saw in previous lessons that you can use static keyword during class declaration, with initialization blocks, with methods and with properties. Static keyword controls variable lifetime. I believe you remember static nested classes and we even discussed how to create object of static nested classes. Let's understand what static is on this simple example. You have the user class. It has such properties as ID and name. And one property has static modifier. Counter field is static. During initialization of each new object, I increment counter. Now, let's try to create two objects of user type and investigate what will be the value of counter and ID fields. Here you see I created user number 1 and user number 2. I get user ID and counter value from the first and the second user. Let me run this program and we will investigate with you console output. You see that both users have ID with 0 value, because 0 is the default value for int variable. But counter is not the same. At the beginning counter is equal to 1, and after we see that counter is equal to 2. And even more interesting things. If I would call getCounter method on the user1 object, I will get 2. Why? Because static variable exists in the single copy, and it belongs not to the object, but to the whole class. Each time new object is created, this counter variable is incremented. And taking into account that it exists in single copy, each time new object is created, the value becomes more and more. You know that class is a template for future object, and each new object will have a new ID property. But static fields are not connected with the objects. They are connected with the class. That's why each object knows about class properties. And when I call getCounter method for the second user and getCounter method for the first user, I receive the value of the same variable. Let's move on. Imagine that our user has a child class, employee. Both user and employee have static method with the same name. Do any static action. The only difference is that console output is different. Here I print user class name to console, and here I print employee. Now, let's create object of employee type. And let's call the static method. What will be printed to console? If you answered that user class name will be printed to console, then you are right. Why it works this way? This is called static binding. The method which will be called is already known during the compilation time. It is known because I call static method, something what belongs to the class, but not to the object. That's why if I have variable of type user here, static method of the type user will be invoked. And you see that Eclipse highlights for us this method call. It tells me that static method should be accessed in a different way. In which way? Indifferent. Usually to access any static entities you use class name, like this, user class, and after that you call any static method you wish. Let's call static method of user type and employee type. The example which we discussed in polymorphism, when we override some method called dynamic binding.
because the method which should be executed will be identified during the runtime based on the object that will be behind the reference. And I believe now you understood that dynamic binding is not possible with static methods. You can't override static methods. Static often considered as a bad thing in object-oriented programming. Why? Because it violates such basic OOP principle as polymorphism. It doesn't allow to override behavior, which is the key for OOP. Also, during building of a class hierarchy, it is not recommended to have static methods and fields to not get confused that multiple objects sharing similar properties. Also, sometimes static behavior and static state harder to test. But you will understand this later when we will learn how to write integration and unit tests. Obviously, you can use static methods in your code, and you can find in GDK that static methods are pretty widespread thing. But be prepared that when you will be on your workplace, your team lead won't be happy to see all static methods in your code. During this course, I will share with you architectural and code design approach which relies on the OOP principles where static entities are not used. But now you know what static keyword means. Knowing this, you can understand why constants have modifiers static and final. That is because static means that this field exists in a single copy, and final means that nobody can change the value of this variable after this variable was declared. So here you can see that I have the compilation error when I try to assign a new value to the final variable. I believe you remember a lot about final keyword from the lesson about polymorphism. For now, you already understand why constants have static final modifier. We will not discuss static initialization blocks in this lesson because we discussed them during the inheritance topic when I showed you example of order initialization of an object. Feel free to check that lesson if you want to recall information about static initialization blocks. The last but not the least thing for today, what I wanted to discuss with you is a static import. It is pretty simple. For example, do you remember arrays class? It contains only static methods, and to call any static method you need to write arrays class name and then call any method you would like. But what if you don't want to write arrays every time? You can import all static entities from arrays class. How to do that? On the top of your file write this: import static java util arrays dot and asterisk. This symbol means that you want to import all static entities that exist in this class. By saying all, I mean methods, fields, that is what you will use. And now you can call, for example, sort method without writing arrays class name. It looks like that's it according to our agenda. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned how static keyword works with fields and methods. We discussed what is static and dynamic binding. Now you know why static considered to be a bad thing in OOP. Hope you understood how to declare your own constants variables. Also, you learned how to import static in your Java file. That's it. Thank you for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, in this lesson we will talk about encapsulation and we'll learn what is the role of encapsulation principle in the object-oriented programming. In this lesson we will talk with you why do we need encapsulation and how we can implement encapsulation in our programs. We'll learn with you access modifiers and on real code examples I will show you how you can use them. I will share with you my practical experience, when to use which modifier, and we'll learn rules which we need to follow during overriding. So, let's jump to examples to understand this topic better. What is an encapsulation? Encapsulation is a principle that teaches us to group data and behavior, those are our fields and methods, together as a single unit. We can control access to interfaces, classes, fields, methods. To control access, we have four main access modifiers. They are public, protected, package private, or default, private. Let's start one by one to understand the difference on the specific examples. To not show you how access modifiers work with classes, fields, and methods separately, I will show you how access modifier works with methods. Because these modifiers control access to elements and the way how they work are similar no matter whether you try to get access for field or method. Okay, so imagine we have some class, let's call it class A, and inside this class we have the method with public access modifier. That means you can access it from any point of your program. For example, here you can see demo class, which is outside of our package number 1. I can create the instance of class A and call a public method on it. Now, imagine I have protected method do something too. Will I be able to call it from demo class? Unfortunately no. Why? Because I can get access to protected entities only inside the same package or in a child class. If only I had demo class inside the package number 1, I would be able to call methods do something too. Do you see here? I can call this method when demo class is in the same package with class A. Also here I have child class of the class A in package number 2, and inside the methods do something class B, I can call protected methods do something too. So now you understand that I can access protected entities in case they are in the same package or in child classes. Our next modifier is package private. You can see that do something class B doesn't have any access modifier specified. That is not true. When we don't specify access modifier, that means that access to this entity is a default. So usually absence of any keyword that associated with access modifier is called package private or just default access. So let me get back to demo class in package number 1. In scope of this package, I will create object of the class B type. And on this object, I call do something class B method. And you see that I have compilation error. But if I create object of class B type inside the package number 2 and call the same method, it is possible. Because default access is only within the same package. Taking into account this demo class and class B in the same package, we don't have compilation error. And last but not the least modifier is private modifier. Everything is easy here. You can access private entities only in scope where it was declared. For example, I have private method declared in this class and I can call this private method wherever I want in this class. But I can't call this method outside of the class even in the same package. If I would try to do so, I see compilation error. So now you understand the difference between modifiers. I believe you understood that encapsulation in OOP language can be implemented with the help of access modifiers. And you know how they work. Knowing this, during the planning of code architecture, you can choose access modifier which works the best for you. I want to share with you which modifiers you will use most of the times. In 99% of cases you will use either private or public. This is because you may have very few business cases when you want to keep something visible only in scope of the package or only in scope of the package and child class. Most likely you will implement interfaces and would like to keep this behavior public. Sometimes you will have methods which are needed only for this class and you will keep them private. Usually all fields have the private access modifier, because you want to control interaction with your object. So now you understand that default and protected modifiers are not used very often. And last thing for today which I wanted to discuss with you is the rules for access modifiers during the method overriding. The rule is simple. When you override method, you can't reduce the visibility of the inherited method. For example, in class A we have doSomething method, class B extends class A, and class C extends class B. Is that clear? And now I want to override doSomething method, and I override it with protected modifier. Just to recall, it was public in parent class, and I have compilation error here, because we can't narrow access. On the other hand, in class B, doSomething class B method has default access modifier. I can increase access level. And you can see here that I override method with public modifier and there is no compilation error, because you can extend access level. That's it. Now let's recall what we have learned today. Today we learned what an encapsulation is. We know that access modifiers can help us to implement encapsulation principle in our code. Also, we learned the difference between public, protected, default and private access modifiers. We discussed which modifiers developers use more often, and we saw specific rules which we need to follow during method overriding. That's all what I had in my agenda for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
Hello dear students, today we have very important topic. Today we'll discuss with you what object is. We'll review object class. We are going to discuss what methods object class has. This is really important for us because each class in Java implicitly extends object class. We'll learn with you today what is GNI and new keyword native. So let's start look at the source code. Learning the source code is the best way to learn any programming language. So, you already know that everything in Java is an object. Object is a virtual entity that has its own behavior and state, which can distinguish it from other objects. That means each object will inherit methods of object class. Our goal in this lesson to review these methods and to understand what they are for. You can press Ctrl plus Shift plus T to search for any specific type. I'd like to open source code of the object class now. This class is from java.lang package. And you remember that java.lang package is imported in each Java file by default. So, you never have to import object class into Java files. First of all, you can find new keyword native. To understand what is it, let's discuss with you what GNI stands for. Java Native Interface is a foreign function interface programming framework that enables Java code running in Java virtual machine to call and be called by native applications and libraries written in other languages such as C or C++. To simplify this, you can see native keyword with the methods that are written on C or C++ language. Native keyword can be used only with methods. Here you see native method register natives. You need it to register all native functions. You see that you have static init block which executes only once during your program execution. This static init block calls register natives method. This method has private modifier, so you will never use it. Let's focus our attention on the public interface of the class object. Here is the default constructor, nothing special. Here is the getClass method, and you can notice that it also native. So each object can return us its class. Class is a separate type which we'll learn in detail during the lesson about reflection. In short, this is type which describes objects of a class type. So, each class during the runtime has an object associated with it. And the class object knows all about fields, methods, annotations, constructors, everything. You can invoke methods on objects. Using getters, you can get whatever you need. For example, here's the getter that returns an array of fields declared in the class. But let's not switch the topic. We'll learn this class in detail later in our course. What else do we have in our object class? Hashcode method. A hashcode is an integer value that is associated with each object in Java. Its main purpose is to facilitate hashing in hash tables, which are used by data structures like HashMap. We'll learn how to override this method and how to use it when we'll learn with you Java Collections framework. Because, as I already mentioned, we can benefit from this method when we use collections. Equals method will tell you if the current object is equal to another object or no. It returns only true or false. And you see that by default this method checks the references. So, in case we need to be able to check equality of our objects in our classes, we have to override this method. When we will override this method, we will check the state of each field to make sure that this is not the same object, like we do when we compare references. But to say that this object is logically equal to the one in method argument. For example, you have Mercedes as class, and your friend has Mercedes as class. Both of them have the same color, the same engine displacement, the same color of leather inside the car. You have two cars, but do they equal? They are still two separate cars, but they are logically equal to each other. That's why sometimes we need to override equals method in our code. How to override equals method will be covered in the separate lesson. Now, let's briefly discuss clone method. The goal of this method is to create new object on the basis of already existed one. But what you need to remember is that there is a deep and shallow cloning. Clone method by default does shallow cloning. What does that mean? That means that all references are copied. It doesn't cause a problem when we clone fields of primitive types, But this does cause problems when we are cloning reference types, because only references are cloned, but the true objects behind those references are not cloned. To clone all fields of the object, we need to override clone method and to implement deep cloning. What I would recommend us to do right now is to keep overview of the object methods, and we will have separate lesson to learn how to override clone method to support deep cloning. Also, pay attention that this method has protected access modifier. I believe you're already aware how to string method works. This method returns string representation of the object. Probably in your production code you won't use this method very often, but you are going to use it very often during your learning process for debugging purposes. Often you would like to print the object to console to check its state or to interact with your user in console applications. By default, toString method creates a string which comprises of class name, @, and hexadecimal representation of the hash code. We already understand that we can easily override this method in our classes. Usually, we want to print state of the object into console. Probably you remember that in one of our lessons we reviewed source code of the card class, and toString method was overridden there. You can see here that we used fields to print their values to console. To not override this method by yourself, you can ask Eclipse to generate this method for you. Just press Alt plus Shift plus S and select Generate toString method. You will be able to specify fields which you want to use in your toString method. The next methods, notify, notify all, overloaded, wait method, are methods to control interaction with objects monitor. This topic is closely connected with multithreading topic. To explain you how these methods works, I need to explain first what multithreading is and how synchronization of multiple threads happens. That's why I suggest to park this question. Promise you to give detailed overview of these methods during multithreading topic. For now, you can learn that each object in Java has special methods to control interaction with objects monitor. And the last method which I would like to mention today is finalize. Originally, this method was created to serve as a destructor method, special method which always will be invoked during the object destruction. In Java we have automated memory management, and one of the tools which ensure efficient memory management is the garbage collector. We are going to have separate lesson regarding garbage collector, but in short, this tool removes from heap objects that don't have strong references in the program anymore. You know that objects are stored in the heap memory and it is not endless. That means that time to time we have to remove objects, and when garbage collector removes object from the memory, finalize method is invoked. That was needed to perform critical and important actions like resource closure or something else before object will be completely destroyed. It also has protected modifier and can be overridden in the class. But another important thing you need to know about this method is that it is deprecated. It is marked as deprecated because finalization mechanism is problematic, and in some specific cases can lead to memory leaks and deadlocks. That's why it is not recommended to use this method anymore. In Java, a lot of deprecated methods are not removed just to ensure backward compatibility. To make sure that application which was written with Java version 1st will be successfully executed on Java version 14 and later. But this annotation means that this method should no longer be used. It looks like we reviewed all methods from the object class. Let's recall what we have learned today. Today we learned what is the object and what is the object class. We did overview of all methods which exist in the object class and which are present in each object. You learned new keyword, native keyword, and you know what it is for. Today we discussed what GNI is. We learned that we can easily override methods in our class. Also, we discussed what does deprecated annotation mean. That's all what I have for you for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello dear students, in this lesson we'll review the core design principles for object-oriented programming.
Today we will talk with you what solid principles are about. I will tell you why they are so important for object-oriented programming. And also, in this lesson, we'll discuss with you the first principle, S, Single Responsibility Principle. Let's start. First of all, let's understand what SOLID is. SOLID is a mnemonic acronym for 5 design principles which are widely used in the object-oriented programming. The theory of solid principles was introduced by Robert Martin in paper Design Principles and Design Patterns. You will hear a lot about Robert Martin, who is also known as Uncle Bob. His outstanding contribution to the software architecture and design principles is hard to ignore. Secondly, let's understand why do we need to follow these principles, what we can benefit from them. These principles intended to make software design more understandable, flexible, maintainable, and scalable. Following these simple rules, you will create better code that is easy to maintain and support. Now let's understand what principles are included in SOLID. S stands for Single Responsibility Principle. This is the one we are going to discuss today. O stands for Open-Closed Principle. L is about Liskov Substitution Principle. I is for Interface Segregation Principle. And D stands for Dependency Inversion Principle. These are key principles which we are going to learn with real code examples. You can apply solid principles in any object-oriented programming language. So, let's start from the first one, Single Responsibility Principle. Single Responsibility Principle claims that it is only one reason to change class. That means, in case you have at least 2 reasons to change for a class, we have to split the existing functionality of current class into 2 classes. Each class is designed to serve the one single goal, and in case we want to adjust the way how it works, we'll adjust one single class. In case our class has multiple responsibilities, one change can impact the way how other functionality is working within the same class. Why do we need this? The idea behind this principle is simple. Focusing on a single concern makes class more robust. Let's get a deep dive in the principle. Before we will take a look at the source code, let's answer first simple question. What size of the class is optimal? The answer is that the class has to be small, the same as all functions. Imagine you have to describe behavior of the class in one sentence. That is how small class should be. So, one of the keywords in Single Responsibility Principle is responsibility. What does it mean? We discussed that according to words of Uncle Bob, that means that a class should have only one reason for change. Okay, but what is the reason for change? Imagine that we need to adjust logic of discount calculation in our system. And to change this, we need to adjust 3 classes: discount service, cart, and order. And now we understand that we also need to adjust the logic of how tax is calculated. And to adjust this logic, we need to change cart and user classes. Here's violation of the Single Responsibility Principle. We are going to change cart when we want to adjust logic of discount calculation and logic of tax calculation. That is a sign of principle violation. That means cart class should be split. Probably we need tax service class. Learning this example, let's try to describe what responsibility is. Responsibility is a group of actions that serves a particular goal. Now, let's take a look at a very simplified code example to understand Single Responsibility Principle better. Imagine that we have mailbox setting service. The goal of this class is to provide an interface to change mailbox settings. One of the methods helps to change secondary email in user's mailbox. Here is our client code. I have instance of the user and instance of the mailbox setting service. I can call change secondary email and pass to this method user and new secondary email as method arguments. And that's fine. Inside change secondary email method, I call has access method to verify if user has enough access and rights to change secondary email. If user has role admin, then this method returns true and we can proceed with changing email. This is not okay. Why? Because I declared public interface for access verification. That means that everyone can use mailbox setting service for user rights verification. For example, like you see here, people may start to use this method to verify necessary access for money transferring.
If user has access to account, then we can allow him to send money. Can you see that our mailbox settings service has two responsibilities? One is for settings manipulation and other responsibility for access verification. If you still don't believe that this code structure will lead us to pain in the future, consider the next real-life scenario. Imagine that in mailbox settings service I don't need hasAccess method anymore, and I simply remove it. Or, for now I will verify not the role, but either user has his cell phone number set in the account. What does this mean? This means that all places in our program where we used mailbox settings service to verify user access will be either broken or work not the way they expected to work. Now you see where the pain is. To avoid this case in the nearest future, I'd like to clearly separate concerns between different classes. Let's take a look at solution right now. In the solution, we split responsibilities from mailbox settings service in the two different classes. From now on, mailbox settings service is in charge of only setting manipulation, and security service will be in charge of all security-related questions including access. Now I can use security service inside my mailbox settings service, and I know that this is class which has its own goal. I shouldn't change its methods because this class is used globally in my program, and I can clearly understand that other classes may depend on it. So, do you see how we grouped responsibilities here? Now, in case I want to transfer money, I will call methods of the security service. Now I can say that we follow our single responsibility principle. Hope this is clear now. Now let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned what solid principles are and what do we need them for. You know what these 5 principles are. And on real examples today we learned how we can apply single responsibility principle. That's all what I have for you for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, today we will discuss with you next solid principle, O, open-closed principle. During this lesson I will tell you why we need open-closed principle. On real code examples we'll discuss with you what problem this principle solves, and we'll discuss how you can apply this principle to solve particular issues. The principle states that software entities, classes, modules, functions, etc. should be open for extension, but closed for modification. Bertrand Meyer is considered the one who is the first mentioned term open-closed principle, which appeared in his book Object-Oriented Software Construction. The first part of the principle is easy to understand and explain. A module will be said to be open if it is still available for extension. For example, you should avoid of declaring final classes, final methods. Static fields and methods also violate this principle in some degree. Your programming entities should be available for extension. To understand the second part of the principle, we need to elaborate on what does closed for modification mean, because you won't be able to prevent people to open your class and modify it if they want. So, closed for modification doesn't mean this. Closed for modification means that class is defined with enough level of abstraction to extend it and create new types on the basis of it. That means that interface is created in the way there is no need to modify it, and it is easy to extend it to achieve the goal. The interface should have stable description. Closed for modification also means that extending the behavior of a module doesn't result in changes to the source code of the module. Thus, it can be easily packaged as a separate library. How to achieve this? Abstraction will help us here. It is worth to make the right architecture decision to define proper level of abstraction to make module meet requirements of open-closed principle. To understand this principle better, let's look at source code examples. Let me start from the problem description. Imagine that you have specific type to approve loans, and this type can approve personal loans for users. It also can approve mortgages. And our loan handler aggregates two types of validators. Special validator to validate personal loans and special validator to approve mortgages. And it seems to be okay. Probably, at the first glance, you even can't imagine what can go wrong and where is violation of open-closed principle here. Let me explain. Imagine that your program has to approve car loans. What would you do? First of all, you can add one more method here and add one more validator. Okay, now you have 3 different methods. So you need to open loan handler and to change code there. That means this unit is not closed. You can't package it as a library and just to extend. Thus, it is not open too. Because in case you would like to extend it, what would you do? You will override approve personal loan method so it would approve car loans, or you would extend it and will name class as car loan handler. Good try, but in this case, car loan handler would also have behavior to approve mortgages and personal loans, and this will be super confusing. I believe now you see that this class is not open for extension and is not closed for modification. But you might think what the harm of modification is of this class. Probably in this particular case there is no big harm, but Java applications often a bit more complex. For example, making changes in this class means you need to retest all scenarios carefully where this class works to make sure you didn't break anything accidentally. Changing something in this class means you can't release it separately, because you need to keep it for further adjustments. You can't use this class as an independent library in your program. So, what would be our solution in this case? We just need to apply open-closed principle. Sounds good. But I guess you are interested what we need to do. First of all, let's come up with some abstraction that is needed in our case. It looks like we need some type that can approve loans. But loans will be different. And we have different business logic of user validation for each type of loan. Okay, then let's create a simple interface, loan handler. This interface will declare a contract only for one method, approve loan, which takes user as a method argument. That's it. Do you see the first difference? Naming is not so specific like in our problem statement. I don't specify details about mortgage or personal loan in the method name. Simply approve loan. And it takes user as the argument. So now it will be easier to extend this type. In this particular case, I have 2 implementations of this interface, personal loan handler and mortgage loan handler. They simply implement required method. What is good about this? You can release any loan handlers separately anytime you wish. You can test handlers separately. Code is encapsulated. You can easily create as much loan handlers as you wish without impact on already written code. So, the risk of breaking mortgage loan handler while creating absolutely separate class car loan handler is minimal. Moreover, in these handlers you can see that we also introduced validator type. This is the interface. It declares a contract for simple behavior is valid. That's it. This declaration is also open for extension and closed for modification. I have 2 implementations of this interface. They are personal loan validator and mortgage loan validator. And you can see that I have constructors in implementations of the loan handler. And this allows me to set any validator I wish during the runtime, but not only specific one. This architecture also respects open-closed principle, because I can easily extend validator type. And there is no need for me to make changes in personal loan handler in case I don't want to use specific validator anymore. This type is closed for modification. What I can do right now instead, I can implement validator and create whatever validator I want and set it into the personal loan handler during the runtime without changing code of loan handler. I believe you can notice that we have more classes and interfaces right now. But that's fine. The most important thing that this architecture allows us to scale our application easily. Also, changing and supporting of such system is much easier. Now you know how you can apply open-closed principle in real life. Let's recap what we have learned today. In this lesson we discussed origins of open-closed principle. We learned what actually open for extension and closed for modification means. On the real code example, you saw how you can apply this principle. That's all what we have in our agenda for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, today I'd like to proceed our deep dive in solid principles. In this lesson we'll learn with you Liskov substitution principle. In this lesson, I will tell you more about this principle. We will talk about why it's important, and on real code examples I will show you how you can apply this principle. Let's start. To start with, I would like to tell you what Liskov substitution principle is all about. This principle is named for Barbara Liskov, who first described this principle in 1988. Objects in a program should be replaceable with instances of their subtypes without altering the correctness of that program. And I want to draw attention to the second part of this sentence, namely, without altering correctness of that program, because this principle is not about following compilation rules and doesn't break code of the program with incompatible types. Liskov principle focuses our attention on types that violate polymorphism principle. To make sure that we can replace one object with another, we need to check that derived classes just extend base classes without replacement functionality of parent classes. We want to avoid cases when new classes produce undesired effects. Now I will visualize to you what principle is about. If S is a subtype of T, then objects of type T may be replaced with objects of type S. That also means an object of type T may be substituted with any object of subtype S, without altering any of the desirable properties of T, like correctness. Hope now you understand what this principle is about in theory. Let's look at code examples to understand this principle better. This time we will use birds for our example. As usual, let me start from the problem statement. Imagine that you have type bird, and each bird should be able to fly and eat. And we start implementing birds. Sparrow can fly and eat, crow can fly and eat too, ostrich can eat but can't fly. And when fly method is called for ostrich, the program stops execution with throwing unsupported operation exception. Basically, this line of code means that Java program has to stop execution because exception case happened. I will teach you exception in the separate lessons. Now, let's focus on the Liskov substitution principle. But ostrich is a bird. It just can't fly. What should I do? This is the most obvious violation of Liskov substitution principle. Imagine now that somewhere in the program you have an array of birds. And in this array you are going to have all types of birds: crow, sparrow, and ostrich. And at some point you will call fly method for all birds. We assume that each element of bird array has method fly, because interface states so, and I invoke fly method. What happens? Let me run the program. I get unsupported operation exception. The error is thrown when fly method is invoked on ostrich object. I violated Liskov substitution principle, because even despite the fact that ostrich implements bird interface, I can't use ostrich in my program instead of any bird. I can't do so because this will impact on correctness of program execution, and you already see this. How I have to fix this? I need to adhere Liskov substitution principle and create type hierarchy which meets requirements of the principle. I can still have bird interface, but this time bird is going to have only eat method. I also introduced flying bird type that extends bird. The new type will create the contract for fly method. This time, sparrow and crow implements flying bird interface, and ostrich just implement bird interface. Now, in my program I can create array of flying birds, and I can be sure that all birds in this array will be able to fly. And I can use bird type wherever I have to. Now, I can use any type, crow, sparrow, ostrich, instead of bird, without worrying the program will be broken. But bird type has only eat method. Here you can see how we applied Liskov substitution principle and reduced the probability of runtime errors or incorrect execution of our program. Let's recap what we have learned today. In this lesson we learned origins of Liskov substitution principle. We learned theory and understood why we need to use this principle. On the simple code example we learned how to apply this principle. So that's it for this lesson. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello colleagues, this lesson is dedicated to the next solid principle, I, interface segregation principle. We'll talk more about the principle, we'll learn why do we need to follow it, and on real code examples I will demo how to apply the principle. As usual, let's start from the principle definition. The interface segregation principle states that clients should not be forced to depend on methods that they don't use. Being software engineers, we should focus on creation of thin interfaces instead of creation fat interfaces. Instead of declaring interface which can solve all problems and set the contract for the most of business logic in your program, you should create small and specific interfaces. Probably, impact of fat interfaces is not obvious right now. Let me explain what potentially can go wrong if you will force your clients to implement methods they don't need. By creating fat interfaces, we bring complexity to our program, and we can't guarantee that expected behavior will be supported in all successors. It is easier to implement multiple small interfaces rather than give implementation to the behavior that you don't need. Small interfaces easy to maintain, support, and scale. But in the meantime, you should avoid of creating interface for one method every time, because this approach will lead you to having dozens of small interfaces with one single method. Each interface should have clearly defined behavior. In perfect case, your interface should be cohesive. That means interface should contain group of operations that logically connected. We also need to keep our code in line with Liskov substitution principle. Enough talks, let's code. Now I'm going to share with you code examples so that you could understand how we can apply interface segregation principle in real life. Let's start from the problem statement. Imagine that we develop video game, for example, GTA San Andreas, and we need to declare some type to represent all vehicles. I have vehicle interface which sets contracts for different behavior, drive, fly, and sail. Now I can have concrete types, car, plane, and boat. All of them are vehicles, so logically everything is correct. But car doesn't need fly and sail method. Plane doesn't need sail method. Boat doesn't need drive and fly method. So you see that clients of our type vehicle must give implementation to methods which they don't need. How I have to implement fly method for boat? But by the time you understand this, a lot of other classes already use vehicle type as a main abstraction to interact with this group of objects. This is a violation of interface segregation principle. What is the recommended way to fix this? Let's have 3 thin interfaces. For example, drivable, sailable, flyable. And I will separate behavior between these types. Car and motorcycle will implement drivable interface, because both of these types should have drive method. In this case, each concrete type will implement only that interface which it actually needed. And now, clients of our interfaces are not forced to implement methods they don't need. The good thing is that in Java it is allowed to implement multiple interfaces. For example, each plane can drive and fly. Let me implement drivable and flyable interface in plane class. Or imagine that now we want to implement Vortex from GTA San Andreas. For those who don't remember what Vortex is from San Andreas, I will remind. Vortex is a vehicle that can drive and sail from the video game GTA. So here is the Vortex that implements drivable and sailable interface. And I can give implementation to this behavior. Now, when I follow interface segregation principle, I have multiple small interfaces, and my chances to catch runtime exception are lower. Moreover, now I have more flexibility in scaling of my application and other entities. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned what interface segregation principle is, we discussed why we need to follow it and what negative consequences may appear in case we ignore this principle. On real code examples, we learned how to apply the principle for specific type hierarchy. That's it for this lesson. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello my friends, in this lesson we'll learn one of the most important solid principles in my opinion. Today we are going to talk about dependency inversion principle. As usual, we are going to review our regions of the principle. I will explain you why we need to follow it, and on real code examples we will see how to apply the principle. To start with, let's learn first what this principle is about. This principle consists of two major statements. The first one: high-level modules should not depend on low-level modules. Both should depend on abstractions. And the second one: abstractions should not depend on details. Details should depend on abstractions. Probably it's not obvious where inversion happens. Let me explain. It will be hard to explain with words. So, let's look at the code examples and I will show you how dependency inversion happens. Imagine that we are implementing weather aggregator, and our aggregator will use temperature values from different sites and will tell our users average temperature. Right now we have two external weather APIs. The first one is AccuWeather and the second one is BBC Weather. The specific of these two types is return value. AccuWeather returns temperature in Celsius, but BBC Weather returns temperature in Fahrenheit. And to return average temperature in Celsius, we need to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius in our getTemperature method, in our weather aggregator. Everything looks good. What do you think? Now, let's imagine that I want to integrate new weather API into my program. For example, I want to implement World Weather API. And World Weather API returns temperature in kelvins. And what should I do? I have to implement another method here that will convert kelvins to Celsius. And after that, I just get temperature method and retest this unit one more time thoroughly. And here we can see that our weather aggregator class depends on the different weather APIs, because each change in the API should lead to changes in my weather aggregator. Imagine that return type become different, or simply method name is changed. All changes in lower modules will impact our high-level module where we have weather aggregator. This is dependency which we have to invert. So how I can make my code easy to maintain, easy to support and to scale? We need to apply dependency inversion principle. Let's recall the first rule. High-level modules should not depend on low-level modules. Both should depend on abstractions. That means I have to create some abstraction and all other classes, Weather Aggregator, AccuWeather API, BBC Weather API, will depend on this abstraction. Let me create interface weather source. This interface declares contract for one single method, getTemperature Celsius. That's it. Why only this method? Why I wouldn't create methods that allows to get temperature in Fahrenheit and Kelvin? Because this is not what is needed for my program. And our weather aggregator now also depends on the abstraction. Here I write code which relies on the interface of weather aggregator. I can create weather aggregator with array of objects with type weather source. In my getTemperature method, I can rely on the weather source interface and assume that each object will be able to return temperature in Celsius. This is method reference here and stream API. Don't worry, I will explain this in separate lessons. What you can understand is that I can easily get average value from multiple weather APIs. And in case I ever need to add new weather API to my program, I can add it to this array and make sure it implemented weather source interface. And you see that we are also in line with open-closed principle. I don't need to modify this class anymore, because my level of abstractions allows me to do so. Now you can see that our high-level module depends on the abstraction. And now it's time to recall the second rule of dependency inversion principle. Abstractions should not depend on details. Details should depend on abstractions. That means I don't care whether API which I'm going to integrate with will return temperature in Celsius or Fahrenheit. I need temperature in Celsius, period. And my abstraction doesn't depend on the details of implementation. My classes which will implement this interface will depend on it. Thus, depend on the abstraction. For example, BBC Weather API that returns temperature in Fahrenheit. The method which converts Fahrenheit to Celsius is located here now. Now you see the full picture and noticed that both high-level class and low-level classes depend on the abstraction weather source. and we inverted dependency from weather aggregator to concrete API classes. Now concrete API classes depend on the abstraction. Hope with this example things become clearer. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned what is dependency inversion principle. We learned the rules of the principle. On a real code example you saw how we can invert dependency. We discussed how this principle can help us make our code easier to support and to scale. That's all what I have in my plans to discuss with you. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, in this lesson we'll discuss task for your exam. I will show you the requirements for your exam task. Now you have enough knowledge to implement backend part of the online shop. We'll use this code and we'll develop it more as we go. For example, after we learn new topics, we'll modify current application and this will end up with implementation of real e-commerce web application. Today we'll briefly discuss what is BDD approach to describe requirements, and I will show you how your exam solution has to work. I will not show you the solution in this lesson, but I will show you what I expect you to implement. Also, in attachments to this lesson, I will share with you source code of template for your exam task and source code of the solution of exam task, so that you could investigate it later. But first, I'd like briefly to discuss with you a few tasks for object-oriented programming topic, which will help you to get practical skills before you start work on the exam task. Okay, so let's start. I will leave this link with task description in attachment to this lesson. First task. In short, you have to create few classes that will describe book, author, publisher, and cover type. You should organize code in object-oriented manner. After that, you should implement filtering behavior for book service. Also, here you can find method declarations that you have to implement. An example of books array which you can use for testing purposes just to save your time. The second task is about practicing of inheritance and polymorphism principle. You have to implement hierarchy of suites, and you should create a present class which will have behavior that will allow clients of your code to interact with group of suites. Here are method declarations that have to be implemented in scope of this task. The program has to be able to add suite to present. After that we can filter suites by sugar range and we can calculate total weight of a present. Hope you will be able to implement this task because we discussed multiple similar examples during the lessons about OOP. The third task is to give you opportunity to practice your skills in writing nested classes. You have to implement program that will be able to track transactions from one account to another, and all logic related to this process. Here you will find detailed acceptance criteria that will help you to implement this task. And finally, here are requirements for your exam. You have to implement a backend for online shop. The system should support such basic operations as user registration, user sign in and sign out, product catalog navigation, adding product to a cart, submitting an order, checkout, user management, and others. This code will be used in further education and next topics and will end up with creating your web e-commerce application. All requirements are split in different sections here, like menu, sign up, sign in and sign out, product catalog, checkout, my orders, settings, and customer list. This is not a lesson about BDD. We are going to have lesson about BDD later, but in short, these user scenarios which you see here are written in BDD format. BDD stands for Behavior-Driven Development. It is about describing requirements so that they would be clear and understandable for product owners, developers, and quality assurance engineers. In other words, goal of this approach is to make sure the technical and non-technical people are on the same page regarding how systems should behave. The scenarios will be easy to understand for you. Each scenario has the precondition or description of the initial state, description of the behavior, and description of expected result. For example, let's read the first scenario here. Given, I am an app user. When I run the program, then I see the main menu. Is it clear how a system should behave? I believe more than enough. Sometimes you will find technical notes to the behavior scenario, like here for example. Menu consists of the next items. That's all. The next scenarios are written pretty in similar manner. Hope you will understand all of them. After scenarios you have description of the interfaces and classes that you have to implement. My advice to you, try to implement this program by yourself first, because it is very important to think about the requirements. You will be able to apply your knowledge which you learned recently. This is the part of your education, to think how you can apply your knowledge. There is no very complicated logic in this application, but it is really hard to implement this application in object-oriented manner, so it would be easier to support and extend in the future. Once you try to implement this app by yourself, after that, take a look at the suggested structure of interfaces. Try to implement these interfaces, and only after that, look at my solution source code. You can find link to the solution source code right here. Also, you can find template project here. Hope all this information will help you to understand the task and to learn practical aspects of OOP. Now, let me show you the way how this application should work. I ran the program and expand console. You can also do this way with double left click on the console view. I will demo probably not all but major behavior scenario so that you could understand how your end program should look like. Right after I run the program, I see the main menu of the application. Let me check settings. Oops, and you see I can't access some menus while I am not logged in. That means we need to implement some storage for my session. In web applications that will be HTTP session. I don't have account registered either. Let me sign up. I am asked to provide my first name, last name, password and email. I will fill it with my information. Give me a few seconds, please. Okay, now user is created and I'm logged in. And do you see this? Sign in is changed to sign out. Let me sign out to make sure that my credentials are valid. I enter 2 and I'm signed out now. Let me sign in. I enter option 2 and now I am asked to provide my email and password. Okay, 1 second. Let me enter wrong password. Oops, I see the error message. Let me enter the right password now. Now everything is okay. Now when I logged in, let me buy something. I can navigate to product catalog. Here we have a lot of products. Let me enter ID of products that I want to buy. Okay, now this product is added to the cart. Let me add one more product. Now I want to go to checkout. I enter checkout and I navigated to checkout menu, where I asked to enter my credit card number. Here it is. It should have 16 digits. I press enter and purchase is done. Let me check my orders. Here's my purchase. Awesome. And so on. In settings menu, I can change my email address. And once I changed my email address, the existing functionality should work as previously shown. Talking in specific, I would like to draw attention to login functionality and fetching orders for specific user. So, this is it. That is how application should look like. There are much more scenarios that you have to implement in scope of the exam, but now you can at least understand how end user will be able to interact with your application. As I mentioned before, you will be able to find solution for this exam in attachments to the lesson. This solution includes only things that you have learned, OOP, arrays, methods and nothing above that. And definitely the code might be improved, but we will improve it together and we will add more use cases during our learning process and during learning of new topics. It looks like that's it. Follow the steps I described, and in case even after you will investigate solution of the exam you wouldn't understand something, feel free to ask any questions that are not clear. I worked a lot to make sure that solution doesn't contain pieces you didn't learn yet in this course.
but in case additional clarifications will be required, I am here to help. Thanks a lot for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, in this lesson we will talk about version control systems. We are going to discuss why do we need them. I will give you the list of the most popular version control systems and we will focus our attention on Git. Why we have to learn it. And at the end of this lesson I will give you a short overview of Git features and how it operates. First of all, Git, the same as other version control systems, is not a programming language. You might be wondering, then why do we need to learn it? It is pretty common that multiple software engineers work on the same program simultaneously, or different versions of a program are deployed on different environments. Thus, team needs to have some tool that will allow them to track changes in the source code, configuration files, and sometimes documentation. For example, each engineer may have archive with the source code and after that team members have to merge code somehow together. While this approach might work, it is extremely inefficient and doesn't allow to track changes closely. Also, for the purpose of finding, localizing and fixing a defect in the code, it is critically important to compare different versions of the code to identify where exactly bug appeared to fix it. That's why we as programmers should know how to use version control systems. Let's quickly discuss what the most popular version control systems are. They are Bazaar, CVS, Mercurial, Subversion, Git. And according to this survey, Git is used by almost 1 million of people who took part in this survey. Definitely, Git is the most powerful and popular version control system nowadays. That is the first reason why we are going to learn Git. The second reason is the fact that knowing how Git works, it would be like a piece of cake for you to understand how other control version systems work. Every job description for software engineer requires from you knowledge of Git because of its popularity. As you might already understand, Git is a program which is used to track changes in the source code during the development, but it can be used with any type of files. Right now, we'll do a high-level overview of the Git. I will tell you key features and basic principles of how Git operates. The key difference between Git and other version control systems is that Git doesn't store differences in files. It stores links to the snapshot of changed files. In case file wasn't changed, Git doesn't store this file again. Instead, it stores just a link to the previous identical file that was already stored. So, each time you commit changes, Git takes a picture of what all files look like at the moment and stores a reference to that snapshot. This is an important distinction between Git and other version control systems. Another important Git feature is the fact that you can't do anything without Git knowing this. Before snapshot of your file system is created, everything is checksummed and hash is created. Afterwards, you can use this checksum to refer to this exact state of the files. That means it is impossible to change the contents of any file or directory without Git knowing about it. So, each your commit has 40-character string composed of hexadecimal characters and calculated based on the contents of a file or directory structure. Hash looks like this. And you can use this hash string to navigate between different versions of your code. Version control systems might be centralized and distributed. In centralized, all engineers are connected to the main server and all people collaborate through that server. The biggest drawback here is the fact that when central server is down, you can't collaborate. In distributed version control systems, each engineer has a copy of the whole project and can easily restore it if needed, or in case there is no network. Git is a distributed version control system. To perform most of operations in Git, you don't need information from another computer. That's why there is no latency overhead when you work with Git. You have entire history of your repository of all changes right on your local computer. You have hidden .git folder that contains all information about the repository and you don't necessarily need internet connection to perform some operations with Git. If you are in airplane and you want to do some coding, you can do that and successfully save all your changes. You can also navigate in the repository of your project and navigate to different versions of your code while being offline. For example, in Subversion and CVS you can edit files, but you can't save changes to a database just because you are offline. It doesn't seem to be a huge problem though, but probably in real world you won't love this. Having all repository history on your local computer gives you instant access for all changes. That also means much better performance. Before we get deeper to Git program and Git commands, I want you to understand basic principle of interaction with Git. This will help you to understand our next lessons. All your files, according to Git, can be in 3 different states. Modified, that means you modified the file, but you have not committed your changes yet. Staged, this means you have marked a modified file to be present in the next snapshot of your file system. Information about such changes is placed in the file with name index. That's why during the course sometimes I'm going to say add file to stage or add to index. And you will understand that this means the same, because all files from staging area that are marked to be present in the next snapshot are reflected in index file. Does it make sense? And the third state is committed. This means that date is safely stored in your local database. We can say that you have working directory, that is set of files you work with. The staging area is the index file, and hidden.git folder is a folder where Git stores all data about your project, including database for your project. So your basic interactions with Git are going to look like this. You did changes to a file or to a set of files, you add those files to index, you committed changes and you create snapshot of your files. That's it. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned why we need version control systems. Now you know the most popular version control systems and you know that Git is the most popular VCS. You learned key features of the Git and understood how Git operates. I believe now we are ready to proceed with our next lesson. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, today we'll install with you Git on your computers. I'll show you where you can download and how you can install Git on your computer. After installation, I'm going to show you basic Git configuration so that you will be ready for the next lesson. Today you will understand what repository is. Also, in this lesson you will learn what is Git bash and Git GUI. Let's start. Open your web browser and type git download into the search. Here is the website that we need. Just in case, I will leave link to the website in attachments to this lesson. So when you navigate it here, select your operating system and download the archive. For Apple, there are simple instructions how to install Git. For Windows, we have download special Git installer. Let me walk you through it. Double left clicks, agree with public license. It is free for commercial use too, so don't worry about using it in commercial projects. You have to select components that are needed to be installed. You can keep default selection. Just few words here. Here is very convenient Explorer integration for Windows. In any place of your file system you can press right click and open Git bash or Git GUI. Git bash is a special application for Microsoft Windows which provides possibility to use Git command line. Bash is a popular shell on Linux and Mac OS. A shell is a terminal application used to interface with an operating system. In other words, Git bash is a convenient way to have Linux-like terminal that supports majority of Linux shell commands like file creation, copy of the file and lots other things to interact with Git program. Git GUI is a separate program that provides user with graphical user interface to create new repositories, clone repositories, add to stage, commit, and do other operations in more interactive and intuitive manner, rather than in Git command line. Later in the course, we are going to learn different apps that will help you to interact with Git in a more intuitive way. Almost all code editors for different programming languages supports basic buttons that allows you to work with Git. But I strongly believe that each developer should learn how to work with Git Bash, because with the help of fancy GUI application, very often you can't perform all operations that you want to perform, because there is no exactly that button that you need. And moreover, before you will press different button in desktop Git applications, you have to know what this button for. And the best way to learn it is to work with Git with help of Git Bash for a while. Git large file storage is a pretty cool thing. This is an extension that reduces impact of large files in your repository by downloading the relevant versions of them lazily. That means Git will download extremely huge files only when you will need them. Let's keep this selected. And another two checkboxes here is to associate Git configuration files with the default text editor and associate sh files to be run with Bash. Files with extension sh are shell scripts that are used in many variations of Unix-like operating systems. I believe now we can click Next. At least now you know what you have selected. Here you have to choose default text editor. I have Notepad++ installed on my computer, that's why Git installer suggests me it. But you can choose any other text editor. You are going to need text editor in some rare cases when you won't use special commands to leave commit message with the help of command line or during the commits manipulation. Anyway, I will show you how to change default text editor whenever you want, so don't worry about this and press Next. Keep this radio button selected. It tells you that it will adjust your path variable so that you can use Git in your standard Windows command prompt. Use OpenSSL library and click Next. This configuration asks you whether you want to convert line endings. And you probably already know, new line character is different in Windows and Linux-based systems. Windows often still use carriage return and line feed in text files to start new line. That's what CRLF stands for. In Unix-based systems, mostly used only line feed character. You can change it if you wish, but for the cross-platform development, when team members use different operating systems, the first radio button is recommended. Click Next. Here we need to select the default emulator for terminal. I recommend to leave min_ty. Here you need to choose the default behavior of git pull. What is git pull, fast forward, merge and rebase we are going to learn on the next lessons. This configuration also possible to change after installation. Leave default here and click Next. To store your credentials and manage them in efficient manner, you can use Git Credential Manager. I recommend keeping this radio button selected. Enable file system caching. That should increase performance of the Git. You can skip this one and leave it unchecked. And now just press Install button. That's it. Now when you installed Git, open File Explorer in any place, click mouse right click. You are going to see Git Bash here option, click on it, and here's your Git Bash. Congratulations! Now, the first thing we need to do is to tell Git who we are. Every snapshot of the file system contains information about the author of this snapshot. Probably, this was done to easily identify who broke system or who created a defect in the application. But nevertheless, without telling Git who you are, you won't be able to commit changes. Git allows you to set configuration on 3 different levels. System, configurations that will be applied to all users on your computer and all their repositories. Global, configs that will be applied to all repositories on your computer for the current user. And local, configs that will be applied only to the current repository. What you need to remember is that values on the lower level overrides values of the upper level. For example, values that are set in local configs will override values from system configs because they are more specific, thus more important. Probably you're interested what repository is. Because we are using such term, but I didn't explain you what does it mean. A Git repository is a .git folder inside a project. The repository contains multiple files with configuration and current project history to track all changes made to files in project. How to create Git repository we are going to learn in the next lesson. But now you understand what this term means. Right now, I suggest proceeding with Git installation. To tell Git who you are, you need to perform the following commands: git config global username and repetaha. Here I set username. And one more command: git config global user email and repetaha at example.com. I recommend you use global flag here to set settings for all repositories. These configs will be applied on global level. That is awesome. To check the value of the specific property, you can use git config command. For example, to check username, I need to type next: git config username. To list all properties with values, I have to type the following: git config list. Earlier in this lesson, I promised you to show how you can change the default text editor. To change it, you need to type the following: git config global core editor C program files notepad++ notepad++ exe. Instead of this text in quotes, you have to type the path to your text editor. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned how to install Git. You also learned basic Git configuration. Now you know what is Git bash and Git GUI. Now you understand how you can check and set Git configs on different levels: system, global, and local. Also you learned what a Git repository is. I believe now we can proceed with our next lesson. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, in this lesson we are going to learn how to create a local repository and how to make your first commit. First of all, I want to say that there are two ways to create repository. The first one is to create the new one locally. The second option is to clone existing repository. In this lesson we are going to cover only the first option, and the second option will be covered in other lesson when we'll learn what remote repositories are. Our goal during this course is not to learn thousands of fancy Git commands that you won't use. Instead, we are going to focus on practice and learn everything what you need for your current or the future job. That's why most part of the lesson we'll spend practicing real-life scenarios. I will show you such main commands as git init, git add, git commit, and git status. Also in this lesson I will tell what a branch is. We'll discuss different cases when to use different commands with different attributes. Let's start, and the best way to understand this topic is to practice. We are going to start from the creating Git repository locally. Here is our demo project. Imagine that we have some source code here in src folder. Here in bin folder we have compiled binary files. And we want to use Git to track changes in these files. Let's open Git bash here first. Now let's initialize the repository. Let's perform git init command. Type git init and press enter. Now you see that in parentheses there is a new word, master. Master is the main branch. What is a branch? Branches in Git are a part of everyday development process. Each branch contains a history of snapshots. Technically, we may call these snapshots with other words. Those are our commits. During the development, we'll switch branches to separate development of a new task or a new feature, and after that we'll merge branches. Master is our single and the main branch which we have right after repository creation. How to do operations with branches we are going to learn in the next lessons. After we executed git init command,
.git folder was created in our project. It is hidden by default. So, make sure you enabled view of hidden folders, and here it is. You don't have to change files here manually. Just in case you are interested, you can investigate how Git stores configurations and history of the project. Now, when we have Git repository initialized in our folder, we want to track changes in existing files. The first thing that you need to understand in this lesson is that files can exist in one of two states: tracked and untracked. In short, tracked files are files that were present in the last snapshot of your files. Those are files that Git is aware of. Untracked files are files that are present in the working directory but that were not in the last snapshot and are not in the staging area. To tell Git that you want to track changes in file, we need to execute git add command. Git add command adds files to the staging area. Do you remember first lesson when I told you about staging area? That's the area where we place files that we want to commit. We can add one file or multiple files. For example, to add one file, I have to write the following: git add license txt. If I want to add multiple files, I can type space and type new file name. For the sake of example, let it be readme.md. Now you can press enter. To check what is the status of your repository, on which branch you are and whether there are stage changes to be committed, we have to type next git command, git status. Here I can see that 2 files were added to staging area, and the rest of the files were not, including all files that are in directories bin and src. To clear git bash console, you can press Ctrl and L simultaneously. Now it is much better. We can add multiple files with the help of the mask. For example, if you want to add all files with Java extension, I need to type the following: git add *.java. Asterisk here means files with any name but that has Java extension. Let's press enter. We see here that line feed is changed with carriage return and line feed characters. Let's now check git status. I use arrow up key to check commands which I recently entered. Here is a git status. I press enter, and you see? Now Java file is also added to the staging area. By the way, in case you don't like such verbose status, you can use short version of git status. Git status -s. You can see that there is a letter with the status. Either files are added to the staging area, modified, and not added. If we want to add all files, we can just use dot like this. Git add dot. Here dot means all possible names and extensions. And if we would check git status now, we are going to see that now all files in my project are ready to be committed. Now when all files are in staging area, let me commit these changes. We have to type the next command: git commit -m init commit in quotes. M flag in this case stands for message. Each snapshot of our file system should have message. Usually this message is used to describe the changes that were made in scope of this commit. You can use -m flag because it is very convenient to leave commit message in line with commit command. In case you forgot to specify .m flag, the default text editor will be opened. Let's use inline message command. Usually the commit message of the first commit is init commit. Press enter. Here you see that Git created a snapshot. Let's check status. And you can see that there is nothing to commit because there were no any other changes from the last commit. Let me clear console. By the way, in case you forget any command, you always can ask Git to give you a hint. There are 2 options. The first option: type help after a command that you want to use. For example, git status --help. And you can see that page from manual is opened automatically in your web browser. Here you can find command description and all possible options how you can use this.
The second option is to type shortcut from help like this: git status -h. And you are going to see list of options that you can use with this command right here in console. One more thing that I wanted to show you in this lesson is how you can combine adding to stage and commit in one command. For example, let me do a modification in one of the source code files. I will add one more space in some line. Let's check short status. And we see that we have one file modified. Let me commit this file and adding it to the staging area simultaneously. Just type the following: git commit -a -m new changes and press enter. Git automatically staged every file that is already tracked before doing the commit, letting you skip the part where we have to add files to the staging area and perform git add command. Okay, now let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned how to create local Git repository. You know what a branch is. Today you also understand the difference between tracked and untracked files. Together we told Git to track files and added them to the staging area. Now you know how to commit snapshot of your files. And also we learned how to request a hint from Git and how to use help command. That's all for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hello colleagues, in this lesson we'll talk how we can ignore files from Git tracking and how to untrack files if we don't want Git taking snapshots with these files. After today's lesson you are going to learn what is a git ignore file and what should be placed there. Also, I am going to show you commands that will help us to untrack files or even the whole directory with files in it. To make sure that we can check commit history in console, we'll learn today git log command and main attributes that it has. Let's start. I will show you Git examples on our demo project. To start the lesson, I want to ask you a question. What files you would like to track with Git? Technically, you can track changes in any file. But does it make sense? Not always. In software development, there is a sense in tracking changes only in the source code and some configurations files. There is no need to track files that will be generated again during the program compilation, like these binaries files in Java. Also, there is absolutely no sense to store environment-specific files like this class path file, because colleagues of yours may use different development environment and they wouldn't need these files at all. Now, when we know this, we understood that in previous lesson we did a mistake. Don't worry, we did that mistake on purpose so that you could learn additional important Git commands just in case. Imagine that you realized that you don't want to track changes in the binary files and this class path file, because it is specific only to the special program and have nothing in common with your source code. What to do now? We have to tell Git to not track changes in that files anymore starting from today. How to do that? I don't want simply remove file. That is the easiest way. I want just to remove this file from the Git staging area, but I still want to keep file in my working tree so I could keep using this file. To remove files from Git but still to keep them on the local machine, I have to use the git rm command with cached attribute. Let's remove this class path file. Type the following in git bash: git rm --cached dot classpath. .classpath is the file name. And you see, classpath file is still present in my working tree, but it is marked as removed for Git. Let me show you this in git status. Here you can see that our classpath file is mapped as untracked and deleted from the staging area. Important thing for you to remember, in case you will not use cached flag, you will remove file from your file system too. Cached means to keep file in your working directory, but remove it from Git staging area to not track it anymore. Does it make sense? Now let's discuss what to do in case you accidentally added to the staging area all files from the directory, because removing files from staging one by one could take a lot of your time. So, in case we wanted to remove from the staging area all files from specific directory, we have to use R flag. R stands for recursive. With this flag, all files from the specific directory and from internal directories within that directory will be removed from the staging area. Let's type the following: git rm -r --cached bin /. Let's check status. Awesome! Class pass file and all files from bin directory are excluded from the staging area. Now I'm under the risk to add accidentally those files back to the staging area during the next commit. To avoid this, let me tell Git to ignore these files and directories. To tell Git that I want to ignore something, I have to create special file without name and with git ignore extension. To create file from the git bash console, type the following: touch.gitignore. Touch command in all Linux terminals allows you to create a new file. Now you can open this file in any text editor or even here in console. For example, now you can find gitignore file here and you can open it in Notepad if you wish. But I will teach you how to impress your girlfriend or boyfriend. I will show you how you can use your console to edit text files. You can do almost everything with the help of console. You just need to know what to do. Type in console nano.gitignore. Nano is the name of the text editor program for Unix-like computing systems which can be used with the help of command line interface. Now we can add any text to this file. We can use patterns here. For example, *.class. This will tell Git to ignore all files with any name but with class extension. In our particular case, we want to ignore all files in bin folder. Then let's write bin /. And we want to ignore classpass file. So let's type .classpass. This is enough for us. Now let's save this file. In regular text editor you can press Ctrl+S buttons. Here we need to follow hints that are written down right here. To exit Nano text editor, I have to press Ctrl and X simultaneously. It asks me whether I want to save the file. I click Y button. Now it asks me to check the file name. I keep it the same, gitignore, and just press Enter button. Awesome! Now we have gitignore in our repository. Let's check the status. Do you see the difference now? Git just ignores that directory and files. Git even doesn't tell me that bin directory or classpass file is untracked like it told me before. It just ignores these files. By the way, GitHub has a collection of gitignore files for different programming languages. I will leave this link in attachments to this lesson. In my opinion, these files are a good starting point for your own gitignore. But based on what I saw in these files, I can say that for many languages these gitignore lists are not completely perfect. Most likely you would need to adjust it in your project. But, as I said before, it is a good starting point. Now, when I'm totally sure that I ignored all files that I don't need, I can add all files to the staging area without any fear all the time. Usually I will use just git add command with dot like this. Git add dot. Because I added to the gitignore everything what I wanted to add. Now let's commit our changes. Always remember to write commit message that makes sense. In other lesson I will tell you best practices for writing commit messages so that each your colleague could understand your comments. Git commit -m added gitignore and removed bin from staging. Press enter. Cool. And the last thing I wanted to show you today is how you can check your commit history. You may want to investigate commit history just to check what happens and where you are in your project. To check this, type next command. Git log. Git log prints to you commit history of the current Git branch. In this case, this is commits of the master branch. And you see that from the first lesson we already created 3 commits here. By default, Git log lists the commits made in that repository in reverse chronological order. That is, the most recent commits show up first. As you can see, this command lists each commit with its checksum, the author's name and email, the date written, and the commit message. There are numerous options for git log command. I'm going to show you only the most helpful options which can help you to get necessary information during the development. For example, you can limit amount of commits that you want to check. In case I care the most about last 2 commits, I have to type the following: git log -2. I believe you understood that you can change number to change amount of commits for view. Another pretty cool attribute is the formatting. For example, you can type git log _pretty equals 1 line, and you can see only checksum and commit message. There are multiple other attributes that can allow you to print commits following specific pattern, or to print commits that are related to changes in some specific directory, or show commits in specific date, but in my humble opinion, those options are not used in daily basis, because probably there is no lot of sense for you to print commits history in specific format, for example. But from previous lesson you remember how to use git help command to learn more from documentation. Meanwhile, we'll keep focus on the most powerful and useful commands that will help you in everyday activities. It's look like that's all what I wanted to share with you today. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned a lot together. We learned how to tell Git to stop track changes in specific files or directories. Now we know how to tell Git to ignore changes in some specific directories. After today's lesson, you know how to create a git ignore file that will work for your specific project. And at the end of the lesson, we learned how to investigate our commit history. That's all for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, in this lesson we are going to talk about how you can undo things and adjust your commits, and we will learn basics of work in such console text editor as V. In this lesson on real examples I am going to show you how you can amend last commit, how to unstage files if needed. We'll learn git restore command and how you can use it to restore state of files. Also, I will show you how you can use tab for auto-completion in git bash to save your time on typing words. I will show you basics of work in console text editor V. And as usual, let's practice. I will open our project which we created. Okay, imagine that we did a commit, but we forgot to include one more file or another code change in that commit. We can easily amend the last commit. But be careful, today we are going to learn one of the few areas in Git where you may lose some work if you do it wrong. To amend changes we have to use the next command: git commit --amend. Amend option takes current staging area and uses it for the commit. In case you have nothing in staging area and the only thing you want to change is the commit message, then just use this command. For example, let me show you the message of our last commit. Git log -1. Added git ignore and removed bin from staging. That is our last commit message that we did on the previous lesson. Okay, now let's change it. Git commit --amend. I add updated word at the beginning. Here text editor is opened. Just to remind you, Notepad is open because I set Notepad as a default text editor in global configs. Here I can change message. I press Ctrl and S to save the file and close it. Now let's check the last commit message. And you can see that message is updated. Just in case not all students changed default text editor, let me show you what potentially you can see. By default, Git bash uses vtext editor. So, in case you didn't change default text editor, you are going to see unusual for you text editor. Let me change my global settings to demo this to you. Git config --global core editor v. Now, let me amend commit message one more time. V is a very powerful program that supports many cool features. Unfortunately, this course is not about V. And I am not joking, it is really possible to pass course for V editor to learn more about it. But I will show you now the basics so that you could navigate here just in case you forgot to change the default text editor. First of all, for cursor navigation you have to use next keys. L to move cursor to the right, J to move cursor down, H to move cursor to the left, K to move cursor up. V text editor has two modes, command line mode and insert mode. Let me show you on the example. Let me move cursor after updated word. Now I need to switch to insert mode. I need to press I key. And you see here in the bottom, we see insert word. That means you are in the insert mode. Now I can use backspace and other keys to change the message. Let me remove updated and write v-editor test. Now I have to save file and close it. To do this, I need to switch v-editor in command line mode. I press escape button. You can see that there is no more insert is written down here. To save changes and exit V, I have to type next. Colon, W and Q. W stands for write, Q stands for quit. Press enter. Now let's check our commit message. And we see that commit message is changed. Awesome! Now you understand what I meant when I said that V text editor will be a bit unusual for you to use. That's why let's return back Notepad as a default text editor. Okay, now let's imagine you forget to add some changes. Let me add more spaces in the source code file. Then I add it to the staging area. Git add dot. And now I want to adjust my last commit so that it includes the latest changes. And I don't want to change commit message. What I have to do? I have to perform next command. Git commit amend no edit. And press enter. Here it is. Let's check our commit history. You can see that checksum is changed. This is important. Just remember that each time you do commit or adjust commit, checksum is changed. Later I will show you on real example why it is so important. Now I'd like to discuss with you next scenarios. Let me create new file. Imagine that we have some important configs. Let's create this file. Touch some important configs.txt. Also, I did changes to the existing source code. I will put some new lines here. And I added all files to the staging area. Git add dot. Now let's check status. Git status. Here's a new file, and here's the existing one. And I just realized that I don't want to have the one commit with changes in the hello world file and important configs together, because logically that should be two different snapshots. How I can unstage changes and remove from the staging area files that I don't need? Always remember to read git hints. Pay attention here. Use git restore --staged file to unstage. Let's follow this hint. Git restore --staged src/ and press tab key. Tab provides us with the auto-completion, so we won't waste our time on typing. Press enter. Let's check git status. And we see that hello world file was removed from the staging area and wasn't removed from my file system. Also, all changes are there on place. Perfect. I can create commit right now only with these changes. And after that I can add to the staging new file and commit it. Awesome. What if I want to discard changes? Let's follow hint from git here. To discard changes, I have to type git restore and file name. Okay, let's do that. Git restore src / and press Tab to autocomplete Hello World Java. And now we can see that changes were reverted. Great! The one thing why I like Git the most is that everything what was committed can be recovered. Even changes that were done with the help of git commit amend commands. Later in this course I will show you how you can use git ref log to restore literally everything what was ever committed. However, the changes which you discard without committing is not possible to restore, so be very careful. That's all what I wanted to share with you today. Let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned how to amend last commit. We also learned how to change commit message if we want so. You saw v-text editor and learned basics to work in v-editor. Also, we learned how to use step for autocompletion. Now you know how to unstage some changes and how to restore state of the file to the original state since the last commit. That's all for today. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello colleagues, in this lesson we are going to discuss what remote repositories are and how to work with them. I will tell you what is Git source code hosting and why do we need it. Together we'll review the most popular Git hosting services and we'll compare them. In this lesson we'll create remote repository. I'm going to show you how to push your local repository to the remote. You will learn such command as git push today. I will show you what is readme.md file and when you can use it. And at the end of the lesson I will show you how you can clone existing repository to your computer. Let's start. Before we start looking at examples, let's understand first, why do we need remote repositories? Usually we work as a team with other software engineers, and we need to collaborate with them somehow, and we want to have the single place with our latest version of the code. Remote repository will help us with this. Remote repository is the same repository that we already created in this course, but it's just hosted on the internet and available online 24/7. And every developer updates the remote repository on the regular basis. Collaborating with remote repositories means that you know how to push changes there, how to pull changes from there, and how to resolve conflicts in the source code in case you have any. Also, we need to know how to set remote repository. Besides that, in this course we will learn how to manage various remote branches. Each developer still has repository on the local machine, but there is one single place where the code of the latest version should be placed. To start with, let's hold a brief overview what hosting for remote repositories you can use today. On this slide you can see three the most popular hosting for Git repositories. They are GitHub, probably one of the most popular Git hosting in the world. It supports a lot of features that supports and helps you to create efficient continuous integration and continuous deployments processes. Microsoft acquired GitHub repository for huge amount of money. And you know, if Microsoft buys something, that means a lot of product owners, marketers and developers start proactively developing the product to win the competition with other vendors. Bitbucket. It is a great tool made and supported by Atlassian. This tool is mostly liked by developers because of the great integration with other Atlassian's products, like such popular issue tracking system as Jira. It is very convenient to use this tool in conjunction with Jira and knowledge base by Atlassian called Confluence. GitLab, one more popular hosting for Git repositories, and to be honest, it is really hard to compare this one with previous two. More or less all these three source code repositories have similar features. Besides storing of the source code, GitLab offers similar features for issue tracking and project management as GitHub. What we are going to choose? For storing source code for all my students, I use repositories on the GitHub. For storing source code of my own projects, mobile and web apps, which we develop inside my company, we use Bitbucket. Primarily, this is because the fact that long time ago Bitbucket offered possibility to create private repositories free of charge, while this was paid feature in the GitHub. Today you can create either public or private repository on the GitHub for free too. And just to warn you one more time, No matter which online repository we are going to choose, configuration will be the same. So let's start our demo. First of all, we have to create an account on the GitHub. The process of account registration is pretty intuitive and easy, that's why I won't focus on that. After you logged in, click on plus sign here. Select New Repository. Create name of your repository. You can choose a name you would like. For the demo purposes, let it be Learn IT Git. We can skip description as of now. I want to make it public to be able to share it with you, team. You can keep your own repository private or public as you wish. We don't need to add neither readme nor git ignore. We'll add this by ourselves. Just press big green button Create Repository. And here you can find hints what to do next in case we don't have local repository or in case we want to push local repository to this hosting. What is also worth to mention is that you can establish connection with Git via HTTPS protocol or SSH. Establishing connection via SSH protocol requires additional configuration, and I will show you that in the separate lesson. To establish connection via HTTPS, no additional configuration is required. In this lesson, I will show you how to push files to the hosting with the help of HTTPS protocol. That's why we need to click here. Okay, what we need to do now? We need to connect our local repository with this remote hosting. How to do this? Here we can see hints. Let's go back to our git bash in our local repository. First of all, to check that your local repository isn't connected with any remote repository yet, enter the next command, git remote with option V. And we see that our local repository isn't connected with any other remote repository. Okay, then let's perform the next command. Copy this HTTPS URL from here. Press Ctrl and C. Now let's type the following: git remote, add origin, and paste link which we copied. To paste link in git bash, press mouse right click and select paste option. But what is origin? Origin is a shorthand name for the remote repository. To be more specific, this word is used instead of the repository URL to make referencing much easier. Now we need to connect our local branch master with the master branch in the remote repository. All the time during the development you are going to have two versions of the one branch that you will try to synchronize. For example, if you have master branch in your repository, you should have origin master branch in the remote repository. To connect local master branch with remote master branch, we have to execute the next command: git push origin with option U master. Option U stands for upstream. This option automatically sets the upstream for us, linking our repo to a central one. After this, when we will tell Git to pull changes, it will understand that I want to pull changes exactly from this origin branch. Press Enter. It didn't ask me GitHub login and password because they are already stored in my credential manager on my computer. But most likely, you will be asked to enter your GitHub login and GitHub password. Follow the hints on the pop-up windows. Now, let's go back to the web browser to explore our original repository. Refresh the page. Congratulations! And you see that you have pushed your changes to the remote Git repository. By the way, can you see the repository description? Usually people use readme.md file to put their repository description. By convention, content of this file is displayed on the home page of the repository. That's why, in case you want to put some description here, just adjust readme file like we did. The one more thing that I want to show you today is how you can clone remote repository. For example, the first day you joined your new job and started work on the new project, you can ask your tech lead where their repository are, and you will be provided with the link. You have to clone remote repository to your machine to be able to work on the source code together with the whole team. How to clone existing repository? Let me show you example. Here is the project with the source code for my Java students. Let me clone it to my local computer so that I could investigate the source code and push changes that I want to. Press here on the green button and select HTTPS for the sake of the example. Copy this URL. Now, on your computer, navigate to any place on your file system you wish. Choose the directory where you would like to store the source code of this project. Open git bash in that directory and execute the next command. Git clone, mouse right click, paste, and press enter button. Now you can check your folder and you will find all files from remote repository cloned here, including the folder of the repository. Here you can find .git folder for this project. Congratulations! Now let's recap what we have learned in this lesson. Today we learned what hosting for Git repositories is. We reviewed the most popular Git hosting. After that we created an account on the GitHub. In this lesson you saw how to check remote repository if needed. Now you can connect your remote repository with the local one and push all necessary changes. Also, you learned how to set upstream for the Git branch. We'll use this knowledge in the next lessons, when we'll create other branches. Now you know why you may need readme.md file in your repository and what you have to write there. In this lesson we reviewed git clone command, and I believe you understand how you can clone repository to your local machine. That's all for this lesson. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
Hello team, in this lesson I'm going to show you how you can establish SSH connection. We'll talk briefly about why do we need it. After that, I will tell you how you have to generate SSH keys on your computer and where to configure SSH connection in your GitHub account. Also in this lesson I will show you how you can update your remote repository that is connected to your local one. To start with, I'd like you to understand first what is SSH. Because during your life as a software engineer, you are going to use this protocol many times to get access to other computers. SSH stands for Secure Socket Shell. It is a security protocol that allows you to connect to a remote computer by using text-based interface. Using SSH, you can easily log into another computer from anywhere and perform any commands on that computer or do any changes you wish. The goal of SSH is to make remote connections to computers much more secure. While working with remote repositories, you often have to identify yourself using your username and password. Establishing SSH connection is another way how to identify yourself without using username or password every time. SSH requires both components to be configured. Server side, that is our remote repository, in this case this is a GitHub, and the second part is a client side, that is our local computer. To authenticate user, SSH keys are required. The key come in pairs, public and private key. Public key you can store on any remote server, on the GitHub for example, and the private key stored only on your computer. During the establishing of SSH connection, key pair is checked. In case they are matched, SSH session is established. The cryptography behind SSH key ensures that no one can reverse engineer your private key from the public one. Now you understand that first thing we need to do is to generate SSH keys. Let's do that. There are a few different ways how to generate SSH keys on your computer. And if you Google this question, you may find few commands that help you to generate SSH keys from the console. But I'm going to show you the easiest way to generate SSH keys that almost never mentioned. To generate the key, open Git GUI app. You can find it in Windows Search or just by pressing mouse right click in the File Explorer and selecting Git GUI. If you open Git GUI in the folder where you have local Git repository initialized, it can look like this. But in case you open Git GUI in some other place, it can look like this. Nevertheless, in both cases we need to click on the Help tab here and after that show SSH key. Press Generate Key button. Now I am asked to enter a passphrase. The main goal of this passphrase is to encrypt your private key. In case attacker would steal your private SSH key, it will be useless for him because he doesn't know your passphrase. While attackers spend time on cracking your private key, passphrase can buy you some time to revoke keys and roll over to the new one. By leaving this field empty, we are accepting the risk that attacker can get access to the private key on our computer. I just click OK button. And when I am asked to enter the same passphrase, I just click OK button one more time. And here you are going to see only public key that you can share. Copy this key to the clipboard and open your GitHub account. Here, click on icon of your profile and select Settings. Here find SSH and GPG keys section. Click on it. You can have multiple SSH keys associated with your account. For example, here I have my two laptops connected to the single account, my HP and Asus laptops. To add new SSH key, just click this button. Title can be any title you would like, for example, my laptop. Then put your cursor in key text area and paste the content of your clipboard. I press Ctrl and V. Awesome. Now press Add SSH key. GitHub may ask you to insert password. And I can see the new SSH key is added to this list. Great! What to do next? To work with your remote repositories via SSH protocol, you have to set the proper remote. Let's navigate back to our Git bash to check what remote repository we currently have set. Do you remember the command to check the remote? Git remote with option V. Here you can see that currently we use HTTPS protocol to connect to our remote. We need to change our remote to connect our repository via SSH. Where to find another URL? Let's go back to the web browser to our GitHub account. Here is the repository which we created together on the previous lesson. Let's press this green button here. Do you remember that on previous lesson we selected HTTPS on purpose during the remote setting? Now I want you to press this button, SSH. Copy to the clipboard this URL. Let's get back to the Git bash. On previous lesson you learned that to add remote we have to type git remote add command. But to change the remote URL we have to enter another command. Let's type the following: git remote set URL origin and paste URL that we copied on the GitHub. Press enter. Now let's check our remote. Awesome! Now we see that we are not using HTTPS protocol anymore. Let me show you one more thing so that you will be ready for that. I want to make some changes. Let me make some dummy changes in this file. Now let me add it to the staging area and create a commit. Git commit -a-m test SSH connection. Okay, commit is created. Now let's push our changes to the remote repository. Git push origin master. Origin master is a reference to our remote repository, but on previous lesson we already set upstream for our current branch by using U option. That means my local repository is already aware that this master branch is connected with master branch in origin, and that also means that for me it is not necessarily to write origin master. Let me even remove that now. Press enter. The message which you see here is just to ensure that you trust this remote host and want to connect to it. Type yes to add GitHub to the known host. This message will appear only the first time you connect to the unknown host. And here you see the message that this host is permanently added to the list of known hosts. The list of known hosts is located in .ssh folder. You can find this folder inside your computer user folder. In Linux-based systems, including macOS, this folder is located in the home directory. Here in the directory you can find private and public SSH key and file with list of known hosts. You can open this file in the notepad if you want to explore its contents. Let me search for GitHub mentions in this file. And here you can see GitHub was added at the end of the list. And let's check our repository to make sure that our commit was successfully pushed to the remote. I refresh page, and here I already can see my last commit message. And also I can check commit history. Click here on commits. Here's our latest commit. Great! Now let's recap what we have learned today. Today we learned what is SSH protocol and when we need to use it.
you understand how SSH connection is created and how to generate SSH keys. We configured our remote repository to work through the SSH, and we learned what unknown hosts are and how to add GitHub to the known host. That's all for now. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, today we are going to have a very important lesson. Today we will learn what branches are and how to ensure smooth navigation between them. I will explain you how commits are stored in Git in a nutshell. We'll answer the question what actually a branch is. I will explain you today what is a Git head. After you will understand the theory, we will proceed with practice exercises to learn commands that will allow us to create new branches and navigate between already existing ones. You will learn such commands as git checkout and git switch. We'll learn git branch command and I'll tell you how you can list all your local branches and remote ones. During the practice exercises, I will show you how you can remove branch locally and in remote repository. While navigating between the snapshots, I will show you what detached head state is. Besides that, today I will show you basic Linux terminal commands for navigation in the file system, creating files and listing files. Let's start. And to start with, let's imagine the case that you receive a task on your work and you need to implement it. To start work on the new task, you have to isolate your changes from the stable version of your code to make sure you will not mess it up. To isolate our code during the development of the new feature, Git allows us to create separate branch. What is the branch? We briefly discussed what is the branch when we talked about our master branch, but let's recap one more time. In simple words, you need branch to diverge from the main branch to continue development without messing with the main development branch. For example, here's the main development branch where the latest version of the code is stored, and you want to start work on the new task. You create separate branch. You create commits on that branch, and after that you merge your branch with the development branch. Easy. Meanwhile, another developer can create a new branch and work in parallel with you for some period of time, and merge his changes with yours later. That's why we need branches during the software development in a team. To understand how branches work, we need to understand a bit deeper how Git stores information. You remember that Git stores files as a series of the snapshots. When we create a commit, Git stores a commit object that contains a pointer to the snapshot of the content that we added to the staging area. Also, this object stores pointers to the commits that directly came before the current commit. Before we start learning specific commands how to create branches, I want you to understand the theory, at least on the high level, how Git works. What actually happens when we create a new branch? On this slide you can see that I created a new branch with the name testing. What actually happened in the language of Git? I just created a new pointer on the current commit. On the moment when I created new branch from the master, two pointers are pointing out to the same commit. But how Git knows that at this specific moment of time I am on the master branch, but not on the testing branch? There is one more pointer called head. Now let's imagine we switched branches. I'll show you commands a bit later in this lesson when we will have practice exercise. Right now, I want you to focus on the theory and this visualization. Switch branches in the language of Git is to change head pointer. Now head is pointing out to the testing pointer. Being on this branch, we can create a new commit. What happens next? Our testing branch moved forward while master branch still points to the previous commit. So in this particular case, if you would switch back to the master branch, you would see the state of the file system which was before your last commit. Okay, now you can imagine how pointers in Git works, but let's move further. Now imagine that somebody, some other developer, managed to put changes into the master branch, and new commit in master branch appeared. Your project history has diverged. Both changes in these two commits are isolated from each other, but we can merge these changes if we want. That is the exact scenario which we need to learn together. In this course we are going to learn how to merge changes together from different branches. So, right now you already understand the theory of branches. You can visualize in your mind how navigation between branches works and why do we need this. Now it is time to learn specific Git commands that will allow you to navigate between branches. Let's practice. Usually on your job you are going to use some task management system or issue tracker that will give you unique ID of your task. Imagine that we have task to implement logic of discount calculation for our customers based on their history of purchases. Where we need to start? We need to start from creation of the branch. There are different ways to create branches. One of the options is to use the next command. Git branch TA301. Let's press enter. New branch is created. But you see here in parentheses, I am still in the master branch. To check which branches I have locally, I have to just use the next command. Git branch. To see all remote branches, I have to use the next command. Git branch with option R. And you see that right now I have only one branch in remote. That is my origin master branch. To see all local and remote branches, you have to use the A option. Git branch -A. And here we can find all local and remote branches. But to be honest, the branch command is rarely used among developers to create a new branch, because this command only creates branch but not get you to the new branch. Usually software engineers use the command that creates and changed branches simultaneously. So let's type the following. Git checkout. Checkout command is for changing branches. Option B. This option is to indicate that I want to change and create new branch. B stands for branch. And now let's specify the name of the branch. Task 301 _ discount _ calculation. Usually with the task ID, we would like to specify brief description of what changes will be in this branch. Press enter. And we switch to the new branch. And in parentheses, you can easily identify on which branch you are right now and where is your Git head pointer. Okay, we created changes. Now let's implement our task. For the sake of example, I won't write any code and I will not implement any logic related to the discount calculation, because I want you now to focus only on Git. But let's imitate that we did some changes and all of them stored in the new file. Let me use Linux commands to create a new file. First of all, I want to navigate to the folder with the source code. cd src and press enter. cd stands for change directory. And you see here in the path that I navigated to the src directory. Touch discount calculation service.java. Touch command allows us to create file. This is one of the possible ways to create files with Linux terminals. To check what files you have in the directory, let me show you one more Linux command. ls with option L. ls is a command that lists files in the specific directories. I don't see a lot of sense in reviewing all possible options for ls command because most likely you won't use them all. I use option L to have such formatting. I will leave the link in attachments to this lesson about ls command, and if you wish you can try different other options. And we see that new file is created. Here it is. Let's also check that file was created in the File Explorer. And we can also find it here. Awesome! We have just created a file and here it is in the src directory. Before we proceed, I want to show you one more interesting command for navigation in file system via terminal. cd ... Double dot always references to the parent directory. So, in case you want to navigate one level up, you have to use this command. And you see, we're already in our root project directory and not in src folder anymore. Now let's pretend that our work on this task is completed and we did everything what is needed in scope of this task. We have to create a commit with our changes. We add file to the staging area as usual. Git add dot. Now we create commit. Git commit -m personal discount for user can be calculated. Great, we have our commit in our branch. Let's check git log. Git log -2 to see only last two commits. We can see here that this commit is from master branch, and here is our new commit on our new branch. By the way, just to remind you that git log shows you the history of the current branch only. To watch all commits across the repository, you have to type git log with option all like this. Git log -- all. To watch the history of commits for the one single branch, type git log command with the branch name like this: git log TA00, and do not forget to use tab key for autocompletion. Okay, this information might help you in the future and just for the reference. Let's move on. I can easily navigate between branches in my local repository. We already learned the command that allows us to switch branches. Now let's switch back to the master branch. Git checkout master. I don't have to use B option because master branch already exists and I don't need to create a new one. And we can see that name of the branch is changed here in the parentheses. Let's check now the file list in the src folder. Let's navigate to src folder first. cd src. And now let's use another command to list files. ls-l. Wow, magic happened. Where my discount calculation Java file? It is in another snapshot. If you don't believe that file is disappeared, let me show you in the file explorer. Can you see this? The file is disappeared. Now you learned how to navigate between branches. Can you navigate only between branches? Or no? You can also navigate to the specific commit. How to do that? Let me show you. At the beginning, let's find the commit where I want to switch. Git log -3. Okay, let me switch to this commit. Git checkout 06D1B and press enter. So, you need to enter a unique combination of characters so that Git would understand where you are referencing to. And now, we switch to the state of this particular commit. Right after you switch to the specific commit, you see warning message that you are in detached head state. What does that mean? That means we are not on the specific branch, because most likely this commit is present in different branches. Even if you would create commit being here, nobody would be able to find this commit other than via direct checksum identifier, because new commits won't be connected with any specific branch. That means these changes can easily get lost once you check out a different revision or branch. So, why then we need to check out to a specific commit? During your life as a software engineer, you might want to navigate to the specific commit to investigate how some specific chunk of code worked in the past. For example, in case you troubleshoot some defect, you want to investigate how the code worked before, and you want to execute this code and debug it. That's why you might want to navigate to the specific commit. What I want you to remember is that you shouldn't do any commits in this state. Just investigating and experimenting is fine, while being in the detached head state. Doing the commits in this state is not the best idea. Let's get back to our task branch. Git checkout TA0001 and press tab 2 times for autocompletion. You have to press tab 2 times because we have TA301 branch and TA301 discount calculation branch. And tab allows you to select the exact branch you need for autocompletion. Now let's push it to a region. Git push a region with option U TA301 underscore and tab key to autocomplete. Nice. Branch was pushed to remote. New branch in remote has been created, and branch remote tracking has been configured. Let's check the branch in the remote repository. Let's open src directory, and here you can switch branches. And we can see that on our new branch we have new file. Click on Insights tab. Select Network. Here you can see commits history and see that our new branch is one commit ahead of master branch. Okay, we learned how to create branches, but at the beginning of the lesson we also created one branch. Let me list all branches in Git bash one more time. Git branch with option A. This task branch I want to remove. How to remove branch? Git branch with option D. D stands for delete, and branch name. We can find message that branch has been deleted. And for the sake of example, let's pretend that I want to remove discount calculation branch from the remote too. How to do that? Git push a region with option delete and specify the branch name here. Press enter. Let me open my remote repository one more time. And when I try to switch branch, you see that I can't find my new branch here anymore. Now you know how to remove branch locally and in remote. But for our next lessons, let me push our branch to a region one more time. Because already in the next lesson we are going to learn how to create pull requests and how to merge branches together. Git push a region with option U for discount calculation branch. The last but not the least thing that I'd like to mention today is that starting from the Git version 2.23 onwards, instead of git checkout command, new command is also available to use. Git switch master. In case you want to switch to the new branch, you have to use C option like this. Git switch option C new branch. Here C option stands for create. To navigate back to the previous branch, type the following: git switch and hyphen. And I navigated back to the master branch. To be honest, I didn't saw engineers who already actively use switch command, because it is a big habit to use checkout command for branch navigation in the community of engineers. Introducing git switch command wasn't done to confuse developers even more. The thing is that checkout command sometimes might be used to reverse modifications. So, to clearly separate commands, new command with single go to switch branches, git switch, was introduced. That's it. I believe right now you know about branch navigation even more than some senior engineers. And right now, let's recap what we have learned today. In this lesson you learned what a branch is. You understand how mechanism of git branching works. We learned what is head pointer in Git. After we learned theory, I showed you few ways how to create new branch in Git. We did a commit with our changes on the new branch. We understood how we can navigate between branches and what detach head state is. Also, in this lesson, we learned how to remove branches and how to use git switch command to navigate between them. During the lesson, you learned basic Linux commands that allows to navigate in file system, create files and list files in the directory. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson. Hello dear students, today we will learn with you what a pull request is and how to create one. After we will understand the definition of PR, I will show you how you can create your first pull request. We'll learn what is the difference between pull request and merge request. In this lesson we are going to learn how we can merge commits from different branches. We'll learn the difference between different merging strategies. I will show you how to add collaborators to your repository. You will add me as a collaborator so that I would be able to evaluate your code. First of all, let's understand what is a pull request. Pull request is a method of submitting contributions to a project. Imagine that you worked few days on implementing logic of discount calculation for your users and finally you completed your work. Now you need to merge your code with the latest version of the source code. Literally, you have to merge commits of yours with commits that were done by other developers. Why this method is called a pull request? You can pull changes from one branch to update another branch. And by submitting a pull request, you ask other people to review your changes and pull them into another branch. Does it make sense now? Now words pull request make more sense. And by the way, pull request, that is terminology of the GitHub and Bitbucket repositories. GitLab uses another term to describe the same process, merge request. The idea is pretty similar. We may want to merge two branches, and merge request means that you want to ask somebody to merge your changes with the other branch. Both pull requests and merge requests use git pull and git merge commands. We are going to learn these commands in the next lessons. But don't confuse this terminology. PR and MR refers to a much broader topic, and I believe you understand that both of these terms describe the same process. Now when you understood that, let's proceed with our demo. On the previous lesson, we merged our branch to the remote repository. We had new file added, discount calculation service. Let's also change existing file for the sake of the demo. Let me add spaces here in the hello world file. And I save this file. Now I will add changes to the staging area and will make a commit that spaces were added to the hello world file. After I created the commit, I push it to the remote branch.
To create a pull request, you have to have two branches. And right now, we have master branch and our task branch. Nice. There are a lot of different ways to create a pull request. Let me show you one of them. Click on Pull Request tab here. Now click on the New Pull Request button. And here you have to specify which branch you want to pull into which branch. In our case, master is a main development branch. Depending on the branching strategy that you are going to have at your work, you might have development branch as a main development branch, and master branch will be used only for releases. In our particular case, we want to merge task 1 branch into master. That's why here I selected task 1 and here I have master branch. Here you will see the difference between the state of these two branches. Let's create a pull request. Additionally, you may specify pull request description. Here on the right, you can specify pull request reviewer and pull request assignee. What is the difference? Reviewer is someone you want to review the code, and this can be the person who is not necessarily responsible for merging branches. Probably colleagues of yours or software engineers from another development team, but who needs to be aware of changes in your project. On the other hand, assignee is someone who is responsible for merging this code. This can be a tech lead on your project or owner of the repository who is in charge of merging code to the master branch. Later today I will show you how you can add me as an assignee. Right now, just click Create Pull Request button. And pull request is created. On this tab you can see what commits you have on your branch. On this tab you can see what files were changed in comparison with the branch where you want to merge your changes. We can see that there are two changes. New file is created and the spaces are added to the Hello World file. Assignee and reviewers will go over all your changes to investigate what exactly is changed in your pull request. Reviewers can leave comments here under specific lines of code. For example, why so many spaces here? And the discussions have to be resolved. All my students who works with me offline assign me to their pull requests, and during the offline lessons we review the pull request together and discuss with the group what can be improved. Let me also teach you how to add me to your pull requests as an assignee. I don't guarantee that I will be able to check each your pull request, because for your homework verification I use special type of tasks, coding exercises that verifies your homework automatically. But you can learn at least how to add me here as an assignee. Click this Settings button. Next click Manage Access. You might be asked to enter your password. And I believe you understood that this is project-specific settings. So, in case you want to add collaborators to your another project, you should open settings of that exact repository. Let's add me as a collaborator to your repository. Press this green button, Invite a collaborator. You can find me using my nickname, Andrei Petaha. I can't find myself because this is against the rules and this doesn't make sense. But I can find one of my friends. For example, let me find friend of mine with the nickname Sveta Batko. Similarly, you have to find my picture. Click on it and press green button. That's the rule of the GitHub. Always press the green button. Just joking. I will not add Andrei because I don't want to spam him. Because after I press green button, Andrei should receive request to become a collaborator in my repository. And he also has to approve this request, and only after he approved the request, only after that you will be able to find him in assignee dropdown for your pull request. To navigate back to your opened pull request, you can open Pull Requests tab, and here's our fresh PR. I can press GR icon and assign this pull request to myself. Okay, let's proceed. As I mentioned, reviewers and assignee check your PR, and once all discussions are resolved, assignee merges pull request by pressing this button. This merge button has three methods. They are create a merge commit, squash and merge, rebase and merge. Keeping a clean Git repository is one of the top priority tasks for all contributors. The clean Git tree can save you a lot of time when trying to track down commits related to a bug or issue. The default option, which is create a merge commit, will take all commits from the PR and add them to the master branch with a new commit. Let's take a look at this slide. Imagine that there is a main branch. We have init commit and commits 1 and 2. You created your feature branch.
On that branch we created commits 3 and 4. You prepared pull request. And now we select default option for merging commits. And you see that new commit will be created on the master branch. The commit message will look like this: merge some specific branch. That's it. The result message is not very helpful when you will try to understand what this commit is about. That's why this is not a recommended option by many developers. We want to keep our Git history clean. Imagine the same case, but this time we would select the second possible option, which is squash and merge. What is going to happen in this case? Commits 3 and 4 won't be added to the master branch. What will happen instead? Commits will be combined and any other commit message can be added. Commit 4 will be squashed into commit 3 and we will give any message we would like with the help of GitHub interface. And what will happen in case I will opt for the third option, rebase and merge? During the rebasing, our commits are put on top of the master branch. Like you see on this slide, commits 3 and 4 are just put on the top of the master branch. Definitely, your tech lead will choose strategies that you have to follow, but my personal preference is rebase and merge. Why is not squash and merge? I believe if developer wants to squash commits, he or she has to do that locally in the local repository before even pushing branch to the remote repository, but not ask assignee to squash your commits. But I also met tech leads that would prefer squash and merge rather than teach engineers how to write commit messages and how to do squash. Later in this course I will show you how you can squash commits. Being a project owner, you can disable merge methods that you don't like. To do that, click on the settings button and scroll page to the bottom. Find merge button and uncheck methods that you don't need. And if I would open my PR one more time, I can see that I have only one option available. Let me select the third method and close my pull request. Awesome! Now you can delete the task branch, because it is not needed anymore in remote repository since you have already merged it into the master branch. And to not confuse anyone, let's remove it. You can see that there is no task branch anymore in our remote repository. Now our pull request is closed, and we can check our commit history of the master branch. Make sure you are on the master branch, and click here on commits. And we see that no other commits for merging were created, only commits that were created by us. Great! I believe now we can recap everything what we have learned today. In this lesson we learned what a pull request is and what is the difference between a pull request and a merge request. Together we created a pull request. I showed you how you can add collaborators to the repository, and we discussed what is the difference between assignee and reviewer in pull request. Also, today we learned different merging strategies and understood the difference between them. That's all for now. Thanks a lot for your attention and see you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.